On the night of August 13th, 1971, the moon was bright and the stars were few. It was still slightly hot in the early autumn evening. Zhou Guoyang looked at the slope ahead. As soon as he reached the top, he would see the reservoir, and past the reservoir was his home. He hadn't been back for 10 years, and now he finally had a chance to return. Probably his family didn't even know where he had gone. Zhou adjusted his military cap, feeling a mix of excitement and longing to return home. His steps quickened. As he reached the top of the slope, he saw the sparkling water of the reservoir under the moonlight and suddenly heard faint crying. He followed the sound and saw what seemed to be a person standing under a tree by the water's edge. Then, the person suddenly leapt into the water with a loud splash, causing a big splash of water. Uh-oh. Someone is diving into the water. Without time to think, Zhou Guoyang dropped the heavy bag he was carrying, ran forward, took off his coat and shoes, and without hesitation, he also jumped into the water where the person had leapt. But when he submerged, he saw no one. He took a breath and searched underwater, but found no one. On his second dive, he finally touched a hand. He grabbed the hand and pulled upward. Guided by his familiarity with the reservoir, he swam toward the shore with rocks. He brought the person to land, but his hand touched something soft. Zhou froze for a moment, realizing it was a woman. Ignoring gender differences, saving the person was the priority. Zhou pressed firmly on the woman's abdomen. She coughed out some water. He knelt down, turned the woman over onto his knees, supporting her with his legs. She coughed again, choking on water. She instantly started coughing uncontrollably. He had saved her. Zhou lowered the woman onto the stone by the shore, asking, "Are you awake? Is she awake? Is she alive because she was rescued?" Liang Xingyue was scared. She had been drowning. She was just out to inspect the newly cultivated corn in the experimental field. When she slipped unexpectedly and couldn't stop herself, she fell into a water pool under the slope. She was a bad swimmer. Struggling made her sink faster, into the darkness and despair. Now she was rescued, but she trembled with fear. After a cough, Liang Xingyue looked up and was even more frightened. This was night? Stars? The moon? Wasn't it morning? Why was the water pool so big? A sudden panic arose in her mind. She tried to stand but felt weak, and moving her head made her dizzy. An inexplicable memory suddenly flooded her brain. Xian Tang Village, Group 3, Xian Tang Reservoir. Jumping into the water? No. Liang Xingyue raised her hand and hit her own head. This isn't her real memory. But she saw those hands under the moon, thin, dark, and covered with calluses. Even her fists looked rough. Is this not herself? Have I died and become a ghost? Are you feeling better? Whose family are you from? Zhou Guoyang wrung water out of his shirt. Liang Xingyue was startled by the voice. She turned around and saw a man in a white shirt, squatting next to her, patting his hair dry. His features were clear and strong, and his youthful face looked handsome in the faint moonlight. She was so captivated that she couldn't look away. She didn't recognize this person, another ghost? Zhou Guoyang originally wanted to take off his shirt to wring out the water, but seeing her stare, he awkwardly said, "It's a bit cold when wet. Whose family are you from? I can take you back. In the future, think carefully. Don't be reckless. Don't jump into the reservoir, Liang Xingyue. You're reckless, and your whole family is reckless. I just slipped and fell into the water. Ah, that doesn't seem right. Am I not myself right now?" Liang Xingyue organized her tangled thoughts. Had she traveled? Or was she living as someone else? A widow, perhaps? In this memory, she was betrothed to the Zhou family. Her family was too poor. Her brother hadn't married yet. The Zhou family had a daughter with encephalitis, slow to react, a bit simple-minded. The Zhou family arranged a marriage, swapping her for another girl. The simple-minded daughter from the Zhou family was adopted by Liang's family and was cherished there. The Liang family, eager for a child, hoped she could carry on the family line. Fortunately, she was just a bit slow, able to take care of herself. After marriage, She had twins in just 3 years, and eventually 2 grandsons, making the Liang family very satisfied. But life wasn't easy for Liang Xinhua, who was swapped into the Zhou family. Originally, the Zhou family had 2 sons and a daughter. The oldest son married and had 3 children. The second was the simple girl, but the third, at 17, went to the county town and never returned. The Zhou family looked for him, asked divine shamans, and consulted spirit mediums, all giving different stories, saying he was killed outside and died violently. Different mediums claimed various places of death. Then, a spirit medium said Zhou's third son had died tragically, without descendants to honor him, so he should be arranged a marriage. 3 years ago, Liang Xinhua became a widow, married to a spirit tablet. Don't think that with modern society, rural superstitions and ignorance have disappeared. They believe that their ancestors' traditions are correct, and following the old rules is the right thing to do. When Liang Xinhua arrived at the Zhou family, her sister-in-law was about to give birth. The family said that if it was a son, he would be adopted by the third son, but it was a daughter. They had to wait again. Now, the sister-in-law is pregnant again. Once she gives birth to a son, he will be adopted, and the third brother will have a family line. In the countryside, in that time, elders valued having descendants very much. Even the Liang couple, though aware that their daughter was mistreated, advised her to tolerate it. When the sister-in-law has another son, he will be her son, and things will get better. Liang Xinhua didn't dare resist because if she did, the Zhou family might take their simple-minded daughter back and also take her 2 children. Honest Liang Xinhua endured everything so her brother could have a home and a family. Today, a small incident happened. During cooking, she steamed an egg custard for her sister-in-law but forgot whether she added salt. She tasted the surface with her tongue and was seen by the sister-in-law, who accused her of stealing the egg custard. Then, her mother-in-law grabbed her hair and beat her fiercely, forbidding her from eating and forcing her to kneel outside until dawn. At night, everyone ate and went to sleep, leaving the dishes on the table. She had to wait until morning to wash them. Feeling lonely and in pain, Liang Xinhua couldn't take it anymore and jumped into the reservoir at the water's edge. Receiving these memories, Liang Xinhua felt speechless. Does she have to suffer the old family's mistreatment in her new life too?
No.
Absolutely not. While tidying her clothing, Zhou Guoliang looked at Liang Xinhua. She seemed to be looking at him, but also staring into the distance. Why was she staring blankly? A cool breeze made her shiver. Zhou Guoliang coughed lightly and asked once more, "Whose family are you from? I'll send you back." He worried that if he didn't bring her to her family, she might jump into the water again as soon as he turned around. Liang Xinhua came back to her senses and silently cursed the unkind heavens. She had been reborn into this identity in such a poor time. I am from the Zhou family. You don't need to send me back. It might cause trouble. Yes, now she was a widow. Going home late at night with a stranger following her could mean she'd be beaten to death. As for her cursed poverty and widow status, she'd think of a way later. Liang Xinhua didn't see Zhou Guoliang's eyes flicker. The Zhou family? In the third group of Xian Tang village, only their family has the surname Zhou. My own family? Thinking about it, my sister definitely recognizes me, but it's not like that. Could it be my sister-in-law? It's been 10 years since I went home, so my eldest brother must be married. But why would she jump into the water? Zhou Guoliang quietly asked, "Is it the Zhou family? Did someone at home bully you?" Now, Liang Xinhua isn't the same as before. Probably in the past, she just cried. That's not just bullying. They simply don't treat me like a person. Thinking back to her memories, Liang Xinhua hated her past self for not resisting, but she also understood her fear. Now someone was asking, and she finally had someone to complain to. The Zhou family is the team leader's family. After they exchanged me to their home, they used me as a servant. Inside and outside the house, I had to work. They often hit and scolded me, made me do chores, and didn't let me eat enough. Today, I just tasted the steamed egg to see if it was good. I only tasted the top part with the bubbles when my sister-in-law snitched, saying I stole the egg she steamed. But is it easy to be a widow? They arranged for me to be a widow, but they bullied me everywhere. As she spoke, she felt her clothes sticking wetly to her arms and felt uncomfortable moving her arms. She rolled up her sleeves, and taking a breath, she could see under the moonlight that her originally fair skin was crisscrossed with fresh and old wounds. Not only she saw them, Zhou Guoyang also saw. Zhou Guoyang had served in the army for 10 years, and injuries like these were common to him. But seeing these wounds now still made his heart tremble. Her arms, thin and bony, were covered in water and wounds, and the new scars looked even redder.
Did
You get beaten? Yes, all over my body. My hair was torn off in clumps. Doesn't it look like the wife of the third group in Xian Tang village, the one who's supposed to be kind? She even married her son again after 10 years to keep him widowed, but only I know what kind of days I've had. Liang Xinyu didn't want to cry, but perhaps her past self still had some emotions left, so she started sobbing. Zhou Guoyang was stunned after hearing all this. Snitching on her sister-in-law? A son who's been dead for 10 years? A widow? Did these refer to his own family and his wife? Zhou Guoyang felt this was very serious. He didn't even know that his family was arranging a marriage without telling him. Zhou Guoyang confirmed again and asked, "Do you know the name of the man you married?" Liang Xinyu lowered her voice and replied, "Yes, Zhou Guoyang. I even have a memorial tablet for him in my house." Liang Xinyu looked towards the distant moon reflected in the water reservoir. It was really beautiful. But she was truly sad for her original self. How could she have spent 3 years with just a memorial tablet? Constantly beaten and scolded, doing endless chores. With a confused look, Liang Xinyu gazed into the distance and quietly mumbled about her suffering, reliving her past hardships. Hearing this, Zhou Guoyang felt very upset inside. Not to mention, he didn't even know that his family had married him to a wife. But after marrying her, they didn't treat her well. From what she said, she was the last to sleep and the first to wake up every day. She had to prepare 3 meals, feed the pigs, take care of her brother's 3 children, look after her heavily pregnant sister-in-law, and work hard to earn labor points. Despite doing all this, she was beaten sometimes, and she only ate leftovers every day. The family ate 3 meals a day, but she only managed 2. Mother-in-law always scolds me, saying if I die early, her son won't be lonely. Like she wants to wear me out, so I go to the underworld to join my deceased husband.
No.
That's not something regular family members would do. Zhou Guoyang thought his parents were still good people. Although his mother sometimes argued with others in the team, those disagreements didn't last long. After all, they were all in the same team, always meeting and working together. "So, are you going back to the Zhou family?" "Yes, I will go back. If I don't, they'll bring my sister-in-law and the 2 nephews she has." Although my sister-in-law is a bit simple-minded, she is Zhou Guoyang's sister, and we're related by marriage. She treats my brother and parents very well. They're living well. Zhou Guoyang frowned again. He knew that his younger sister had a fever as a child and had encephalitis. It was common in the countryside. There was no cure. Unexpectedly, his family sent her away and replaced her with another girl to wait for her to be widowed. Sitting here, he instinctively vented about his past, feeling a bit better after talking. It was the first time he had been able to share his feelings with someone. But life still had to go on, and he had to live as his original self, despite everything. He was determined not to be bullied like before. He decided to think of a plan slowly. Since he traveled here, surviving was the most important thing. Feeling this way, Liang Xinyu wanted to stand up, but as soon as she moved, she felt dizzy and an ache all over her body. It was the result of being beaten by that cruel mother-in-law. She took a deep breath from the pain, blew her nose gently, and looked at Zhou Guoyang sideways. "I don't think I've seen you before. Aren't you part of our team?" Zhou Guoyang couldn't exactly say he was himself, so he hesitated for a moment and said, "Don't think too much about it. It's better to live uncertain than to die. As long as I'm alive, there's hope. Can you move? I'll help you get up there. I have some dry clothes. You can change." Liang Xinyu said seriously, "What's your name?" "I was confused just now, but I won't be anymore." "I can't thank you right now. but I will find a way to thank you for saving me in the future. Zhou Guoyang. No, I didn't save you. I caused you harm. He didn't answer her question about his name, but stood up to see if she could manage to climb up. Come, step on my shoulders and climb up. He squatted down, signaling Liang Xingyue to stand on his shoulders. Liang Xingyue shook her head repeatedly. No, I can't step on you. I'll climb up slowly by myself. She stood up, feeling a bit dizzy, and reached out to steady herself on a large rock nearby. But to reach the reservoir bank, she still needed to climb about 2 meters. It was indeed a bit difficult. See that bunch of my dong grass? The grass is strong. Grab that grass, and place 1 foot on my hand. I'll hold you up with both hands, then you should be able to get up. Zhou Guoyang looked at Liang Xingyue, who had stood up. Although she was thin, she wasn't short and seemed to be about his shoulder height. This was the only way. Liang Xingyue, enduring her pain, nervously gestured to test the height. Zhou Guoyang prepared himself, squatting into a stance. His fingers intertwined in front of him, ready to lift. Liang Xingyue didn't hesitate. Thanks. She stepped on his hand with her left foot, then leapt up, grabbing the thick Maidong grass with her hands. Zhou Guoyang pushed her up firmly, and she was lifted over easily. Climbing up was much easier for him. Once she was up, he put his shoes back on. He had wanted to lend his coat to Liang Xingyue, but she bowed slightly in gratitude, then turned and rushed into the village. Zhou Guoyang felt anxious inside. What was supposed to be a joyful return home suddenly felt heavy. He changed into clean clothes before heading back. Liang Xingyue followed the route she remembered, running back to the Zhou family. The Zhou family is next to the new Tang third team. It is said that their ancestors also came here begging for food in the past. Once they received approval from the villagers, they set up a simple thatched shelter and settled down. Passed down through generations, the Zhou family has now become the main support of the team. Because Zhou's father was active and literate when young, he was always the team leader. As the team leader, their family was naturally a bit wealthier than others. At least they could always have enough to eat. After Liang Xingyue returned, how her family treated her outside was unknown. One reason was they kept her far away, so no one saw her being hit or scolded. Another was Liang Xingyue was afraid to speak out. If she did, she might be beaten again. Liang Xingyue was originally a kind, honest country girl who endured everything quietly. But now, she was telling herself she had to find a way to escape this nightmare. She didn't expect, as soon as she arrived home, to be hit with a heavy blow. Fortunately, she was different from her original self, who would just curl up and accept it. She sensed someone was hitting her, so she quickly dodged sideways. The person then entered the yard and stood in the middle. You little slut, acting unruly, running around at night, trying to seduce men. Today I won't break your legs so you can't come out and cause trouble. Lu Jinxiu waved her baton and chased Liang Xingyue around the yard, causing chaos. Under the eaves, Zhang Lianhua held her still flat stomach and pointed while saying, Mother, close the gate so she doesn't run away again. Lock the door and beat her. Liang Xingyue was forced into a corner, near the firewood pile. She quickly grabbed a piece of wood to block the incoming baton. Don't hit me anymore. I didn't run around. I only went to the reservoir. In her past life, Liang Xingyue was very clumsy and inexperienced at fighting, raised delicately. Her original self was weak and often starving, so she was too thin to fight back. Now, Liang Xingyue only wanted to explain herself, thinking that even arguing was better than being beaten. But to the other 2 women, her grabbing a stick and resisting was another matter altogether. Rebellious. How dare you fight back against me today? Zhou Dezhu, get up and punish this little troublemaker. Don't let her do this again. Under the eaves, Zhang Lianhua shouted sharply, Zhou Guoquan, come see how this little widow dares to hit her mother. The door of the main hall creaked open, and Zhou Dezhu, the leader of the new Tang village third team, who had just put on his coat, shouted, It's midnight. What's all the fuss about? If she's not listening, why not find a rope and tie her up? The door on the east wing opened and Zhou Guoquan, only in his underpants and rubbing his eyes, stood beneath the eaves. Lu Jinxiu saw her son and the man come out and felt more confident. Guoquan, bring a hemp rope. If I don't discipline this troublemaker, our family will lose face. Liang Xinyu saw trouble. If they all came to fight and try to tie her up, she was really afraid she might get beaten badly and not be able to speak. She thought it was better to run first. While Lu Jinxiu was bending over to find a rope and tossing wood toward Lu Jinxiu, Liang Xinyu took the chance to run towards the big door. Seeing Liang Xinyu try to run, Zhou Guoquan rushed over regardless. As Liang Xinyu was about to step out with one foot, Zhou Guoquan, who was rushing forward, grabbed her hair and pulled her back. At that moment, Liang Xinyu saw the person who had saved her from the reservoir standing in front of the door, so she shouted, "Help! They want to hurt me. They're going to tie me up and beat me." Zhou Guoliang, standing at the door with a grim look, had been there long enough. Although the house had been roughly repaired, he recognized it. This was his home. The noise inside indicated that the woman he saved earlier was telling the truth. She was being beaten in this house. Hearing the cry for ropes to tie her up and beat her, he felt it was bad. Just as he was about to go inside, the door swung open, and she came out, only to have her by the hair pulled back as she tried to run. Zhou Guoliang quickly dropped his bag, reached out, and caught Liang Xinyue's waist, then kicked her back. He knew she was his sister, so he managed carefully, just enough to make her let go. Standing under the eaves of the main gate, Zhou Guanchuan couldn't recognize who the person was, but he knew it was a man, and he was holding Liang Xinyue. "Mom." She brought her lover right to the door. "Rebel. How dare she run away?" Lu Jinxiu, swinging her stick, hurried over. When she heard her son's words, she was filled with anger. Obviously, he was talking nonsense. She started shouting and swinging her stick wildly. But just as she swung, someone caught hold of her stick with one hand. "What are you doing? Do you want to beat someone to death in the middle of the night?" Zhou Guoliang was very angry. He truly didn't understand why his family had changed like this. Although he knew that some rural women could be loud, the 10 years of education had taught him what was right and what was wrong. "You're just accusing us of being adulterers. I caught you sneaking around today. Even if I have to, I'll punish you all." Zhou Guoquan also wanted to rush forward, but Zhou Guoliang pulled Liang Xinyu aside and shouted, "Stop. Mother, what are you trying to do?" "Beat you." "What? What did you just call me?" Angrily, Lu Jinxiu seemed to hear a different word and reached out with her bamboo pole. Zhou Guoliang quickly knocked it aside and threw it away. Zhou Guoquan tried to step closer again, but Zhou Guoliang angrily said, "Mother, big brother, I didn't expect that after not returning for 10 years, as soon as I came back, you try to chase me out." "Mother? Big brother?" Everyone fell silent. Zhou Guoliang still held Liang Xinyue's hand and took her into the yard. Under the moonlight, everyone finally saw what he looked like. Lu Jinxiu hesitated and took a few steps forward, trembling as she reached out to touch Zhou Guoliang's chest through his shirt. It was still warm. He was alive. Carefully, Lu Jinxiu softly asked, "Guoliang? Is that really you?" Liang Xinyu suddenly pushed his hand away. This wasn't a memorial tablet. It was a real person. Zhou Guoliang glanced at her and called out, "Dad, Mom, Big brother, I've come back." Lu Jinxiu shouted loudly, "My boy, you're really back." The son who had been missing for 10 years was finally back. The whole family was incredibly happy. The eldest daughter-in-law didn't hide her emotions and quickly went to the main hall to light an oil lamp. The Zhou family gathered inside to talk. Zhou Dezhu looked at his son, dressed in a neat white shirt, looking incredibly clean and fresh. He looked very good, like a government official. Lu Jinxiu kept holding Zhou Guoliang's hand. She sat on a bench with him, crying and asking, "Where have you been all these years? We looked everywhere for you, and couldn't find you. We thought you were gone." Zhou Guoliang smiled faintly and said, "I joined the army. That year I went to the county town. The military recruitment was happening, so I gave it a try. You know I was good with a slingshot as a child. The recruiting officer asked me to try it, and then he took me away." Zhou Dezhu took a dry pipe and smoked, saying, "That's not right. When we joined the army, we were military dependents. No one came to talk to us. Zhou Guoyang said, "The armed forces have records, but I am going to join a secret military group that can't be revealed. That's why I haven't said anything all this time." Zhou Dezhu, who had attended several meetings at the commune, knew this was secret and understood he couldn't ask questions. It showed he was perceptive. "Then why did you come back in the middle of the night?" "I transferred from my original unit to another one. This time, we were recruiting soldiers into Yang County next door, and I was there to pick up the recruits. I thought since I was close to home, I asked the leader for permission, and he agreed to give me a day. So I had to rush back overnight." Only a day? Lu Jinxiu was anxious. Her son had been gone for 10 years, and now he was back for just a day before he had to leave again. Zhou Dezhu took a long drag on his cigarette. "His mother, go kill that chicken and stew it for your son." Lu Jinxiu nodded and suddenly shouted, "Liang Xinyu, go kill a chicken." While the family was gathered in the main room, Liang Xinyu was stunned. She was still kneeling in the yard, mind swirling with questions. What should I do? Am I a widow now? Is her husband still alive? What does this mean? But maybe this was a chance to stop being beaten. Liang Xinyu was troubled about what to do when she suddenly heard Lu Jinxiu call out. Zhou Guoyang looked back at the kneeling figure in the yard. Her name was Liang Xinyu, which was a beautiful name. "Wait a moment." He stood up and walked to stand in front of her. Liang Xinyu also slowly stood up. "Sorry, I didn't know they treated you like this when I was away." Lu Jinxiu came out and heard her son's words. She got angry and reached out to push Liang Xinyu, causing her to stumble. "What are you apologizing for? She's no good. We thought you were gone and wanted to establish a family for you to keep the family line going. That's why she came in. That bad woman is no good. She even cheats on people. She runs out late at night. Now my son is back, and someone like you isn't fit for him. My son is a soldier. Later, I'll deal with you. Go kill the chicken first." At the reservoir, Zhou Guoyang knew everything that had happened. He understood that the family's actions weren't right. Since he wasn't home, he probably couldn't have gotten a proper marriage certificate. In rural areas, as long as elders agreed and a simple ceremony was held, you were considered married, even if it was just a formal acceptance. But that wasn't fair to the girl. Zhou Guoyang turned to Lu Jinxiu and said, "Mother, you shouldn't have arranged a marriage for me. This has ruined her for life. You still hit and scold her, which is wrong. The new society no longer accepts old-fashioned ways." Lu Jinxiu doesn't want to argue with her son now. She is clear in her heart. Her son is still alive and serving in the army, so this woman doesn't deserve to be with her son. When the time comes, she will send her back. "Okay, I won't marry her. Later, I will send her back to the Liang family. We didn't hit or scold her today. You came back just in time. She ran out in the middle of the night to do something bad. Do you think I should punish her? It would disgrace the Zhou family." Zhou Guoyang didn't know why, but the way the girl was staring blankly at the water by the reservoir stayed in his mind. People say that after 3 years in the army, even a pig can compare to a beauty. He has spent 10 years in deep mountains and hasn't seen a woman. But this woman gave him a different feeling. Maybe it was because he thought she was his future wife, so he had a preconceived idea. But Zhou Guoyang saw her wounds by the reservoir and had just seen how her family treated her, making him feel really guilty inside. "Mom, don't talk nonsense. Do you know what she was doing outside? She was overwhelmed after being beaten by you, so she went to drown herself in the reservoir. I happened to come back and saved her. Look, her clothes and hair are still wet. My wet clothes are outside. Oh, and my luggage is outside too." He went out to bring his luggage inside and took out a wet set of clothes, saying, "See? I just changed my clothes. Mom, look at the wound on her arm. Are you sure it wasn't you who hit her? The patch on her head has no hair. You must have pulled it out, right? This isn't right." Lu Jinxiu didn't expect her son to rescue someone who was thinking of ending her life. "If you want to die, don't look for a rope to hang yourself. If you jump into the reservoir and harm my son, I'll skin you alive." Lu Jinxiu never thought what she did was wrong. She glared at Liang Xinyu and said, "Aren't you listening? Hurry up and kill the chicken." Zhang Lianhua was not happy. There were only 2 chickens at home, both hens laying eggs. Because she was pregnant, she sometimes ate an egg. But if she killed them, they would have only one hen left, and there would be no more eggs. She would need to sell the hen to buy salt. They also agreed that these 2 chickens would be for her to eat during confinement after she has her baby. She planned to eat chicken in a few months, but now they were to be killed so her little brother-in-law could have some. Zhang Lianhua hurried by, holding her waist and stomach, and said, "Mother, wasn't I supposed to eat chicken while I'm postpartum?" The child has already agreed to be given to the 3rd brother to establish a household. When that time comes, establish what household? My 3rd son is still alive. If he wants a son, he will have one himself. You just need to raise the one you're given. And why do you want to eat chicken? Why not fly instead? Lu Jinxiu, who always felt the family was enough, looked at each daughter-in-law with displeasure. She wondered who would dare scold her now, saying her 3rd son was like a bandit, a local slang term for robber. Now that the 3rd son has returned and joined the army for the country, it's a proud thing. Zhou Guoliang didn't know how to speak to his mother. He could only look around at the family and say, "It's late now, everyone go to sleep. Whatever needs to be said, we'll discuss tomorrow. I need to go to the commune tomorrow. There's no need to kill a chicken. Maybe I won't be back for dinner. There will be plenty of chances later." It was true. It was more than 11 at night, still far from dawn. The house originally had 4 rooms for sleeping. The old couple had one, and the oldest had another. The youngest of the 3 children of the eldest was only 2 years old and slept with them. The second daughter, Liang Xinyue, was always made to sleep with Liang. Grandson Zhou Tiancheng was a boy and slept in the room where their aunt used to live. Since Liang Xinyue got married, she had been living in Zhou Guoliang's room, which also held Zhou Guoliang's ancestor tablet. Zhou Guoliang was excited to return, but the family's troubles made him feel unhappy. He packed his luggage and went straight to his own room. He casually hung his wet clothes on the clothesline outside, thinking they should dry by tomorrow. Liang Xinyue now knew Zhou Guoliang could protect her, so she hurried to follow him into the house. But once inside, she became hesitant. "Turn on the light," Zhou Guoliang reminded her. "They say turning on the light is a waste of oil," Liang Xinyue said, leaning against the doorway wall. In her memory, Lu didn't just forbid her from turning on the light, she also forbade her from entering the main hall. Liang Xinyue also remembered everything from her past. "My mother said I was a widow and couldn't turn on the light. I was only allowed to wear black or gray clothes and couldn't go into the main hall. So, during the 3 years I lived here, I only ate the leftovers from the stove. Your mother said I couldn't smile, couldn't speak much with the people from the team, especially men. Otherwise, I would be seen as unfaithful to my family." He said, "You will be punished by kneeling all night. My mother said I don't run the household, so for the past few years, I haven't seen any money. Every morning, your mother gives me some grains, and I cook that for us." My mother said. Zhou Guoliang roared softly. "Stop talking. She's not just a daughter-in-law. She's like a servant." Zhou Guoliang's face darkened more and more. He never thought such things would happen in his own home. If his comrades found out, they'd think his family still holds old-fashioned ideas. He sighed. When he looked up, he saw Liang Xinyue seemed frightened by his shout and had lowered her head. He softened his voice. I know you've suffered here." The room had no stool, apart from a simple bed that looked the same as when he left home and a cabinet, nothing else. Zhou Guoliang stepped back and tried to sit on the edge of the bed, only to realize there was a child on it. "That's your older brother's second son, Zhou Ermiai. He's been sleeping here with me since I came to your house." He sat on the bed for a moment, deep in thought. "When they first asked you to come to my house, did they give you a marriage certificate?"
Huh.
Liang Xinyue took a moment to think and seemed to remember there wasn't one. Was she the widow by show? No marriage certificate? Sent to someone's house and ended up getting scolded?
No.
Zhou Guoliang guessed the same. He left his home at 17, already knowing that in the countryside, many brides didn't have marriage certificates. Some were as young as 14 or 15 when they went to live with the other family, mainly to get extra help with work. Only later, when they were older, would they apply for a marriage certificate. Sometimes, by the time they got the certificate, children would run away. But Zhou Guoliang's situation was different. Without a proper marriage certificate, their marriage wasn't officially recognized. He was in the military, and military family relationships had to pass inspections. He also knew that Liang Xinhua had been with them for 3 years. If he said he didn't want her, her life would be ruined. And she had suffered so much in this family over the years. Zhou Guoliang thought for a long time before speaking. Tomorrow, go with me to the village to get a letter of introduction and pick up the marriage certificate. Liang Xinhua was surprised. She didn't expect this young man, who had been educated for 10 years in revolutionary ideas, would be willing to acknowledge this relationship.
Huh? You
still want me? She had been thinking, now that this living person had returned, maybe she could go back to her mother's house? Returning home, she likely won't get beaten or scolded, right? Even if her reputation is damaged later and she cannot marry again, she doesn't care. Anyway, she never thought about marrying in her past life. Men are just men. Can't she just live her life well? Zhou Guoliang said seriously, "You've suffered so much at home for me. I can't just let you keep enduring it. Once we get the marriage certificate, you'll be considered a military family member. In the future, you'll still get some food tickets and benefits. Even if someone from a different era wasn't familiar, everyone knows the government usually gives special treatment to military families. But the details of how they are treated are unclear. However, that's not the main point. The room was dark, so she couldn't see his facial expression. Was he willing to have the certificate with her, or was he just trying to make up for the years of suffering she endured? But anyway, this was a chance to change her current life. Liang Xinhua cautiously asked, "Are you planning to get the certificate and then leave me in this house?" Zhou Guoliang nodded. Liang Xinhua replied softly, "Do you think that one more certificate can change the way I get beaten and scolded here? If so, just tell me you don't want me anymore. Let me go back to the Liang family. Even if I never marry again in my own house, my parents won't keep beating and scolding me for a lifetime. Yes, at worst, people will just gossip about her." With strong mental preparation, why fear idle chatter? Compared to the pain from daily beating and scolding, Liang Xinhua would rather endure the gossip. She knows that as the country changes in the future, her life will get better and better. But staying here, she fears she might not survive until then and could be killed. Zhou Guoliang looked at Liang Xinhua in surprise. He couldn't see her facial expression clearly, but he knew she had lost hope in this home. He frowned. "Just go to sleep first. I'll step out for a while." He opened the door, went outside, and sat on a bench in the yard. Liang Xinhua knew he was thinking about how to arrange her. Forget it. She'll see how things develop. Anyway, she couldn't endure the submission anymore. She found an even more worn-out piece of clothing, changed out of her wet clothes, then got into bed, leaning her head on the pillow and falling asleep. Her biological clock woke her before dawn. The original body should have already gone to make breakfast. Liang Xinhua thought about him still sitting outside and not sleeping. If the old woman finds out her son stayed out all night, she'll start a fight again. Liang Xinhua stepped out of the door, but unexpectedly, Zhou Guoliang, who was sitting outside, also got up and looked at Liang Xinhua. He said, "I've thought about it. I will take you to the military camp. Is it okay to go with the army?" "Go with the army?" Liang Xinhua's eyes lit up. Isn't this like someone offering a pillow when you're about to fall asleep? Joining the army means escaping from the grasp of her family. The military camp has always been the most just and bright place. Living there, there's certainly less pressure. Besides, as a person who has traveled through time, staying here might lead to mistakes eventually. Moving somewhere new is just right. Liang Xinhua's mind was clear. Just as she was about to agree, a faint light appeared through the small window of the main room. It was Lu Jinxiu waking up. In the original memory, Lu Jinxiu rarely got up early. She would usually put the ingredients she needed for cooking the next day into the pot in the kitchen and cover it before going to bed. The next morning, when Liang Xinhua finished preparing the food, she could get something to eat right away and then go to work. Perhaps today was special because her young son had returned alive. Liang Xinhua quickly said, "Would your parents agree to you taking me away?" 10 years of military life had trained Zhou Guoyang into a firm man who stuck to his word. He made this decision after thinking overnight. Although marrying this wife was not completely his choice, the family's issues and how they treated her for 3 years weighed on him. If he didn't take responsibility, this girl might be forced to the edge of despair. I'm not young anymore. It's time to get married. We get the certificate today, then I can take you away, he said. The door to the main room creaked open. Lu Jinxiu came out and saw the two standing at the door. Liang Xinhua, take this rice and eggs to cook. Today we're having plain rice and steamed eggs. No more stealing food, or I'll punish you severely. It seemed that they decided overnight to eat plain rice this morning. In Liang Xinhua's memory, in the past 3 years, the family rarely ate plain rice. Except during the New Year, and the days when they divided grain based on work at the team, they never cooked plain rice. Only they ate it, and Liang Xinhua was not included. Thinking of what Zhou Guoyang had said about taking her to get the official documents later, Liang Xinhua, hopeful, went to fetch the rice and eggs. She then went into the kitchen and skillfully started cooking. With her original memory, this process was much easier for Liang Xinhua. Seeing Liang Xinhua going into the kitchen to cook, Lu Jinxiu spat and said, "Third son, if you look down on this woman, I'll send her back to the Liang family. Don't worry, your father is the team leader and the Liang family wouldn't dare to wrong your sister." Lu Jinxiu thought she could control the Liang family just because the man was the team leader, so she never paid much attention to Liang Xinhua. "Mom, we need to change some old social customs. You can't judge people by old ideas anymore. Xinhua is really good. I wasn't home before, so you probably didn't get her marriage certificate. Today, I will go to the commune and get the certificate. Otherwise, if I come back next time, it might be another year or 2. Zhou Guoyang has only 1 day to finish all his tasks, so he needs to prepare everything now. To get the marriage certificate, he needs a letter of introduction. First, he has to go to the village and get that letter." While planning this, Lu Jinxiu was surprised and asked, "Are you really going to marry her?" "Mom, isn't this already decided by you? She's been coming to our house for 3 years. I can't just leave her like that. I'm in the military, and doing such things could get me into trouble." The word trouble made Lu Jinxiu flinch and mutter, "If I'd known you weren't dead, I wouldn't have come back so thin. Your little bottom looks too small to have babies." Zhou Guoyang. Early in the morning, Lu Jinxiu went to her family's private land to pick some vegetables and brought them back for Xinhua to cook. There were 2 jars of preserved vegetables, a fresh vegetable stir-fry, steamed eggs, and plain rice, an abundant breakfast. While she was cooking, Zhou Guoyang noticed how the family treated her. No one went to the kitchen to fetch firewood. Only Xinhua was busy cooking. She cooked rice, then chopped up some green herbs they collected yesterday, and added some rice sugar to prepare pig feed later. Only their family kept a pig. Other families couldn't even feed themselves properly, so where would they keep pigs? The 3 children, called to eat, were very happy. But when they saw their uncle in a military uniform, they felt a little scared. He was a stranger to them. Zhou Guoyang then remembered that in his bag, there were 2 containers of malted milk, 2 jean of white sugar, and 1 jean of fruit candy. He took them out and handed them to Lu Jinxiu. "Mom, Dad, I didn't buy much for you. These are for you to enjoy." He also looked for the money he brought for the family, 10 large Great Unity bonds, some grain coupons, and meat coupons, and handed them to Lu Jinxiu. Lu Jinxiu quickly took her apron and went into her room, hiding everything in her wardrobe. The 3 children, clever enough to recognize good stuff, followed Lu Jinxiu, eager to ask for candies. Zhang Lianhua was impressed by that big bundle of money. 10 bills. That was the most money she had ever seen. She didn't expect that the 3rd brother still had money while serving in the military. After dinner, Zhou Guoyang decided to go to the village to get an introduction letter. As the team leader, Zhou Dezhu also wanted to show off his son who had returned after 10 years, so he personally took Zhou Guoyang and Liang Xinhua to the village. The village secretary, Liao, was very surprised when he saw Zhou Quanquan. 3rd brother is still alive. It's good he's back. And hearing Zhou Guoyang was in the army, Secretary Liao immediately offered him a cigarette. "Uncle Liao-san, I don't smoke." "Oh, I understand. Those in the army are disciplined. That's good. While talking, Secretary Liao took out the introduction letter for Liang Xinyue, but Zhou Guoliang didn't need it. He had his own credentials. Zhou Dezhu didn't need to go to the commune because, as the team leader, he needed to go back and organize the team's work. Zhou Guoliang only took Liang Xinyue to the commune. From the brigade, there's a main road, and about 1 or 2 miles ahead, there's a fork in the road. When they arrived there, Zhou Guoliang headed down the fork. Just take the main road to the commune. He looked at her and said, "We'll stop by your house first. We don't have much time. I just want to take a quick look. Isn't it better if I let you go without saying anything?" Liang Xinyue. Oh, she forgot that this road led to her own mother's house and was still excited about leaving this place. But she was also touched by Zhou Guoliang's thoughtfulness. Liang's family lives in Xintong village, in the 5th team, a small place called Liangjiwan. Everyone living there has the surname Liang. So, when Zhou Guoliang heard where it was, he could find it easily. Although he had looked at a map before, seeing the old, run-down thatched houses with low eaves, he had to bow to enter. The houses are surrounded by bamboo forests, and unless you walk closer, you wouldn't know there are people living among the bamboo. Liang Xinyue sighed about how different life was in this era. When they reached the gate outside the yard, Liang Xinyue hesitated and called softly, "Sistering." She was worried because the Liang family was the most familiar with her. She was afraid she might reveal her true identity in front of them. She was no longer the original Liang Xinyue. When they arrived, the Liang family members had already gone to work. Only Zhou Guoliang's sister, Zhou Xiaoying, and her 2 children were at home. The younger child was only 4 months old, and the older was walking, about 2 years old. Zhou Xiaoying opened the garden gate, recognized Liang Xinyue, but did not recognize Zhou Guoliang. "Little sister, come in quickly." Zhou Xiaoying was holding her nursing younger child with one arm, smiling as she greeted Liang Xinyue. Zhou Guoliang looked at the smiling woman in front of him. The sister he remembered had become a plump woman. Her eyes reddened slightly as she called out, "Sister, I am Guoliang." Zhou Xiaoying didn't remember having a younger brother anymore. She simply looked at Zhou Guoliang with a smile, but her expression was like looking at a stranger. However, her eyes towards Liang Xinyue were different, full of happiness and joy. She reached out to take Liang Xinyue's hand. Though she had some memory of the past, Liang Xinyue's feelings for her family now were not very strong. They were mostly familiar habits and understanding. But for Zhou Xiaoying, who was somewhat mentally challenged, she still felt that warmth. Liang Xinyue also reached out to hold Zhou Xiaoying's hand. When their hands clasped, Zhou Xiaoying was even happier, walking with a lighter step. "Work day, work." Liang Xinyue followed her lead. "Have they all gone to work?" "Yes, for eating." Zhou Xiaoying pointed to her eldest son, trapped in a woven basket. Liang Xinyue sighed quietly. In this era, there were no children's strollers or high chairs, but people were clever. They used dry straw to pad inside the basket, making a nest for the child to sit in, covered with old clothes. The child was not cold, and even if he wet himself, the urine would soak down through the straw, leaving little behind. The straw was breathable and warm. Furthermore, the Liang family placed a wooden plank across the basket so the child couldn't move, and he had to eat sitting inside it. The eldest nephew, Liang Dahu, recognized his aunt Liang Xinyue, smiled broadly, and the porridge he was about to eat spilled out of his mouth. Zhou Xiaoying quickly caught the mess with her fingers, then put it into her mouth to eat, and even licked her fingers. She looked at her son and smiled. Seeing her mother smile, Liang Dahu also grinned, and the mother and son just happily giggled. Liang Xinyue turned to look at Zhou Guoliang. Zhou Guoliang took a deep breath, steadying his mood. It was clear his sister was very happy here. Liang Xinyue asked, "Should I go call my parents back?" Zhou Guoliang nodded. It was time to meet. Just as Liang Xinyue was about to go call someone, the garden gate suddenly opened. The visitor is Liang Jun, Liang Xinyue's older brother. Second sister, brother. Liang Jun turned his head and saw the person standing there watching his son eat porridge. Just then, Zhou Guoliang turned around. Liang Jun was startled as if he saw a ghost, and he accidentally dropped his hoe on his foot. He winced in pain, hopping on one foot, but his eyes stayed on Zhou Guoliang. "Brother, I am Guoliang." Zhou Guoliang stepped forward to introduce himself. Liang Jun foolishly held his foot and hopped twice more, then looked at his sister with a stutter and said, Second sister, he didn't die. Yes, he didn't die. He came back last night. He joined the army." Liang Jun suddenly straightened up and angrily walked toward Zhou Guoliang. "You didn't come back sooner, so my sister." He knew his sister had suffered wrongs, but he didn't know how to fix it better. Seeing Liang Jun's fierce look, Xiaoying immediately ran over, holding her little son in one arm and Liang Jun with the other. Don't be mad, don't be mad." As she spoke, her eyes turned red, looking like she was about to cry. Liang Jun hesitated for a moment, then gently patted her and lowered his voice to comfort her. "No anger. I was just joking." "Just joking.
No anger."
"Come, I'll hold Xiaohu. You go get a bench so they can sit." Liang Jun held Xiaohu and shot a quick look at Zhou Guoliang. It seemed to say, "If not for your sister stopping me, I'd give you a lesson." Actually, Liang Jun and Zhou Guoliang were classmates. Liang Jun was a year older than Zhou Guoliang but 2 years younger than Xiaoying. Liang Jun only studied to the 2nd grade. He could recognize and write his own and his family's names, but didn't go further. Zhou Guoliang, on the other hand, finished elementary school. During a difficult time, he wanted to continue to middle school but only attended for a month before the teachers disappeared. He dragged through 7th grade for nearly 2 years. Later, the school was completely shut down, and they stopped studying altogether. Zhou Guoliang had read a few more days, but was eager to see the outside world. One day, when he got a chance, he followed the crowd to the county town and never came back. Liang Jun glared at Zhou Guoliang, but Zhou Guoliang was not angry. From Liang Jun's way of soothing Xiaoying just now, he could tell Liang Jun cared for her very much. Although his sister had some issues, Liang Jun really treated her very well. This made Zhou Guoliang feel more guilty about the Zhou family's treatment of Liang Jun. Thinking about Liang Xinyue's life, Zhou Guoliang felt uncomfortable inside. Right now, he wished Liang Jun would really give him a hard time. It might make him feel a bit better. Seeing that it was getting late, Zhou Guoliang sat down and said, "Big brother, I joined the army back then. The troops are not allowed to contact their families, so I had no news until I returned. I just found out that Xinu became my wife. As for my sister, she is being well taken care of by you all. I returned last night, and I will leave again tonight. Before I go, I want to get the marriage certificate. Xinu and I are now officially married. I came today to see the elders. Big brother, could you please call the elders to come back for a moment? I don't have much time and need to rush to the commune afterwards." Liang Jun immediately stood up. "Why didn't you say this earlier? I'll go call my parents." He picked up Little Tiger and rushed out. Zhou Xiaoying called after him twice to call Little Tiger. Liang Xinu called Zhou Xiaoying back. "Ingjia, please watch over Da while he eats." "Oh, eating." Zhou Guoliang saw his sister happily return to sit and feed her eldest son. The 2-year-old, while eating porridge, made a mess everywhere. If the child drops anything, he quickly uses his finger to scoop it up and eats it himself. Soon, Liang Jun returned with Liang's parents. Zhou Guoliang stood up very seriously and saluted respectfully, which left the old couple unsure how to position their hands. Liang Dadi wiped his hand on his waist and said cautiously, sit down, sit down." Zhou Guoliang didn't sit immediately, but helped the elders to sit down, then seriously told them again about his return. "I'm about to go with Xinu to get the marriage certificate. After everything is done, I'll bring Xinu to the army tonight. She's been through a lot at home. We'll be at the army for a year or 2, probably only coming back occasionally. I just wanted to let the elders know." Liang Dadi looked at Xinu and sighed heavily. "As long as you're alive, Xinu can have some hope for the future." Liang's mother wiped her tears. "Our family is just too poor. I feel sorry for Xinu. I've been worried. She wouldn't sleep well at night. Now it's good. Xinu, Guoliang is back. Your life is going to get better. Just hold on and live well." Liang's mother cried. Zhou Xiaoying ran over to wipe her tears and anxiously called out, "Mom." She was worried because she didn't understand why her mother was crying. "It's nothing, Mom. Just take good care of the children and play with them. Be gentle when holding or putting down the kids. Okay, I remember. They are precious. I'll be gentle. While responding, Zhou Xiaoying suddenly turned her head to look at Zhou Guoyang and then pulled him aside. Sit down. Don't hit your sister. Zhou Guoyang choked up, apparently forgetting his sister completely, but remembering that Xianyu was his younger sister. Did his sister also know about Xianyu being beaten? Madame Liang was wiping tears on the side. Liang Jun quietly said, "One time, I took her to your house, and I saw your older brother and your mother hitting Xianyu. She probably thought you were your older brother." Zhou Guoyang and Zhou Guchuan looked somewhat alike, one messy, one neat. Zhou Guoyang pursed his lips and said seriously to his sister, "I won't hit my sister." Xiaoying of Zhou smiled brightly, then sat back down with Xianyu. "We have to leave first. I only have 1 day, no time to buy things for the elders. For these years, we've let Xianyu down. Our family has worried about my sister, and now Xianyu too." As he spoke, he took out neatly folded money from inside his military uniform and handed it to Liang Datian. Even though Xianyu had been with their family for 3 years, he hadn't truly taken on the role of a son-in-law. This was his way of showing respect to the elders. "If next year we can come back, we'll visit you again," he said. Then he reached out and took Xianyu's hand, kneeling with her, bowing 3 times to the elders. Madame Liang hurried to stop him, trying to help him up. Liang Datian also said quickly, "Don't do that. You need money outside. A good time at home, but hard when you're out. A poor family's door, a rich family's road. You should carry the money to use on the road." Liang Datian wanted to return the money to Zhou Guoyang. Zhou Guoyang pulled Xianyu to leave. "Keep the money, old master. I'll still need it on the road. We're in a hurry and have to go now." Xianyu was pulled to the entrance of the yard, and she turned back and called out, "Dad, Mom, I'm leaving now." "Big brother, you must take care of Dad and Mom." Determined to leave, Liang Datwan's money was not returned. But thinking that his daughter would leave with Zhou Guoyang forever and no longer be troubled at the old home, Madame Liang and others felt a bit better. Zhou Guoyang walked very quickly, never letting go of Xianyu. When they reached the fork in the road, Xianyu finally spoke. "You pulled my arm too hard. I can walk by myself." It seemed Zhou Guoyang only then realized he had been pulling her quickly at his own speed. He immediately let go and softly apologized. They paused, looked up at the sky, forcing the warmth in his eyes back, then waved his hand and said, "Xianyu, I can't promise I'll be perfect for you, but I will treat you well."
Truly.
Xianyu was not very emotional right now. All she cared about was leaving Xian Tang village. It was clear that Zhou Guoyang was a bit excited. She didn't quite understand why he was so elated, but she played along and responded, "Yes." Zhou Guoyang let out a heavy sigh. He really hadn't expected to encounter this kind of situation upon returning. It seemed that both the people at home and her impressions of them had changed. "Oh well, let's go. It's getting late." The journey from Xian Tang village to Huishui commune was about 8 miles. They walked quickly and arrived around 10 o'clock. The clerk at the commune, Su Wenshu, was there today, ready to handle such paperwork. The formalities could be taken care of right at his desk. Following his usual habit, Zhou Guoyang knocked gently on the office door and loudly announced, "Report." The man inside, Su Wenshu, was engrossed in copying documents. Startled, he fumbled, producing a long line. He looked up and saw Zhou Guoyang dressed in a military uniform. He suppressed his anger. "Come in." "What's the matter?" Zhou Guoyang strode confidently to Su Wenshu's desk and gave a slight smile as he said, "Hello, leader. We're here to get a marriage certificate." Su Wenshu looked behind him, noticing that Liang Xinhua hadn't come in. He quickly stepped back to the door and asked, "Come in. Why aren't you coming in?" Could Liang Xinhua really say she was frightened? She was walking happily, then suddenly came to attention and reported, immediately bringing out her soldier's posture and a stern look. Liang Xinhua was startled inwardly. She only knew that Zhou Guoyang was in the army. What kind of soldier was he? Are soldiers generally very stern? Could marrying someone in the army mean? They had already reached the office door, and she hesitated sharply. She didn't want to leave the danger zone just to fall into another tiger's den. With her abilities, fooling the villagers might have a chance, but if she went into the military and tried to deceive a soldier, there probably wouldn't be much hope. So, Liang Xinhua hesitated. However, Zhou Guoliang didn't realize that Liang Xinhua had changed. She was thinking more than before.
Come in.
Liang Xinhua looked at Zhou Guoliang and asked, Are you going to the army? You won't bully me, will you? Zhou Guoliang only felt she was scared of being harmed at home and felt a bit of sympathy. His voice softened slightly. There are leaders in the army. No one dares to bully family members. If anyone does, they can report to the leaders. There are rules. That's right, Liang Xinhua thought. Military marriage is protected. It's better than being beaten in the countryside without anyone to help. Thus, Liang Xinhua followed Zhou Guoliang inside. Zhou Guoliang handed over her introduction letter and his certificates to Su Wenshu. Su Wenshu looked back and forth at the two of them. There were no issues with the documents. I followed the proper procedures and asked Liang Xinhua a few questions. Liang Xinhua, right? Yes. Are you doing this voluntarily? In our new society, arranged marriages are not allowed. Yes, I am doing this voluntarily. Su Wenshu found the file folder for Xian Tang village on the shelf, which contained basic information about the villagers. He located the file for the 5th team of Xian Tang village, where Liang Xinhua's household registration was recorded. Further checking the household details confirmed Liang Xinhua's identity. However, when Su Wenshu looked at Zhou Guoliang's household registration page, you said you were in the army, but here, it says you've been missing for 10 years? Su Wenshu's old glasses slipped to the tip of his nose as he looked over. Zhou Guoliang took out his military officer card and other documents, arranging them neatly, and said, Yes. My military service was kept secret then. You can verify this with the county military office. This is my current ID. Also, I returned today specifically to participate in the draft in Daeong County and was granted 1 day off to go home, so I plan to handle the marriage certificate today. Su Wenshu, being diligent, carefully compared the documents and then stood up to say, Please sit down first. I'll make a call to the military office. Military status cannot be faked. If it's genuine, I'll update my records accordingly and also assist with your family's military benefits. Ultimately, they still doubted whether Zhou Guoliang's military identity was real. Zhou Kegliang raised an eyebrow but composed himself, standing aside and waiting while Su Wenshu made the call. Liang Xinhua watched as Su Wenshu took a key from the drawer and opened a small wooden box on the windowsill, which contained an old-fashioned phone. Her eyes widened. It was an antique, a manual rotary phone. As a traveler from the future, was her reward just witnessing such antique items? The call was made, and it was transferred to the county military office. Hello, this is a fellow from the Armed Forces Department. I am Su Wenshu from Huishui Commune. We want to verify information about a person who served in the military 10 years ago. Hello, please go ahead. This person is from the 3rd team of Xian Tang village, Huishui Commune. His name is Zhou Guoliang. Do you have any records on him? He's currently using a military officer ID to get a marriage certificate here, but his household registration shows he's missing. 10 years ago, you joined the army? Wait a moment, I'll check. While checking, Zhou Guoliang said, Su Wenshu, you can directly ask a comrade named Li Wu from the Armed Forces Department. He was the one who signed to let me enlist back then. He should remember. Su Wenshu loudly replied over the phone. Comrade from the Armed Forces Department. Zhou Guoliang says that back then, Comrade Li Wu from your department signed and approved his enlistment. You can ask Li Wu himself. Do you have a comrade named Li Wu? Oh, wait half an hour and call me back. I'll note the name. Zhou Guoliang, right? Hearing they had to wait half an hour, Zhou Guoliang frowned. He only had 1 day, and although his current family situation made him a bit sad, he still wanted more time to be with his loved ones. So, he decisively took the microphone from Su Wenshu's hand. Hello, comrade. I am Zhou Guoliang. I joined the army 10 years ago, with Comrade Li Wu's sign. My enlistment file number is 001. You can ask Comrade Li Wu. I am back for the draft in Daeong County. You can also inquire with the draft office of Daeong County. I only took one day off to visit my parents and get married, so please verify and respond quickly. Thank you. Number 001? Are you sure your enlistment file is 001? Yes, that's what Comrade Li Wu told me back then. Okay, I'll check right away. Give me 2 minutes. The other party decisively hung up. Next to him, Liang Xinhua looked at Zhou Guoliang differently. Having watched many military TV shows and detective dramas, she knew that anyone with a file number like 001 was usually an important person. Wow, I've actually met someone with 001, she thought. Seeing Liang Xinua's strange look, Zhou Guoliang, who had survived gunfire and danger, suddenly felt a bit unsure. Sure enough, less than 2 minutes later, the phone rang. Old Sue was surprised and almost dropped the microphone. From 2 meters away, Liang Xinhua heard the laughter on the other end of the line. Hello, Water Commune Su and Shu? This is Li Wu from the Armed Forces Department. Ha, that Zhou Guoliang is back. Tell him to wait. I'll be there soon. Su Wen-shu, you can help him get a marriage certificate. Before Su Wen-shu could hang up, he heard the other side say, Get the car ready. We're heading to Water Commune right now. Zhou Guoliang frowned slightly. Su Wen-shu confirmed his identity and calmly started helping him with the marriage paperwork. They quickly completed a marriage certificate that looked like a trophy. After sealing with a bright red stamp, they are now legally married. Because Li Wu said he wanted to meet Zhou Guoliang here, Zhou Guoliang found it hard to leave. So he told Su Wen-shu, Let's go to the supply and marketing cooperative first to buy some things. I will come back quickly and wait for Comrade Li Wu. Su Wen-shu felt a little nervous. He didn't really know who Li Wu was and rarely contacted the armed department. But Li Wu was an official from the county, and hearing that Zhou Guoliang had returned, he was coming to see him. That seemed like a big deal.
Su Wen-shu not dead.
Zhou Guoliang then took Liang Xinhua to the supply cooperative next to the commune. Meanwhile, Su Wen-shu sat down for a moment, but quickly got up and went to the second floor. He found Secretary Fu, who was in a meeting, and asked, Secretary Fu, do you know what position Li Wu from the county armed department holds? Secretary Fu took a sip of tea. Li Wu? You don't even know him? He's a hero returned from the front years ago, known as Li Darren. Now he is the head of the armed department. Su Wen-shu paused. He is coming here soon. He quickly explained the situation. Secretary Fu was surprised and set down his teacup. Do you still have good tea? Make sure to greet him well. The meetings here will finish soon, and at noon, have the cafeteria prepare a meat dish. By the way, the cost will be deducted from my salary. Su Wen-shu thought this matter might be even more important. Having a minister of the armed department coming to visit personally was a big deal. He hurried to tidy up his office, and then went to the cafeteria to give instructions. According to the rules, local leaders from the county could be served a meat dish by the cafeteria. Plus, Secretary Fu privately paid for an extra meat dish. The cafeteria decided to prepare a stir-fried pork and a braised pork dish. Meanwhile, Zhou Guoliang and Liang Xinhua arrived at the supply cooperative. This was just a local cooperative with not many items. Everything was displayed on shelves or in cabinets. If you wanted to buy something, you had to ask an attendant to fetch it. Zhou Guoliang looked at Liang Xinhua's straw shoes. Without hesitation, he took her to the shoe section. What size do you wear? He asked. Liang Xinhua hesitated, trying to recall, but couldn't remember.
I
don't know. Zhou Guoliang understood. She had probably never bought shoes before. So he looked at her feet, then said to the clerk, Comrade, please bring the size 37 cloth shoes for the liberation shoes over here. The clerk examined Zhou Guoliang and Liang Xinhua, then took out a pair of yellow rubber shoes from the counter. This is size 37. If you want to try them on, wrap your feet with this paper. She also casually handed over a yellow straw wrapper for the shoes. This made Liang Xinhua wince slightly, curling her toes. Her feet were a bit black, and her long nails hadn't been trimmed. In her memory, her original self had worn cloth shoes at her parents' house. After marrying into the Zhou family, she only had one pair of cloth shoes that lasted 2 years before tearing. In the 3rd year, she only wore straw sandals and she never wore socks. So, her feet had been completely free. No wonder people looked down on her. Also, the saleswoman's glances between Zhou Guoliang and herself, along with her stare at Zhou Guoliang, made Liang Xinhua imagine, does she think Zhou Guoliang, this fool, isn't worth it because I took him? Daydreaming out of boredom was fine, but Liang Xinhua still seriously wrapped her feet with a straw paper and tried it on. Surprisingly, size 37 fit perfectly.
Fits.
Liang Xinhua said as she took off the paper, and Zhou Guoliang patted her back and said, no need to take it off, just wear it. Buy another pair of socks too. Looking at the nylon socks on the other side, honestly, Liang Xinhua, I wasn't interested in those bright red and green socks. They were covered in big, colorful flower patterns, but those were the things her original self had envied most. On the day of her wedding, she walked into Zhou's house barefoot, wearing a pair of cloth shoes. At the door, she met Zhou Ziying, who was wearing a pair of bright red socks and cloth shoes. As a bride, her original self was shy, only lowering her head and walking, while others pointed and whispered. It was that splash of red that remained in Liang Xinhua's memory as a festive color associated with her wedding. When the saleswoman brought out 3 pairs for selection, Liang Xinhua followed an inexplicable instinct and chose a pair of bright red socks. Zhou Guoliang chuckled nearby, saying, good choice, very festive. Look, is there anything else you need to buy? We've bought everything here today, and we can take it with us. The supply and marketing cooperative over at the army is still open, but it's far, and we might be back to the unit in about 10 days. If you need anything, now's the time to buy. Zhou Guoliang thought about their upcoming journey. They might finish their recruitment work in Daeong County in 3 days, then head back to the unit with the new recruits. It'd take about 4 or 5 days, traveling by car and train. Liang Xinhua had something she wanted to buy, a pair of underwear. In her memory, her original self's underwear was homemade with patterned cloth, but over the years, it had become worn out. At Zhou's house, she wasn't allowed new cloth. So, she is now in a period of being temporarily idle, which makes her, as a soul from modern times, feel very uncomfortable. But it seems a bit awkward for her to buy underwear in front of Zhou Guoliang. Liang Xinhua lifts her head and says shyly, can I choose myself? Zhou Guoliang seems to understand something and steps back, saying, I think I dropped a pen in the reservoir the other day. I need to buy a new one. You pick first. I'll go buy a pen. He then takes out a stack of money from his pocket and gives it to Liang Xinhua. Choose what you want. This is for you, with some fabric coupons in the middle. Liang Xinhua is very surprised by Zhou Guoliang's actions. This shows a lot of trust, like the good boyfriend image from her past life. She looks at the money in her hand. The biggest bill is 10 yuan from outside to inside, followed by 5, 2, 1, 50 cents, 20 cents, 10 cents, then the fabric coupons. Thinking about the money he gave to his father earlier today, it's arranged just like this as well. Liang Xinhua suddenly finds it amusing. Seeing her holding money, the saleswoman's face turns even friendlier. Liang Xinhua looks at the underwear she took out. Honestly, it's not the pure cotton, patterned boxer shorts she wanted. They seem washed and stiff. There's also a pair of bikini-style underwear, but the fabric is hard to describe. It gives off static with a slight twist, completely synthetic. But better than nothing. Liang Xinhua thinks and decides to buy 2 pairs of boxer shorts for now. Luckily, she liked sewing cloth in her past life, so she can make her own later. Thinking about making her own clothes, she chooses a small floral cotton fabric. When she asks about the price, she's told it costs over 6 yuan per meter, which was expensive fabric back then. Liang Xinhua picks through the fabric, and among what's sold here, only this one is softest. She calculates in her mind, 1 meter is 3 chi, 2 meters is 6 chi, and at roughly 6 mao per chi, it costs just over 3 yuan, which isn't much. But she notices the saleswoman looks at her again. Liang Xinhua imagines. That look, she's probably thinking I'm wasting money. Thinking she might follow Zhou Guoliang to the army, she also buys a toothbrush, some toothpaste, and a comb. At this moment, Zhou Guoliang comes over smiling and points to a small mirror, asking, do you want to buy this? Liang Xinhua immediately shakes her head. She can't bring herself to say it, but this morning when she washed her face in the basin, Seeing her now emaciated, bony face, she really couldn't stand it and didn't want to look at it. Primarily, I look different from my past self. When I look in the mirror, it reminds me that I am not Liang Xinyue. I think I will need some time to get used to it. I see the things I bought are mostly daily essentials. But I didn't expect that after adding everything up, Zhou Guiliang's money was almost gone, leaving only about 4 yuan. My understanding of the prices in this era isn't quite enough. Compared to my past life, a cup of milk tea is definitely not affordable. Feeling a little helpless, I turn to Zhou Guiliang and apologize. Maybe I shouldn't buy anything. But when I look at what I need to buy, it's all urgent, and there's nothing I can really skip. None of the items seem refundable. The only thing I could maybe avoid is the fabric, but it's already been cut to size, so I wonder if I can return it? After Zhou Guiliang returned, he gave money to his family and to his parents. The change he gave me earlier was all he had left, almost all his money. I quickly spent it all. Zhou Guiliang, smiling, took the money from my hand and paid for the items directly. Take these all. They're useful. Don't worry, you won't go hungry when we get back. It's about time. Li Wu might arrive soon.
Let's go see the commune.
The clerk wrapped all the miscellaneous items in that piece of cloth and tied them up with some thread from the spool above his head, so they could be carried easily. As I turn to leave, Zhou Guiliang remembers something and goes back to weigh 2 kinds of fruit and grains, half a jin each. After weighing, he gives each person 2 candies. Today we are getting married. Let's share some wedding candy. As they exit the supply store, they hear a humming sound. A vintage military truck, similar to the one seen on TV, has stopped at the gates of the commune. 3 men, all dressed in military uniforms, get out. Zhou Guiliang immediately rushes over to greet them. Seeing one man with white hair and missing an arm, he snaps a salute. Comrade Li Wu, I am Zhou Guiliang. Ha ha, so it's you, little comrade. You've grown up. I heard you came back, so I came to see you. But you left without saying a word. That's a bit rude. Zhou Guiliang stands at attention again. Reporting to Comrade Li Wu, I only had 1 day off. I'm conscripted in Daxing County. I thought I might see you, but I didn't. I don't work in the enlistment department anymore. I'm retiring soon. Not bad, kid. Li Wu raised his left hand and pounded Zhou Guiliang's fist. Then he smiled and said, I understand you're busy and have a lot of tasks. I just came to take a look. The young man from back then, who wasn't afraid of danger, is still alive and returned.
He must have achieved something, right?
Zhou Guiliang nodded and replied, yes, twice awarded 2nd-class merit and 4 times 3rd-class merit. I didn't know I'd be called here for conscription before I returned this time, so I didn't bring anything to show you. Next time, I will definitely bring something back. Good boy. I knew you were promising. No need to show me, those are your awards. Back then, you didn't want to lose, you wanted to compete with me. I always believed in you. By the way, you're back for your wedding. Your spouse, right? Zhou Guiliang turned to look at Liang Xinyue, who was standing aside holding things, not daring to come closer. He cheerfully called out, Xinyue, come over. This is Comrade Li Wu. Back then I was chosen by him to join the army. Liang Xinyue still had some hesitation and a stiff smile as she approached. Hello, Vice Commander. Ha, good. This young man is promising. Your eyes are good. I need to correct something. Back then, it wasn't me who picked him for the army. He lost to me and decided to join voluntarily. Li Wu had a strong, heroic appearance with a square face. Seeing that he was missing one hand, Liang Xinyue guessed he was probably a hero figure. Just then, Secretary Fu, having heard the news, brought Su Wenshu out of the commune. Welcome, Comrade Li Wu, to guide us. Thoughtful Liang Xinyue noticed that when they heard Secretary Fu and others coming out, Li Wu looked slightly impatient. But in an instant, he greeted with a smile. Secretary Fu, sorry to trouble you. I just heard this young man came back, so I came to see. Everyone was invited to the conference room on the 2nd floor. Zhou Guiliang took a newly bought box of candies and placed a handful on each table. Please enjoy some candy. Today is the day Xinyue and I register our marriage. I want to share this happy moment with everyone. Liang Xinyue, who had been sitting quietly in a corner, had to stand up and smile sheepishly as he spoke. Amid some blessings and shy glances, she sat down again, secretly watching everyone. Su Wenshu brought a thermos bottle of warm water to make tea, and Liang Xinyue stood up again to help serve tea and pass it around. After everyone was seated again, Li Wu, the highest-ranking official here, spoke. Today, I am very happy. I heard Guoyang came back, so I had to come see for myself. Young man, that's not easy. Not many who take this trip come back alive. You did well. Liang Xinyue could tell that Li Wu's gaze at Zhou Guoyang was complicated, showing a sincere appreciation for how difficult it was, along with some pride. He then turned to Secretary Fu and said, I've come to explain certain matters. I hear you've classified Comrade Zhou Guoyang as a missing person. I am here to confirm that. I arrived quickly, and I will have the proof materials copied and sent to your files later. 10 years ago, Comrade Zhou was recruited into the army through my introduction. It was a special type of soldier that the country needed, and it couldn't be made public. At that time, there were only two possible outcomes. Either he earned meritorious service and returned alive, or he died as a martyr. Fortunately, Comrade Zhou returned with honors. His file and records should be corrected accordingly. If you need any proof, you can get it from the Armed Forces Office. Additionally, over these 10 years, his family should receive the military benefits they deserve. The government should take care of that. If it's something the armed forces need to handle, I will take responsibility for sorting it out and providing compensation. It's only right. He then turned to Zhou Guoyang and said, I will contact the old political commissar about your medals and awards later. Everything that needs to be recorded or added should be done. We must not overlook any soldier's contribution. Zhou Guoyang suddenly stood up and said, Thank you, sir. Li Wu chuckled heartily. Regarding rank, you're now above me. I'm just a few years older. From now on, call me Big Brother Li, and I'll be happy.
Sit down.
Was the military recruitment visit smooth this time? Zhou Guoyang smiled and replied, The preliminary work went smoothly. We might leave in about 3 days. I haven't been home in 10 years, so I took a day off to visit my family. While I was there, I also went to get our marriage certificate since we've been engaged since childhood, so I plan to bring her along with me to serve in the army. Good. The country comes first, then the family. You've done very well. These years must have been tough. This time, we'll take care of the little. As Li Wu hesitated, unable to say his own name, Liang Xinyue stood up and said, Commander, my name is Liang Xinyue. Oh, okay, Xiao Liang. From now on, you'll be husband and wife. When you're in the army, support Guoyang's work well. Guoyang should also take good care of Xiao Liang. As a couple, you must look after each other.
Yes.
This was a piece of advice from an elder. Unable to refuse, they all went together for lunch at the commune's cafeteria with Secretary Fu and Minister Li. Honestly, Su Wenshu was watching nearby and felt that Liang Xinyue really didn't seem like a rural housewife. Although she looked similar to ordinary rural women, thin and pale, with clean clothes, even with patches on her pants and elbows, she was not timid when eating with the commune and county leaders. She ate very quietly, not rushing or behaving like a busy farm woman who quickly finishes meals. During the meal, everyone joked that it was a wedding banquet, and she confidently and gracefully raised her teacup to toast everyone with Zhou Guoyang. After the meal, Su Wenshu went to give Liang Xinyue another letter of introduction. Liang Xinyue needed this letter to leave for the army, whether staying in a hotel or traveling along the way. When Li Wu was leaving, he said he also needed to go to Dayang County to see Zhou Guoyang and others, and he told the accompanying staff to settle the bill for the food they ate at the cafeteria today. We're not here to guide work. We've just been taking advantage of public resources. Absolutely no personal expenses should be paid from public funds. Zhou Guoyang also took Liang Xinyue home, carrying her newly bought things. There wasn't much time. They had to hurry back to Dayang County that night. At home, the family was preparing to leave when Lu Jinxiu saw the bundle of things in her son's hand and immediately reached out to take it, thinking it was a gift for her. Zhou Guoyang handed it to Liang Xinyue and said, Put this in my bag, then pack your clothes. No need to bring much, just some clean clothes for changing. Liang Xinhua nodded and took the items, heading to her room. What are you doing? Giving her the new things? Mom, those are for my allocation. Who they go to is up to us, Zhou Guoyang replied without contradicting his mother. Dad, Mom, we've registered our marriage, and the commune has provided an introduction letter. I'm taking Xinhua and leaving, he said. What? What? The exclamations came from Lu Jinxiu and Zhang Lianhua. That couldn't be. After all, they had someone taking care of them these past 3 years. If Xinhua left, wouldn't they have to do all the household chores themselves? That's not allowed. You're going to join the army, and what's she going to do? Lu Jinxiu quickly said. Mom, I'm already 27 or 28. We're married, so it's only right I take my wife with me. How can I give you grandchildren if we're not together? Zhang Lianhua patted her belly. We already have a son, and it's agreed that he's the one we're having for you both. By the way, third brother, you can't just ignore this. Having children costs money, and someone needs to take care of them. If I weren't planning to have a child to honor the incense tradition, I wouldn't have had this one. Zhou Guoyang frowned, and Lu Jinxiu immediately started scolding. You good for nothing. If you're going to have a son, it's your own decision. Who's going to raise him if not us? If third brother doesn't return, we'll take care of him. Now that third brother is back, why do your children still matter? Zhang Lianhua was not someone to be easily pushed around. Mother, you shouldn't talk like that. Who said I was having a son for the third family? Yes, third brother is back, but I'm also pregnant. What's wrong with that? Now you don't want it anymore? I'll tell you, this isn't like planting a winter melon or pumpkin. You plant it and then pick it if you don't want it. But this baby can't just be taken away. Third brother, you need to think about it. I need eggs, chickens, and other things for the baby to grow properly. The baby needs clothes and food, which costs money. Your older brother and I don't have that much money. In short, they just wanted money. This time, Zhou Guoyang didn't bring much money back. His military allowance was small, and he didn't spend much of it. His food and clothing were provided by the state. He had saved up money over 10 years. But seeing his sister-in-law ask for money with that kind of reason made Zhou Guoyang feel uncomfortable. He turned to his older brother, Zhou Guoquan, who was sitting by the door with his head between his knees, not speaking or showing any opinion. Silence was a form of approval. Zhou Guoyang thought for a moment and said, I really didn't bring much money this time. I'll make it up to my wife next time I come back. How much do you think I should give her? Oh, next time you've been gone 10 years already. Will you come back in another 10 or 20 years? I don't know. Besides, the baby in your wife's belly will grow and be born in time. When that happens, who will I turn to then? Lu Jinxiu glared at her eldest daughter-in-law. Did I give you face and you still act tough? Third brother has a wife now, and they'll have children if they want. If you don't want to have children, I'll get some medicine from Aunt C and give it to you. All you want is money? That's not going to happen. Zhang Lianhua was not like Liang Xinhua. She wasn't afraid of this mother-in-law. Seeing Lu Jinxiu dismissing the matter so quickly and refusing to give money, Zhang Lianhua thought it wouldn't do. Zhou Guoquan, you little coward. Just watch me get bullied by all of you. I'm still carrying your child. If you want me to have the baby, I will. If you decide not to, then fine. Who has a book to sell for that? Is it because your man is useless? Look at third brother. He has money. He has sugar. You stayed at home working for 10 years, and you've achieved nothing. Lousy married you, and it's like bad luck for 8 generations. Tian Cheng, second sister, lead the third sister, and follow me. We can't stay here in the Zhou family anymore, so we're going back to Zhang's. At least someone in Zhang's is still around. Liang Xinhua remained silent all along, knowing that in the end, Zhang Lianhua would only use Zhang's reputation to justify herself. Zhang's isn't from Xintong village, but from Zhang village, which is a big family. It's hard for outsiders to bother the daughters of Zhang family. If anyone bullies a Zhang girl who married out, a group of more than 100 Zhang family members will come immediately, not fighting but making trouble, more than 100 mouths coming to your house and drinking all the water from your well. When Zhou Dezhu heard that Zhang Lianhua wanted to return to Zhang's, he couldn't accept that. He shouted inside the main hall. What are you arguing about? Why all the fuss, every day? Just because you had a child and are fighting so loudly. That's all your little plans. Did you eat the eggs? Anyway, isn't that family's chicken egg the one you ate? Or whose egg was it? Back then, we didn't know old San was still alive. We said if you gave birth to a boy for old San, that was fine. His mother, here's 10 yuan to forget about it. After you give birth, old San will come back next year to take the child. When the kid grows up, he and his wife will call old San and his wife mom and dad. Then you shouldn't regret it. At this moment, Zhou Guoquan, squatting nearby, also spoke. Dad, old San is alive. Why do you want to take the kid away? Don't listen to this silly woman. More children are good. Old San and his wife will raise their own children. Lu Jinxiu snorted. Old San wants to take your child. Your wife is the one who said no. Zhou Guoquan looked sharply at Zhang Lianying and said, if you want to go back to Zhang's, just go. These 3 kids all have the Zhou surname. You can't take any of them. You've been spoiled every day. Do you think Zhang's likes you that much?
Just look at what your brother's doing.
Zhang Lianying opened her mouth, but Zhou Guoquan's words shut her up. Her brother got into trouble, and no one over there knew. She only told Zhou Guoquan. Now, the Zhang family looked down on her brother and even said they might erase her family from their name. Zhang Lianying's plans to make trouble failed, and she was silenced by her husband. She suddenly started crying loudly. Liang Xinyue didn't say a word from beginning to end. She didn't have much to pack, just these patched clothes she could leave in. For Liang Xinyue now, going out was impossible. She was worried because she had no clean clothes to change into. Outside the Zhou family's gate, Liang Jun and Zhou Xiaoying came over, each holding a child. Zhou Xiaoying joyfully entered the yard. Mother, Xiaohu is good. She happily came in just to let her mother see that her little tiger was very well behaved. Liang Jun, who followed inside, was holding the eldest son, Dehu, and also carrying a bag. Seeing Lu Jinxiu standing in the yard, she politely called out, Mom. Even if the daughter was a bit simple-minded, she was still her own child. Lu Jinxiu didn't like Liang Xinyue much, but she still loved her daughter and the 2 grandkids she had given birth to. She reached out and took little Hu from her daughter's arms. Why are you all here? Liang Jun honestly replied, our parents said that Guoliang and Xinyue are leaving, so they should take some peanuts to eat on the road. My mom cooked some wheat and beans and made a few cakes for them to take along. He then handed over the bundle to Zhou Guoliang. Zhou Guoliang knew what was inside. It was probably their family's only food reserve. Just when he was about to refuse, Xinyue Liang, who came out knowing they had arrived, reached out and took the bundle. Thanks, brother. I'll take it. Zhou Guoliang was about to say, we don't need it. There's enough food on the road. Zhou Dezhou spoke up, his mother. Shouldn't you prepare some food for the 3rd son? Zhou Guoliang immediately replied, no need to prepare anything. I am going to Daeong County today. The soldiers there have supplies. Lu Jinxiu looked at the bag Xinyue Liang was holding. If there's food, then no need to carry extra. Xinyue Liang understood this well. Her brother brought the bundle, and if she didn't take it, her family wouldn't let him take it back. She was tired of their selfish behavior after seeing it all day long. He's in the army. If he is food, I don't have any, she thought. Zhou Guoliang stayed silent now. He couldn't take advantage of the troops.
Liang Dagao recognized Xinyue Lia.
When Liang Jun gently put him down, Dehu eagerly waddled over, hugged Liang Xinyue's leg, and looked up at her.
Wow.
Xinyue Liang bent down and picked up the little boy who came to her willingly. She turned and placed the bag inside the house. Then she stepped out, holding a paper package, and crouched at the door calling, Tiancheng, 2nd sister, 3rd sister. Her 3 children immediately understood there was food inside because the candies and pastries from the store were wrapped in these paper packages. They hurried over. The youngest sister was slow, worried she wouldn't catch up, and started crying. Xinyue Liang didn't rush. She waited until the youngest sister arrived before opening the paper bundle and sharing the remaining candies, giving 2 to each child. There were about 10 candies left. Liang Xinyue took one, peeled it, and fed it to Liang Dahu. She then carefully placed the rest into Zhou Xiaoying's hands, saying, "Ing, this is for you to eat. Don't give it to the children. The children are young and might choke." Zhou Xiaoying happily grinned and nodded seriously. "Don't give it to the children. Don't give it to the children." She then carefully tucked the remaining candies into her own pocket. Zhou Guoyang now understood why his sister liked Liang Xingyue so much. Lu Jinxiu glared at Liang Xingyue and said, "You keep buying candies. Do you think Old Third's little money is enough? Old Third, you should also watch your own money." Zhou Guoyang pressed his lips together and answered, "Mom, today the county's military leader came to see us because I got married. I bought 2 pounds of candies to share the joy. The candies in Xinyue's pocket are the ones I put there for her." When Lu Jinxiu heard that county leaders had come, she shrank back her head. But Zhou Dezhua asked, "Did your leaders also know you got married?" "Yes. I need to tidy up my things." Zhou Guoyang didn't really want to say much more to his family. He felt it was hard to communicate with them. Back in the house, he checked his bag. Besides what he bought today for Liang Xinyue, there was also a bag of food Liang Jun had brought earlier. He gently said, "Xinyue, you should bring some of your change of clothes." Liang Xinyue didn't say anything. She only opened her clothes to show him. Zhou Guoyang fell silent. "Okay, tomorrow we'll go to Daeong County Town to buy a new outfit." Zhou Guoyang packed away his belongings, took out the new rubber shoes and socks he bought. "Let's wear these when we walk. We'll be walking dozens of miles, so it's a long way." Liang Xinyue took the shoes and washed her feet with water from a bucket before coming back to put on the new shoes and socks. Zhou Guoyang was still dressed in his military uniform, with his backpack on his back. When he came out, he knelt in front of his parents. Liang Xinyue didn't want to kneel, but Liang Jun pushed her gently. Why doesn't this sister have any sense? Liang Xinyue pressed her lips and finally knelt down. "Dad, Mom, we're leaving now. Please take care of yourselves. Brother, I'll leave our family in your hands. Brother Jun, you must take good care of Dad and Mom, especially my sister. I've made you worry." She bowed 3 times solidly before helping Liang Xinyue up. Lu Jinxiu started crying again. Her son had finally come back and now he was leaving again. Zhou Guoyang and Liang Xinyue reached the door, then stopped and looked serious. "Father, Mother, the military allowances I've received over the past 10 years might soon be taken away by the commune. No matter how much it is, you should give 30% of it to the Liang family. Don't forget, even if I marry Crescent, or just the work she has done in our home all these years, it's yours too. Moreover, when the Liang family is doing well, my sister's life will be better too." Lu Jinxiu's face, still with tears, looked upset. Liang Dahu ran over and hugged Crescent, about to cry. Liang Jun hurriedly reached out and lifted his son. "Don't cry, Auntie and Uncle are leaving soon. Guoliang, I don't care what official position you're in outside, but if you take Crescent with you, you must treat her well. She's a hard-working girl and honest. Please don't bully her. Brother Jun, don't worry, I won't bully her." Everyone saw them off, and just as they reached the reservoir, someone from the other side was calling, "Guoliang, Guoliang." A person riding a 2-wheel cart rushed over. "Are you Guoliang? I'm the commune's messenger. Call me Xiaolu. Secretary Fu asked me to tell you to go to the commune first. The armed forces have a vehicle to pick you up and take you to Daeong County. You won't have to walk so far." "Oh, thank you very much. It's a lot of trouble for you. We'll go to the commune then." Walking along the mountain path to the reservoir, although it's a bit closer, it's several miles, all on foot. When they reached the commune, just 8 miles away, a car came to pick them up, which was much more convenient. Along the way, Liang Jun and Xiaoying held their son and walked with Guoliang and Crescent towards the commune. Seeing no one around, the people sending them off finally turned back. Lu Jinxiu snorted and said, "Still asking for 30%. Guoliang really isn't thoughtful." Turning around, Zhou Dezhou scolded Lu Jinxiu. "You have good intentions. The Liang family knows to give some peanuts and such to the kids. And you? When your son came back, you didn't give him anything, only thinking about money for your son. Tomorrow is Mid-Autumn Festival, and you didn't even prepare any treats for the children." I just didn't have time to prepare. The Liang family has prepared something, and maybe Guoliang has given the Liang family quite a bit of stuff and money too. At the fork of Liangjia Bay, Junge, Jia, we won't go to kowtow to the elders. You can tell them to take care of their health. Next year or the year after, we plan to come back again and visit you. Liang Jun nodded, his eyes a little red, voice choked, unable to speak. Zhou Xiaoying carefully walked over to Crescent. Be good, I'll be good too. He won't hit you. Big brother is the one hitting you. She pointed at Guoliang and said. Liang Xinyu smiled gently and said, Yes, we all need to be good. You take care of the children, listen to what your brother says. Next time you come back, I will buy you some candy. Zhou Xiaoying laughed again and pointed at Zhou Guoliang, saying, He's not the older brother, he's the younger brother. Zhou Guoliang looked happily at his sister. Sis, you recognize me? I am Guoliang. Zhou Xinyu said seriously, Guoliang is the younger brother, not the big brother. The older brother is Guoquan. Liang Jun reached out and patted her. That's right. Then he spoke to Liang Xinyu. After you two left, I kept teaching her that Guoliang is the younger brother, not the older brother who hits people. She remembers that the older brother wants to hit. Liang Xinyu smiled and said, Brother, it's okay. Talk to her often and teach her. She'll remember. Also, you should teach your son to speak more. He's 2 years old now and should be learning to talk more.
Liang Yun smiled slightly.
After they separated hands, Zhou Guoliang said after a while, If I hadn't met your brother, my sister would probably have been scolded wherever she went. Liang Xinyu remembered some things from her memory. My brother said Ing was very clever when she was young. When you boys went out to cut grass, someone once bullied my brother. Ing secretly helped him by cutting more grass to fill a basket after they took some away. In the countryside, children from several villages, roughly the same age, played together. So they were childhood friends too. Zhou Guoliang suddenly smiled and said, I thought about it last night for a long time. I also remembered how you looked when you were little. I was also not very old, caught sparrows with your brother and others behind your mountain. You ran over calling your brother to eat, but you tripped and fell flat on your face, hitting your forehead on a stone, blood all over your face. All your brother was stunned. He ran over, picked you up, and shouted loudly, Mother. Mother! Second sister has fallen. Do you remember that? Liang Xinyu glared at him. You remember that, huh? Zhou Guoliang chuckled happily. Honestly, I only remember how you looked that time. I don't remember much about anything else. You're a girl and much younger than us, not part of our group when we played. Liang Xinyu. The Liang Xinyu that remembers that scene is really gone. The two arrived at the commune. Sure enough, the vehicle that took Li Wu back to the county had left and returned. The driver said, The director said he forgot to tell you, but I can take you there faster. Zhou Guoliang bought a pack of cigarettes from the local supply store and handed it to the driver, saying, Thanks a lot. Otherwise, we'd probably still be walking until it's dark. Getting on the car, Zhou Guoliang sat in the front passenger seat and started chatting with the driver. Liang Xinyu looked at the old, broken farmhouses from this era outside the window. Since they had just harvested corn and rice down the mountain, most of the land was empty, giving a feeling of despair. As she watched, Liang Xinyu leaned against the car door and fell asleep. Finally, she escaped from her troubles, and a faint smile appeared on her face. Zhou Guoliang glanced back several times, noticing her smiling in her sleep, feeling a strange emotion in his heart. Daong County is the largest nearby town, and it was once a battleground fought over by armies. So, it's relatively more prosperous. But even in prosperity, the economy is struggling, and after some upheavals, many businesses are declining. Things seem organized, but life is hard for everyone. The car sent to pick them up brought them directly to the guest house. When they arrived, the sky was still clear. As soon as the car stopped, Zhou Guoliang turned to wake Liang Xinyu, but she seemed to sense that the car had stopped and had already woken up. When Liang Xinyu opened her eyes, she couldn't tell whether she was dreaming before or after crossing over. She hoped each time she woke up that it was just a dream. But when she saw the sign ahead and heard Zhou Guoliang's voice, she became alert. Xinyu, we've arrived. Liang Xinyu opened the car door and got out by herself. She didn't notice the surprised look in Zhou Guoyang's eyes. Based on what he knew, Liang Xingyue should be riding in a car for the first time, yet she knew how to open the car door. He bet he could find 10 rural women who have never sat in a car, and all 10 wouldn't be able to open the door. Zhou Guoyang got out, picked up his bag, and thanked the driver. Then he led Liang Xingyue into the guest house. The guest house had been requisitioned by the military department of Daong County for this recruitment. As they were about to enter, a small squad of soldiers appeared from inside. They were dressed neatly, in orderly lines, walking with synchronized steps. When they saw Zhou Guoyang, they smiled and immediately stood at attention in front of him. "Comrade Regiment Commander, we're about to go to eat. Please give your instructions." "All right, rest. Xiao Wei, stay here. The others, turn left and continue to the dining area." "Yes." With each command in action, they stood at attention facing Zhou Guoyang. But during the rest, each one was secretly observing Liang Xingyue. Liang Xingyue felt a bit awkward and instinctively took a half step back behind Zhou Guoyang, hiding behind him. She could feel that as these soldiers approached, Zhou Guoyang's aura suddenly changed around her. With a straight posture, he takes a step forward. He is a soldier, feeling safer standing behind him. The last person stayed behind while the others continued in a neat line, walking towards another street. Xiao Wei looked to be about 18 or 19 years old. He had a round, doll-like face with a few freckles. He was not very tall, but you could tell he was quick and clever. Xiao Wei approached, saluted again, and said, "Company Commander, you're back. Of course. If I wasn't here, who would you see? By the way, take my bag back to my dorm and tidy up your things. Go over to their side and get a little rest. Use this ID card to register, then remember to bring it back. I'm married now. This is my wife, Liang Xingyue. Call her sister-in-law." Xiao Wei looked surprised, but then quickly stepped forward and saluted Liang Xingyue. "Hello, sister-in-law. I'm Wei Jinbao. Just call me Xiao Wei. I am the company commander's service soldier. If you need anything, you can find me. Stop talking and go put my bag down. Finish registering, and then go eat. Oh, and take 100 yuan from my money in the bag." Zhou Guoyang glared at him. The boy's flattering attitude made him uncomfortable. "Yes. Sister-in-law, I'll go now." Xiao Wei looked very serious and soldier-like when facing Zhou Guoyang. He turned around with a big smile and politely said goodbye to Liang Xingyue, showing good manners. He looked well-behaved. Zhou Guoyang turned to Liang Xingyue and said, "This boy is clever. Don't be fooled by his smile. Not many in our group dare to provoke him. He's good at fighting because his father is a martial arts master." He naturally mentioned this to Liang Xingyue, but was worried she might not understand what a martial arts master was. "He's very good at fighting. So, don't underestimate him," Liang Xingyue responded with an, "Oh," but her eyes looked around. This is the county town. Today, when she went to the commune, there was a sign at the gate saying it was a commune, but she almost thought it was a big household's courtyard. Now, seeing the county town, there are some buildings at least 3 or 4 stories high. The blue bricks look a bit old. The streets are paved with large blue stones. The most used areas are polished smooth, while the less frequented corners are a bit covered with moss. She also saw electric lights. There are street lights here. Though only at the bends, there's a lamp post with a bulb inside. Seeing Liang Xingyue looking at the bulb, Zhou Guoyang also said, "That's called a street lamp. It has wires inside. When night falls, someone turns it on, and it lights up the crossroads. From there, you can see the road on this street." Liang Xingyue knew she was looking at things from this era, but in Zhou Guoyang's eyes, she was still a country girl who had never been out of town. He probably thought she was just like Lu Laolao entering a big garden of wonders. So, Zhou Guoyang merely responded with a soft, He quietly said, "Don't worry. The county town isn't scary. It's just a bit more crowded than the countryside. It's still early. Once Xiao Wei gets the money, I'll take you for a stroll. I have work tomorrow, so you can stay at the guest house or go out on your own." Just then, Xiao Wei quickly appeared, handing Zhou Guoyang an envelope. "Commander, I asked the waiter to change the sheets and blankets." Here is the key and your money. Good. I'll take Xinyue for a walk. You all go have dinner first. Should I bring back 2 plates of food for you? No need. We'll walk around first, then find a place to eat at the state-owned restaurant later. Please notify the 2 squad leaders that at 8 p.m. there will be a small meeting in the little conference room. Got it. Xiaowei smiled and said to Liang Xinyue, Sister-in-law, I'm leaving now. Then he ran off. Zhou Guoliang led Liang Xinyue to the other side. They're going to the Armed Forces cafeteria. The accommodation and meals here are arranged by the Armed Forces Department. Over there is the department store of Daeong County. I'll take you to buy some clothes. We'll have to leave in a few days, and it will be colder there. We need to buy some winter clothing. Liang Xinyue just softly responded with an, and thought for a moment before asking, Where did you join the army? Where are we going? Zhou Guoliang replied, You'll find out when we get there. Don't ask questions you shouldn't.
Huh.
Still keeping it a secret? She just wanted to know which part of Huagua they were in. If he didn't say, she'd drop it. The county town is different from the countryside. After leaving the guest house and moving behind it onto the main street, Liang Xinyue finally felt the difference. The busy crowd here made her really sense the difference between city and village. As she unconsciously moved forward, Zhou Guoliang reached out and pulled her back to walk with him, shielding her. Be careful. It's around rush hour now. Some people are trying to go home and cook dinner. Biking a little fast, so watch out. Actually, not many people ride bikes. Most are rushing on foot. Also, Liang Xinyue found that, regardless of gender, most people wore blue, dark blue, light blue, and navy blue. Women wearing bright colors were rare. The most eye-catching were white or floral patterns on white backgrounds. Zhou Guoliang's all-green military uniform looked a bit out of place, attracting some curious looks. Ahead was a 4-story building with 4 large characters on the roof. Department store. Having seen buildings over 100 floors tall, Liang Xinyue found this small 4-story building amusing and couldn't help but chuckle.
But for this small town, it was the tallest building around.
That's the department store. I haven't been there either. Let's go. Zhou Guoliang walked quickly, seeming always able to find a way through the crowd. Liang Xinyue often missed her step slightly when meeting or brushing past others. Every 10 steps or so, Zhou Guoliang would stop and wait for her to catch up. Later, Zhou Guoliang reached out to hold her hand. Liang Xinyue's face and neck turned red instantly. She hurried to walk a few steps beside Zhou Guoliang. Seeing her little action, Zhou Guoliang smiled gently. I walk pretty fast. When they arrived at the department store, many people were coming and going. It was likely after work hours, as Zhou Guoliang mentioned, so more people were shopping there. They went inside and looked around. Zhou Guoliang took Liang Xinyue directly to the clothing section. Most of the clothes sold there were work uniforms, white shirts, dark blue pants. There were factory-style work jackets, as well as small collared jackets, which looked of better fabric and seemed more expensive. The most expensive piece was probably the big red wool coat hanging in the center. That coat had a slightly fitted small collar and a flared bottom, making it very fashionable for that era. In my previous life, I saw people wear similar coats, but they looked somewhat old-fashioned then. Liang Xinyue stared at the red wool coat for a moment, and Zhou Guoliang asked the salesperson the price. Upon hearing it cost 80 yuan, Liang Xinyue was surprised, realizing how much people in this era spent on clothes. She quickly waved to Zhou Guoliang, signaling him to just buy the white shirt, the light blue jacket, and a pair of pants. Zhou Guoliang didn't speak, but felt a bit regretful for having let Xiaowei take out less money earlier. But still, I first bought 2 sets of new clothes for Liang Xinyue as she wanted, and then took her to buy a pair of black leather shoes and 2 pairs of light-colored socks. That's enough, let's not buy any more. Honestly, after trying so many clothes in modern times, these simple styles here are really hard to look at. They are only for covering shame and keeping warm. Liang Xinyue's contentment made Zhou Guoliang smile and say, I wanted to buy more things for you. When we get there, these might not be available. Then should I buy a set of autumn clothes and underwear? Honestly, the original body doesn't know about these things. Because in this era, nobody in the countryside wears proper autumn clothes or underwear. When it gets really cold, everyone wears all their available clothes. Some wear patched clothes for 5 or 6 years, but no one has padded jackets. These knitted clothes like autumn shirts and underwear are too expensive for countryside folks to buy. Zhou Guoyang looked at Liang Xinyue and said, "No need to buy those. When we get to the military, they'll give us those every year. I don't fear the cold. I hardly received any this year. When you go there, I'll get a small size for you to wear." Liang Xinyue was a bit surprised and looked at Zhou Guoyang. He sure is a practical guy. Zhou Guoyang thought Liang Xinyue might not believe him about getting clothes, so he explained, "Actually, over these years in the military, I hardly spent any money. The country takes care of our food and clothes. I just focus on doing my job and serving the country." Liang Xinyue laughed and said, "That's really great." As they left the department store, Zhou Guoyang carried items in both hands. Just then, the streetlights turned on. The street became less crowded, and Liang Xinyue kept looking around as she walked. Zhou Guoyang thought for a moment and said, "Let's go straight ahead. There's a state-run restaurant. Let's go have some dinner." Liang Xinyue followed him into the restaurant. The state-run restaurant plans their daily menus in advance, and today they were serving braised potatoes and stir-fried green pepper with shredded meat. But when Zhou Guoyang asked, they said all the dishes were sold out. There was only some plain rice and a bit of pickled vegetables. The salty and sour pickled vegetables were free. In the end, they ordered 2 bowls of noodles and some leftover steamed buns from the morning. Liang Xinyue only ate the noodles, while Zhou Guoyang ate a bowl and finished all 4 buns. Liang Xinyue secretly thought, this guy really can eat. Such big buns, she would be full after just one. Zhou Guoyang dipped his buns into the soup, looking satisfied. Seeing Liang Xinyue watching him eat, he chuckled softly and said, "Do you think I eat a lot?" Then she wiped her mouth and said, "We soldiers eat a lot. When we go home and see how things are, just a little will do." After eating, she paid the money and rice coupons. Zhou Guoyang began to introduce some local things while saying, "Tomorrow morning, we need to leave early. I'll ask Xiaowei to stay behind and show you around. Also, you can eat at this restaurant anytime. Just tell them what you want, and they'll bring it out. When you finish, you pay with money or coupons. Later, I'll give you the money and coupons." Liang Xinyue didn't say much, either in or just nodded politely and obediently followed Zhou Guoyang back to the guest house. The guest house was also a 4-story building. Zhou Guoyang's room was on the 3rd floor. When she entered the guest house, Liang Xinyue suddenly realized she had followed Zhou Guoyang along with the troops, freeing herself from danger. But what about later? Will they really become husband and wife? Now it was dark. What should she do tonight? Thinking of all these messy thoughts, Liang Xinyue mechanically followed Zhou Guoyang to his room. The room was simple, with just 2 single beds. There was a small table with 3 drawers by the window and a chair. That was everything inside. Zhou Guoyang put down his things and said, "Xinyue, you rest first." Report. A loud call interrupted Zhou Guoyang's arrangement, snapping Liang Xinyue out of her nervousness. "Come in." The door opened, and a group of soldiers entered. They were the same ones she had met earlier. They cheerfully looked at Zhou Guoyang. A big man with a thick beard laughed and said, "Old Zhou, you're not being honest. You said you were going home to see your parents, but it turns out you're getting married. You didn't tell your brothers anything. Brothers, are you sad?" "Sad," everyone shouted back. "Old Zhou, don't you think you should comfort us, your sad brothers?" Before Zhou Guoyang could speak, he turned and said to the people behind him, "Brothers, how do we comfort these sad brothers?"
At wedding candy. At wedding candy.
Eat wedding candy. Make a fuss at the wedding door. Make a fuss at the wedding door. Make a fuss at the wedding door. The crowd cheered loudly. Then everyone rushed in, surrounding Zhou Guoyang and Liang Xinyue in the middle. They kept moving closer, squeezing them tighter and tighter into the center. Seeing that they were still trying to squeeze closer, Zhou Guoyang had to reach out and hold Liang Xinyue in his arms. Once the others had pushed Liang Xinyue into Zhou Guoyang's embrace, they stopped pressing closer. The bearded man once again jokingly asked, "Should I kiss her?" "Yes, kiss her, kiss her, kiss her." Liang Xinyue felt very shy and blushed deeply, burying her face in Zhou Guoyang's chest. She really didn't expect these people to come so aggressively, and she didn't even recognize them. Yet they were causing trouble at her wedding chamber. Zhou Guoliang looked down at Liang Xinyue, whose ears and face had turned red from embarrassment. He knew she was shy, so he chuckled softly, then raised his hand to calm everyone. Everyone, we are working here now. But now it's after work hours, someone interrupted. Yes, after work hours. Leader, kiss her. Kiss her. Zhou Guoliang chuckled and said, Listen, everyone, I've been outside for so many years, and this is the first time I see my wife. Please don't scare her. He then embraced Liang Xinyue briefly, leaning down to give her a quick kiss on the top of her head. All right, I kissed her. But I didn't buy any candy today. I was in a hurry to get back to the unit. When I go back, I'll buy everyone some candies, okay? Oh, although he only kissed her on the head, the crowd cheered, making Liang Xinyue even more afraid to lift her head. She was a little confused. She didn't expect these soldiers to be so enthusiastic. All right, that's all for today. When I go back, I'll treat everyone to a meal. Tomorrow, the Mid-Autumn Festival, I'll buy candies for everyone. Clear? Zhou Guoliang protected Liang Xinyue and moved to the side, making a promise to everyone. The bearded man smiled and said, That works. Tomorrow, we'll have candies, and we won't go hungry at home. Old Gu, don't forget you owe me a pack of cigarettes. Another person sighed and said, Old Zhou, you made me lose a pack of cigarettes. No, you have to give me at least half a pack. Haraha. Hearing that they stopped staring at him, Liang Xinyue slowly stepped away from Zhou Guoliang's arms and moved to his side, though her back was still turned to the others. Zhou Guoliang looked at their smiling faces and could sense that these people had secretly done something again. Come on, tell me. Who started it? No one answered. Everyone just looked at each other and smiled. Finally, Zhou Guoliang shouted toward the door. Xiao Wei, how much do you owe? Report, half a pack of cigarettes. I'll split it with everyone. Zhou Guoliang turned to look at Xiao Wei, who was standing at the door without crowding in. Xiao Wei happily said, I'm going to eat. They asked me, and I told them you're married. This is my sister-in-law. Captain Guing said, Old Zhou married? He's so stingy, we probably won't even get to eat candy. Captain Xiao responded, No, believe me. I'll make sure old Zhou not only treats us to candy but also takes us out to eat. Captain Gu was doubtful. Old Zhou usually just gives us some candy. Going out to eat? No way. Have you ever eaten a meal he paid for? They bet a pack of cigarettes and I get half. Xiao Wei vividly reported everyone's words, not afraid of Captain Gu or Captain Xiao exchanging knowing glances nearby. Zhou Guoliang looked from Captain Gu to Captain Xiao, then back again. Nice, you guys. I'm so stingy, huh? Just you wait. When I get back, I'll show you how stingy I can be. Ah, don't do that. As soon as he spoke, the others behind started yelling in protest. Someone shouted, Hey, it's getting late. Don't disturb the captain's honeymoon. Let's go quickly. The others hurriedly ran off. Zhou Guoliang called out, Old Gu, Old Xiao, wait for me in the meeting room. The two captains happily linked arms and left laughing. Before Xiao Wei left last, he tossed in a remark, Captain, sister-in-law, take your time. I'll stand at the door. Guarantee no one eavesdrops. Get lost, Zhou Guoliang snapped. Prepare the materials. I'll have a quick meeting with them now. He kicked Xiao Wei playfully in the rear to chase them out. Liang Xinyue felt awkward. The commotion in the bridal chamber not only caught her off guard, but also made her uncomfortable. She didn't even see herself as a bride. After they left, both felt a bit embarrassed. Zhou Guoliang, experienced and calm, cleared his throat and said, Don't let them scare you. They're used to messing around like this. Once you get to the army, you'll get used to it. Liang Xinyue hesitated, unsure what to say. Zhou Guoliang suddenly remembered. Oh right, wait a moment. I'll bring you some water, so you can freshen up. I need to go to a meeting first. He went to grab a bucket and a hot water bottle stored in a drawer, then prepared to fetch water. As he opened the door, he heard Xiao Wei say, Captain, I'll go get it. Zhou Guoliang handed over the bucket and hot water bottle to Xiao Wei. Then she went back and told Liang Xinyue, There is cold water on the 3rd floor, hot water is on the 2nd, near the boiler room. Walk past the door and turn at the corner. That's the toilet. Just a simple pit toilet. Come on, I'll show you. This floor is now mainly occupied by us soldiers, only that one has a women's toilet. Older guest houses like this usually have one toilet per floor. Liang Xinyu followed Zhou Guoliang to check the location of the toilet. Before they got close, she noticed a smell. In these times, it really can't compare to star-rated hotels. Back in the room, Xiaowei was just filling water. The bucket has cold water, the bottle has hot water. Sister-in-law can call me if you need more. My room is right across. Xiaowei put down what he was doing and rushed off to prepare supplies, as the group leader was about to hold a meeting. There is a basin here. You can mix hot and cold water to wash. There's a face cloth here. You can use mine first. After washing, rest first. I'll go to the meeting, and when I come back, I will pour more water. He returned briefly to the door to give additional instructions. Behind this door, there's a switch. Just pull it like this, and the light goes out. Pull again and it turns on. That's the electric light. Liang Xinyu nodded. Zhou Guoliang then went to the meeting. But she looked back at the 2 single beds. Thankfully, there were 2. Even with 2 beds, tonight would be their first time alone together. Liang Xinyu felt a little nervous. She didn't know much about this person. Compared to her, the original self and him were 6 or 7 years apart. When her original self was a child and grew up, he had already been reported missing. And now, it's even more different for Liang Xinyu. While she was alone in the room, her mind started to wander. The main reason she followed him was her basic trust in his current role as a soldier. But even as a soldier, he was still a normal person publicly. He was loyal to the country, but what about his family? Especially since she was the one who had helped him out of that dangerous situation. Liang Xinyu was a bit tired. Since she was rescued from the reservoir yesterday, her nerves had been on edge. She sat on the bed, but didn't dare to sleep. After thinking for a while, she took out a piece of floral cloth from her bag, bought at the commune supply store, and began to cut it based on some memories from her past life. Fortunately, she planned to stay in the guest house for the next few days, so she bought some needles, thread, and scissors during her recent shopping trip. Without TV or mobile phones, it was uncomfortable to just sit here and stare blankly. Liang Xinyu, in her past life, enjoyed making fabric crafts in her free time. She was familiar with sewing and needlework. However, when she started cutting fabric, she realized she didn't have a ruler. She used a piece of thread as a makeshift ruler, measuring herself first, then marking on the cloth. Without the delicate tools from her past life, she realized that in this era, every task must be done carefully by hand. Keeping busy with these small tasks helped calm her mood. Meanwhile, Zhou Guoliang sat in a small meeting room on the 3rd floor with only Battalion Commander Xiao Shun and Battalion Commander Gu Sanding present. They held some documents in their hands. Old Zhou, you got married right after you returned? Did your family push you into it? As close comrades who had fought together through life and death, they naturally knew whether Zhou Guoliang had always been engaged since childhood. But they didn't expect that he would come back just for a day and bring his wife along, saying they had registered their marriage. They had argued about it before, but none of them truly believed it. Zhou Guoliang opened the documents and sighed as he explained his family's situation. So, you're saying if I don't marry her, I might ruin her life. But she's a good girl. I remember her whole family is really kind. I'm not young anymore. She's very good. If I marry her, I promise to treat her well and live a good life. What do you think? Old Xiao and Old Gu were silent. They didn't expect Zhou Guoliang to encounter such a situation just after going home. They each patted Zhou Guoliang on the shoulder. Old Xiao sighed and said, "All right, having someone to look after your well-being is good. Our lives are already lucky to have been saved. Now we have wives and maybe one day children. Isn't life already complete?" They each picked up a cup of tea, clinked their cups together, then began discussing their current tasks. They were sent to recruit soldiers for a special reason, searching for their successor. Just like when Li Wu sent Zhou Guoliang to join the army years ago. Back then, Li Wu was injured, so he transferred to a local job instead. Their work was somewhat special, and each of them had their own skills. On the surface, They seemed to be recruiting many people, but in reality, some of the recruits were handpicked. Today, we conducted a special investigation on those few people. Their backgrounds are fine. If there's any issue, it's only with that one you highlighted who might be a little different. He's left-handed, Gu Yiding reported, summarizing what he found in his investigation. Zhou Guoyang smiled and said, "This is even better. Think about it. When we face an opponent, we don't always think they might be left-handed. The difference between left and right can affect how we defend ourselves. Also, most people who regularly use their right hand find their left hand less flexible or strong. But left-handed people often have a right hand that is just as capable. This can actually become an advantage. Once, during a mission, Zhou Guoyang nearly was caught because the enemy was a left-hander. Gu Sanding and Xiao Shun naturally knew about this, and it made sense. After discussing, they decided to start the operation the day after tomorrow. Gu Sanding was to arrange transportation like trains, since they needed to transfer several times. Xiao Shun would handle recruiting some regular soldiers. Zhou Guoyang was to retest a few of those soldiers and talk with the local armed forces. In 3 days, they were ready to go. After the meeting, it was already midnight. Under the teasing glances of his two friends, Zhou Guoyang returned to his room. He moved carefully to avoid waking Liang Xingyue, but when he entered, he saw that her light was still on. He paused, suddenly remembering something, and after standing for a moment, he turned and pushed open Xiao Wei's door. Xiao Wei was about to lie down when he saw the commander entering. "Commander." Zhou Guoyang put down his things, took off his coat, unbuckled his belt, and then lay down on Xiao Wei's bed. "Go tell your wife that we'll be up all night at the meeting and won't be home to sleep. Tell her to rest early. No other words." "Xiao Wei, isn't this your wedding night? What are you doing coming here and squeezing in with me?"
But
he couldn't fight his superior, and he accepted his fate. He put on his coat and knocked on Liang Xinyue's door. "Who is it?" Liang Xinyue just finished sewing 2 bras and 2 pairs of underwear and realized she was missing elastic. "I'm Xiao Wei. The commander asked me to tell you to rest early because they have a mission tonight and won't be back. I'll come by tomorrow morning to wake you up and take you out to eat." "Oh, okay. Thank you." Xiao Wei outside was taken aback. His wife was still polite and even said thank you. He quickly responded, "No need to thank me. That's my duty. Rest early. I'm right next door, so just call me if you need anything." Little Wei hurried back to his room, seeing that the single bed was occupied by a tall man who was about 1.8 meters. There was no space left for him. On the other bed, the communication soldier from their group was sleeping. Luckily, he was small, so Little Wei wanted to move closer and squeeze in with him. The two of them each had their own head on the pillow, but the smell of the sweaty feet was right beside his head. That was not okay. He considered switching sides, but 2 grown men sharing a single bed and pillow, surely that was not proper. No, it was not right. What's all the fuss? Why are you two squabbling and making noise late at night? Chang Guoyang, the platoon leader, called out from the other bed. Little Wei froze.
whose fault was this?
"My dear leader, you should be sleeping peacefully in your own bed, yet you insist on occupying my bed and acting so fussily." Little Wei snorted and got up, then shortly after returned to the coverlet and laid himself on the ground, rolling himself up inside the blanket, feeling very upset. "Since you're not going to sleep with your wife, why bother with us? Tomorrow, I will definitely tell everyone about how afraid of wives you are." Chang Guoyang was no longer sleeping, and Liang Xinyue let out a long sigh of relief. She still needed to sew the elastic band, so she planned to buy some more supplies tomorrow. Quickly, Liang Xinyue packed up her things and then lay down, falling asleep until dawn. She considered herself to have woken quite early. When she got up, the sky was still not very bright. Without a watch, she guessed it was between 6 and 7 in the morning. But when she opened the door and stepped out, she saw that every door along the corridor was open and all the beds were neatly folded like tofu blocks. Perhaps they heard her opening the door. Little Wei came out from another room and said, "Sis-in-law, the platoon leader and the others went out for morning exercises. I'll fetch water and get you washed up. Later, we'll go have breakfast. I can get the water myself. In her past and present lives, she had never enjoyed someone caring for her, so she felt a bit uncomfortable. Little Wei smiled and said, "Then, sister-in-law, come with me." After she finished washing up, Liang Xinyue and Little Wei went to the state-run restaurant for breakfast. After eating, Liang Xinyue said, "Little Wei, you go ahead with your work. I'll buy some things at the department store and then return to the guest house by myself. You don't need to accompany me, I know the way and won't get lost." Little Wei smiled and replied, "No problem." The platoon leader said, "He's worried you're not familiar with the streets here. I usually just follow the platoon leader around and run errands. Today, he has some business at the Daeong County Armed Forces Unit, and I can't go up there. Since there's nothing urgent, I'll just come along with you." Liang Xinyue was not sensitive, but she could sense that Little Wei was following her closely. Never mind, there was no need to say more. She decided to focus on her own tasks. Liang Xinyue smiled and said, "All right, I'll go to the department store first." She hadn't expected that she'd go from being a rural widow to the wife of an officer, and she was still unsure how to adjust. Never mind, don't think too much, just take it step by step. At the department store, Liang Xinyue went straight to find some elastic bands. She bought a few, then also bought some buttons. Just after paying and turning around, she was bumped into by someone. At first, Liang Xinyue didn't think much about it. Little Wei immediately reached out and grabbed the other person's hand. "Hand it over." Liang Xinyue was startled and seemed to realize something. She reached into her pocket to check her money, which was from last night's money and ration coupons given by Zhou Guoliang. She had just taken it out to buy a few small things and then put it back in her pocket. Unexpectedly, during the bump, the other person had stolen her money from her pocket. The thief was a young man wearing a somewhat faded green military cap and clothes that looked clean and neat, but it was clear he was involved in this kind of work. "My money was stolen." Liang Xinyue was upset. In these recent days, she had learned the economic situation of this era. The few dozen yuan she carried was quite a lot. She blamed herself for being careless. The young man, whose hand was held by Little Wei, stared fiercely at him and said, "Don't think because you're dressed in green that you can bully ordinary people. Help! This soldier is assaulting someone." People nearby gathered around for no clear reason. Liang Xinyue couldn't let Little Wei be falsely accused. She quickly explained to everyone, "This person deliberately bumped into me and stole the money from my pocket." The young man shouted back in anger, "Oh, you're not just trying to hit me, you're also accusing me. I work at the county sugar factory. I have a proper job. Why would I steal your money?" Some people in the crowd also recognized this man from the sugar factory. Although they didn't know his name, he looked familiar, so they suspected him. In this era, having a job was considered a secure and steady source of income. People with jobs valued them highly. Some people said, "Catch the thief and recover the stolen goods." "Miss, tell us, how much money was stolen?" Liang Xinyue honestly didn't know. When Zhou Guoliang handed her the money last night, she didn't count it openly in front of others. Moreover, Zhou Guoliang was very neatly arranged at that time. She knew about the major unity outside. In the morning, it was Xiao Wei who paid for breakfast. Just now, he bought something costing less than 2 yuan, so she only took out a 2 yuan bill to give as change. She still had the 3-5 remaining in her hand, not yet put away. Liang Xinyue's face flushed red. She couldn't say exactly how much money she had. Meanwhile, a middle-aged woman sneered, "Tiesa, it looks like she can't even tell how much money she has on her." Liang Xinyue was very upset. Another woman also spoke, "Not knowing how much money you have isn't easy for others to check. If they think the money belongs to you, that's a problem, since all money looks the same and no one marked it." Exactly. The workers at the sugar factory are generally quite decent. Don't slander others. It's not good for reputation. "Oh, this is a soldier. I think you're just overthinking. Can soldiers be wrongly caught? He's just wearing that uniform. Who knows if he's really a soldier?" Liang Xinyue hurriedly said, "He's really a soldier." Xiao Wei gently pulled Liang Xinyue and lightly smiled. "Everyone, if someone could kindly report this nearby case, the department store next to the police station is just over there." "If I suspect I've caught the wrong person," Let the police handle it, all right? Could we settle this publicly in front of everyone? I'll go, said a young man at the back, running over. The person who was caught looked quite anxious. I didn't steal anything. I really work at the sugar factory. Please let me go. It's almost 9 o'clock and we start our second shift at 10. I need to get to work. Someone from the sugar factory also said, oh, it really is almost 9. I have a shift to another factory with a 10 o'clock start. Xiao Wei smiled. No need to worry. Whether you stole or not, the police will handle it in a couple of minutes. As expected, 2 police officers in white uniforms quickly arrived. Liang Xinyu then realized that in this era, police were called public security officers, and their uniforms were snow white. The officers were young comrades. What's the situation? As soon as the police arrived, the sugar factory worker immediately said, Comrades, I suspect this person is pretending to be a soldier. I work at the sugar factory and here is my work ID. He kept grabbing my arm and said I was a thief. I just accidentally bumped into a woman on the street. We are not related. The police checked the ID, then looked at Xiao Wei. Comrade, do you have any identification? Xiao Wei took out his military ID from inside his clothing. This is my ID. I saw him stealing. People around said he works at the sugar factory, so he couldn't have stolen the money. This is the wife of our group leader. I was with her to buy some things, and he stole her money. The police examined Xiao Wei's ID and immediately saluted him. Xiao Wei nodded back and said, I have proof that he stole the money. Seeing that Xiao Wei was a real soldier, the people around stopped arguing and looked at the person from the sugar factory. His eyes flickered nervously, looking a bit panicked. He really didn't expect a soldier to catch him. When the police heard about the evidence, they looked pleased. Sometimes these cases are just about argument. Without proof, they often end quietly. Xiao Wei smiled and said, Check the money on him. If he stole from us, we have proof. I marked the money. When Liang Xinyu heard this, she was surprised that he had marked the money. The police turned to the person from the sugar factory and said, Take out the money from your pocket. Don't make us search you. The young man hurriedly replied, Comrade, you can't do this. This money is mine. He took out the money. Several stacks was neatly arranged, while others were messy, as if they had been put in at different times. It looked like he had stolen from multiple people. Before the police could speak, Liang Xinyu pointed at the neat stacks of money and said, This is my money. It even has ration coupons inside. We keep it very tidy. This money doesn't have your name on it, and you can't just claim it's yours. If you say it's yours, then it's yours. This money is mine. The young man still argued. Xiao Wei also pointed at the money and told the police. On the big banknotes marked as unity, I drew a small circle with a pen. Look, you'll see. Huh? He really marked the money? At least, the clues were clear. All the banknotes in multiples of 10, with some change and ration coupons or cloth tickets inside. Now it's proven that this money belongs to Liang Xinyu, and the person is a thief. Everyone was surprised. This person worked at the sugar factory such a good job, yet he stole money. Xiao Wei took the money back and gave it to Liang Xinyu. Comrade police, I leave this matter to you. We're leaving now. You can investigate further. These aren't his. How could someone separate their money in such ways? The person was handed over to the police, and the people around dispersed. Liang Xinyu looked at me in surprise and said, Xiao Wei, how do you know there is a mark on this money? I haven't checked, so I don't know how much there is. Xiao Wei chuckled. Before, the team leader wasn't married and didn't like to get involved in these matters. He would just give me the money to manage. I also have my own money. I was worried about mixing things up, so I marked the 10 yuan notes of the team leader with a special symbol. After this small incident, Liang Xinyu didn't feel like going shopping anymore. I think I'll go back to the guest house. Xiao Wei didn't insist and accompanied Liang Xinyu back to the guest house. Liang Xinyu then went to her room, took out the underwear she cut out yesterday, and started sewing it. She was so focused on her work that she didn't realize it was already noon. Xiao Wei came to knock on the door and said, Sister-in-law. Xiao Wei, call me sister. Call me Xinyu sister. She always felt a little strange calling her sister-in-law, so she preferred to be called sister. Xiao Wei chuckled. All right, Xinyu sister. It's lunchtime. Do you want to go out to eat with me? Or I can bring you some food after I buy it? Liang Xinhua asked, Where do you buy food? If you don't want to go out, I can eat at the Armed Forces Department. They keep a record of meals there and I can bring you a portion. Okay, then please bring me some. I don't eat much. Liang Xinhua didn't want to go out today, especially since the sun was quite strong. Unexpectedly, Zhou Guoliang brought her lunch at noon. He entered the room, still sweating heavily, and said, Xiao Wei said you encountered a thief today? Are you hurt? Liang Xinhua quickly hid what she was holding.
No,
He only stole money, no one was hurt. Going out, one should not have harmful intentions but always be cautious. Here's some leftover pork for you, I made it myself. They brought the food back in a metal box. Liang Xinhua didn't know that this was a typical food container of that era. Inside was a dish of leftover pork and a small side dish. Eat first, I'll get you some hot water, Zhou Guoliang said as he placed the meal on the drawer table. Then he grabbed a thermos and went downstairs to fill it with hot water. Liang Xinhua started eating. According to her memories, the past 2 days' meals were things she hadn't eaten in years. Honestly, the taste was quite good. She ate slowly, and Zhou Guoliang poured her a glass of cold water and placed it aside. Then he sat down where Liang Xinhua was sewing the underwear she was working on. Only the buttons are left to sew on. 2 straps, 2 covers. What is this? Zhou Guoliang looked at it with some doubt, wondering how anyone could wear such a small piece of fabric. He raised the handmade bra to look at it, while Liang Xinhua took a sip to relieve her dry throat. Casually turning around, she saw Zhou Guoliang holding up her underwear and looking at it. Liang Xinhua put down her cup, but didn't have time to put down her chopsticks. He suddenly came over, grabbed her underwear, quickly stuffed it into a neatly folded quilt, and then threw himself on top. I really have no shame. Zhou Guoliang was still stunned, and seeing Liang Xinhua lying on the quilt with her face buried in it, he said, What's wrong? You haven't finished eating. Go ahead and eat. A muffled sound came from inside the quilt. I'm not eating anymore. She was so angry. How could he be so careless? He kept going through her cloth, even when she told him not to. After traveling here, she realized that although she was thin, her curves had developed as they should have. But in this era, there was no such thing as bras in the countryside. Some women didn't wear underwear, just wrapped themselves with white cloth strips. Others sewed makeshift vests for men, buttoned under the armpits, but all of them tightened the chest area. The less visible the chest was, the better. It was considered unseemly for women to have prominent, high breasts. If a man looked twice, it could be taken as improper. However, Liang Xinhua wasn't used to that kind of dressing. She felt like she couldn't breathe properly. Thinking that in the army there probably wouldn't be any of these restrictions, she decided to sew 2 bras for herself. Women, after all, like to look pretty. Her body was still too thin and needed more nurturing, but loving beauty was natural, right? Zhou Guoliang didn't understand what's going on with her, but he couldn't ignore that she stayed buried in the quilt, holding her breath. What's wrong? I'm just curious about what you're sewing. Can I look? No, you can't. All right. If you don't want me to look, I won't. Be good and get up to eat. They'll get cold if you wait. He would stop looking. After she finished eating, he promised to take her out. Liang Xinhua slowly lifted her head, her face turning bright red. Zhou Guoliang thought she was upset from being suffocated in the quilt. Where are we going? Liang Xinhua dared not look directly at Zhou Guoliang and simply turned to sit at the dining area. Zhou Guoliang turned back to look at the quilt and smiled. Today isn't Mid-Autumn Festival anymore. I'll take you to buy some cakes. Didn't we say yesterday that we'd buy sweets for the brothers? I want to change it to Mid-Autumn Mooncakes. What do you think? Liang Xinhua looked up in surprise. Is today the Mid-Autumn Festival? It seems that in this lifetime of mine, not only space has shifted, but time has shifted too. Aren't you supposed to be working today? Yesterday, I specifically said I would be very busy today, and last night, I had a meeting the whole evening. I was supposed to be busy, but today, the people I was training all showed up. I tested everyone in the morning. Then, I handed over the research tasks to Uncle Gu, who is very good at this. I promised to buy them some candies, or they might say I'm stingy later. Zhou Guoliang always remembers his promises well. Yesterday, when those two captains came to cause trouble, it was clear that even though Zhou Guoyang is their squad leader, and they should be good friends, their relationship was complicated. Liang Xinyue doesn't really know these people now, but they are comrades. Just buy the candies. But just now, when he interrupted her, the joy of eating was gone. Whether it was Liang Xinyue in her past life or now, she never left food uneaten, but this full box of rice really couldn't be finished. Liang Xinyue said carefully, "I'll eat tonight." "I can't finish it." "It's okay. Just cover it up." Zhou Guoyang stood up, put on his coat, and Liang Xinyue took some money from her pocket and handed it to him. "I only used 1 yuan and 65 cents today. The rest is here." It almost got stolen. Zhou Guoyang smiled and said, "Keep it safe yourself. Be careful on the road. From now on, I'll give you my monthly allowance." Liang Xinyue looked at Zhou Guoyang in shock. "Huh?" Zhou Guoyang spoke seriously. "Xinyue, I know you've suffered a lot in our family. I brought you out because, according to our family's plan, we've been married for 3 years. Even though I'm not there, I've made it up to you for those years of hardship. There's something I need to tell you. Going with me to the army is also tough. Life over there isn't easy, but I promise you'll be well fed. And you won't be beaten or scolded anymore. I will never hit you." Liang Xinyue responded with a slight nod. "From now on, we are married. Although we've been called husband and wife for 3 years, we are just starting to get to know each other. Trust me, I will protect you as much as I can. You don't have to be afraid of me, understand?" Zhou Guoyang felt that Liang Xinyue didn't fully trust him, so he wanted to explain things to her. Liang Xinyue knows well herself that in this life, she wants to live properly, and she can't escape the ties with this man. So, they should get along well and live their lives peacefully. Zhou Guoyang cups his hand, placing the money back into Xinyue's palm. For the first time, Xinyue is touched when a man holds her hand like that. A warm feeling spreads through her hand to her heart. Her face reddens, and her neck turns red too. "From now on, you will be the head of our home. I trust you. You can take care of everything. I give all the money to you, do whatever you want with it." When they arrive at the army unit, life isn't as good as back home. It might even be worse. She needs to be prepared for hardship. Zhou Guoyang keeps holding Xinyue's hand without letting go. He looks down at her, noticing her cheeks and ears are red. "Take your time. This is our first marriage." Xinyue suddenly lifts her head. "How many times do you plan to marry?" Zhou Guoyang is startled, realizing he spoke wrong. "Huh? I didn't mean that. I mean, we're just starting. Take it slow. First, don't be afraid of me, okay?" Xinyue presses her lips without answering. Zhou Guoyang gently squeezes her hand. "Let's go. Let's see what it's like." They come down from the building and meet a few fellow soldiers. Seeing Zhou Guoyang, they all stand straight and salute. "Company commander." After saluting each other, when they see Xinyue, they smile and say, "Are you sister-in-law?" Xinyue feels a bit shy. Honestly, even though she is only 22 like Xinyue, she used to be a college student. Now she's called sister-in-law by these soldiers, some of whom might be a little older than her. She feels a bit uncomfortable. She can only nod vaguely and follows Zhou Guoyang quickly. They walk to a shop next to the department store called Tang Factory Food Store, which sells candies and sweet pastries. Today, the 15th, business is very good. There are long lines outside. Among the queuing people is Little Wei. It seems Wei came early to stand in line. "Company commander, come quickly. I've already queued up." Zhou Guoyang looks at the long line behind him, then steps forward to the shop window to look inside. Someone immediately reminds him, soldiers still need to queue. Zhou Guoyang smiles and says, "I'm not cutting in line. I just have a question." He asks the person inside of the window, "Comrade, if I want to buy 20 of those cakes at once, is that all right?" Seeing the long line, I was worried that if I buy my turn, the others behind wouldn't get anything. Just wait in line. Today, we worked overtime to ensure there is enough supply. Okay, we're in line. I hope this doesn't affect anyone else's chance to buy. Then Zhou Guoyang moved back and said to Xiao Wei, "Remember to buy 20 cakes to take home." The flavor doesn't matter, just don't cheat the people. Yes. Liang Xingyue was surprised and asked, aren't we here to buy things? Let him buy here. If he can't even manage to buy a cake, I'll deal with him. Let's go. I want to show you the park. Zhou Guoliang gently pushed her shoulder, and they started walking. After a few steps, she ran back and took some money out of her bag to pay Xiaowei. Xiaowei, here is the money for you. Xingyue's sister, don't worry, the group leader already gave me money. Zhou Guoliang smiled and said, don't worry, I gave it to him myself. Liang Xingyue rolled her eyes and said, then why did you say we came here to buy cakes? I told him, since we're here, let's go see the park. It's really pretty. We're leaving tomorrow, and it will be a long time before we come back. Liang Xingyue followed him out of the big street, took a turn into a small alley, and finally saw a lake. Seeing how familiar he was with the place, Liang Xingyue asked, you haven't come back in 10 years? You seem very familiar with this place. Zhou Guoliang chuckled. Not only am I familiar, your brother is too. We used to play here when we were kids. One time, we stayed out late. It was already midnight, and the others thought we'd fallen into the water or a pit. When we got back, everyone was looking for us in the manure pits. He then laughed and added, yes, I remember.
You were still little then.
I think your mom was carrying you on her back, crying while looking for your brother. Liang Xingyue didn't know what to say. She had no memory of this event. Maybe as a child, her original self was too young and was sleeping at the time. She probably didn't notice the adult's feelings.
But
was he really so mischievous as a child? Her older brother seemed very steady. How could they be mischievous together? Seeing her disbelief, Zhou Guoliang laughed and said, come on, I'll show you something, and then you'll believe it. He led her along the lakeside toward a small arched bridge. Zhou Guoliang was bending over, searching along the railing by the arched bridge. I can't remember exactly which brick it was, he said, but we carved both mine and your brother's names, along with Zhu Sanwa's, on some of them when we were little. Liang Xingyue also crouched down to look. Sure enough, she found a brick with uneven, faded carvings. Over the years, the words had become blurry. She could still vaguely see Zhou Guoliang's character for country and Liang Jun's character for brother, but the rest of the writing was hard to read. Liang Xingyue was about to say she found it, but then she remembered she couldn't read now and probably never had, since it seemed she hadn't been to school. She swallowed her surprise and hesitated before saying, is this it? Meanwhile, Zhou Guoliang ran over from the other side to check. He laughed happily. Yes, yes. Xingyue, this is your brother's carving. Liang Xingyue smiled. Zhou Guoliang pointed to his own name and carefully used his finger to trace it again. Remember this. This is my name, Zhou Guoliang. When I return to the army, I'll teach you how to read. Okay. Zhou Guoliang was very happy, surprised that he truly found a mark from his childhood here. This was his hometown, his childhood. Do you think your brother and I were especially mischievous when we were young? Coming so far just to play here. I'll tell you, back then we heard the train's noise, clang clang, and wondered, are the wheels really round? If they are, why do they make that sound? At first, we thought maybe the train's wheels weren't round, only square ones turning and falling. The noise made sense then. Someone said you could see the train from Daeong County, so we decided to come and see. Your brother, Zhu Sanwa, and I asked around until we reached the county. By then it was noon, and we were starving. We drank a few sips of water from a small puddle here, but it was stinky and not as good as the water from our village fields. Then we forgot about watching the train. We only wandered around the park, and as the sky darkened, we started heading back. Halfway home, it got dark and we got lost, so we only got back late. That night, the three of us got scolded for being so reckless. Liang Xingyue watched Zhou Guoliang reminiscing, a truly happy smile on his face. Everyone looks back on their silly childhood acts with longing. Liang Xingyue smiled and asked, did you get along well with my brother back then? Zhi Guoliang nodded and said, actually, I moved to our county town when I was 17. I originally planned to go with your brother, but that day it seemed like your grandmother or grandfather were very sick, so he didn't go. I didn't return for 10 years. Liang Xingyue silently sighed in her heart. People's fate is like that. One choice can decide your whole life. If my brother had gone with him back then, he might also be a soldier now. Looking at how things are 10 years later, my brother is at home caring for his simple-minded wife and 2 sons, feeling happy, while Ziguoliang has become a squad leader. His 10 years outside must have been extraordinary. Perhaps his role as a squad leader was earned with blood and life. The amount someone gives often reflects what they gain. The difference between the confident Ziguoliang now and his elder brother is 2 different lives. Ziguoliang sighed. Why didn't I get to know you better back then? I remember your brother often mentioned you were, meaning you. After that time we got into a fight and ran further away, your brother would say he wanted to go back to see you where, or he would get into trouble. Back then, Zhu Sanhua and I also disliked that sister Yue. She often delayed us from playing. Liang Xinyue searched her memory but couldn't find detailed memories related to Ziguoliang, only recalling the disappearance of Ziguoliang himself later. Their family had come looking for them. Later, her elder brother became more serious for many years until a marriage exchange. Liang Xinyue thought for a moment, then organized her words. I don't really remember you from when you were a child, but 10 years ago, you disappeared. I remember my parents came to scold us at our home. They said my brother must have known where you were, that he was probably involved and wouldn't tell us. Ziguoliang was stunned briefly, then his face darkened. He knew his mother's temper. If that was the case, she likely said many harsh words back then. Liang Xinyue continued. At first, my brother said he didn't know. Later, he didn't smile anymore. When he worked with my father, he said if he had gone with you then he would have known where you were. Later, someone mentioned the marriage exchange. My brother. He didn't want me to do it. Everyone thought you were dead, and he didn't want me to be a widow for life. My mother said that sister of yours also needed someone to care for her whole life. Lu Jinxiu scolded Liang Jun because her little friend had gone missing. Liang Jun blamed herself and seemed to accept Lu Jinxiu's scolding. So, Liang's family subconsciously believed that Zhou Guoliang's disappearance was really related to Liang Jun. Then my brother stayed with me, crying all night, and then he got married again. Zhou Guoliang still didn't know about these things behind the scenes. It seems that Liang Jun kept blaming himself for disappearing, so he wanted to help take care of his silly sister. He even sent Xinu home. If their family kept bothering Xinu like that, maybe it was because their mother still thought Liang Jun was the one who hurt her. Zhou Guoliang suddenly felt a strong pain in his heart. He reached out, hugged Liang Xinu tightly, buried his head in her hair and choked out, I'm sorry, I didn't know. Really, Liang Xinu also tried to understand what Zhou Guoliang was sorry for, sighing softly and saying, It's all in the past. The best result is that you're back, and my brother has a home too. She then silently thought, It's just a pity that Liang Xinu didn't wait for you to come back. Zhou Guoliang's heart was torn apart by Liang Xinu's words. He didn't expect that his disappearance would cause Liang Jun to carry so much over the years. Most importantly, he also caused Xinu to suffer. After hearing this, he lost the desire to keep going. The two of them didn't speak much and gloomy. They quietly returned to the guest house. Liang Xinu was sighing over Liang's family, but Zhou Guoliang was deep in self-blame. He could imagine how the family had treated Liang's family over the years. He also understood why their mother disliked Liang Xinu so much. Such a lovely girl, beaten and scolded to be so thin, so timid, and covered in scars. Thinking of this, the scars on Liang Xinu's arms from the moonlit night appeared vividly in his mind. Zhou Guoliang suddenly turned around, grabbed Liang Xinu's arm, and was about to roll up her sleeve. Liang Xinu knew well how bad her arms looked. Although the pain was gone, the bruises and old scars seemed even more noticeable. She quickly withdrew her arm. Zhou Guoliang turned his head, not wanting her to see that his eyes were moist. He hurried into their room, but he didn't expect Xiao Wei and a few others to be there making arrangements, saying they wanted to decorate a new room for them. This was decided after a discussion between Xiao Wei, Captain Xiao, and Captain Gu. They couldn't do much else, but cutting some red paper into big characters that say double happiness was possible. So, he rushed in and saw them putting up lucky character posters on the wall. There were also a few lucky characters on the bed. Commander, are you all back? Xiao Wei was a bit surprised to see Zhou Guoyang. They returned so quickly, and the new house wasn't finished decorating yet. Zhou Guoyang adjusted his breath, knowing everyone did this for him. So, he didn't want to ruin their mood. He stepped back and said, TSK, 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 if you guys are going to do this, just tell me earlier. I could have come back later. At this moment, Liang Xinhua happened to walk over and saw a red double happiness symbol on the door. She also saw the character posters they were sticking on the window. She blushed immediately. Think about it, it's only been a day since their wedding. Seeing the double happiness characters gave her a small feeling of the atmosphere. Indeed, relying on these decorations to create a joyful atmosphere is very important. Liang Xinhua felt a bit shy and stepped back. She suddenly remembered that she had only hidden her bra inside the blanket and left. She felt embarrassed to take it back in front of Zhou Guoyang. She didn't expect them to come in and decorate the room. Now Liang Xinhua was feeling awkward. Captain Xiao and Captain Gu also came out laughing. We were thinking of doing something for you, but we're leaving tomorrow. We just cut out a few lucky characters. You said you wanted to treat us to mooncakes tonight, so we also decorated the bridal chamber for you. Liang Xinhua quietly moved toward the room, her eyes instinctively looking at the bed. Zhou Guoyang saw her movement perfectly and remembered the things she didn't let him see this afternoon. He understood they wanted to go inside to hide something. He chuckled and said, You guys are the same. This room is small, and everyone will be back tonight, so no space to stand. Wei, put the rest of the happy characters in the small meeting room. I'll give you a task, just set it up simply. Goose Sanding brightened up and said, All right, old Joe, this is your way of giving us a chance. Come on, Wei, let me teach you how to decorate. Xiao Shun laughed and said, Our original plan was to do it in the small meeting room, but you're such a cheapskate. We're afraid you wouldn't come, so we decorated here instead. But since you asked, we'll do it. Then, they took the remaining big red lucky characters and a bowl of glue and left. Zhou Guoyang thought for a moment and said, Xinhua, tidy up the inside of the room. Also, give me 10 more yuan. I still need to buy some sugar. That kid only bought 20 pancakes, and it doesn't look good. If we want to celebrate, we should give out some happiness rice candies. Liang Xinhua thought for a moment and offered a little more money, saying, I don't know how much the cigarettes cost. You men probably smoke quite a lot, right? Maybe buy a pack of cigarettes. Zhou Guoyang was stunned for a moment, then laughed and said, You're so thoughtful. I rarely smoke, but these are in line with Zhao's taste. He's really a cigarette king. Okay, I'll buy a pack. Liang Xinhua tried her best to act like a proper lady host. If she was going to do something, she would do it well. Do you want to buy some wine? Zhou Guoyang immediately responded seriously. No, we can't drink alcohol during work hours. Tea will do just fine. Zhou Guoyang went out to buy things. Liang Xinhua quickly closed the door securely, then hurriedly folded up her unfinished lingerie and packed it away. That evening, when they were going out to eat, Liang Xinhua decided not to go, thinking about the leftover food from lunch. She decided to heat it up and eat it. The boiler room downstairs was very hot, so as long as the food was left aside for a while, it should warm up. When Zhou Guoyang heard about Liang Xinhua planning to eat this way, he smiled and said, Wait a moment, I'll heat it for you. He took the leftover food out. Soon after, he brought back a fresh plate of remaining rice and vegetables. This time it wasn't much, and there was half a sweet potato inside. Tonight's meal is sweet potato rice. I made less for you. The pulled pork was underneath now, definitely heated, so eat quickly or the kids will start fussing again when they come back. Liang Xinhua looked at him. And what about the leftovers from noon?
I've eaten them.
It's fine. Just eat. Liang Xinhua gave him a look. This guy, he even ate her leftover food. She could actually eat the sweet potato. She liked most of these farm products. After finishing her meal, Zhou Guoyang handed something to Liang Xinhua. This is a red hair tie. I just asked the service staff at the inn for it, saying it's used to tie up hair. Liang Xinhua looked down and saw it was just thick red yarn. But considering the significance of the red hair tie, Liang Xinhua blushed, yet she thoughtfully accepted it. Then she took out a comb and began to style her hair again. Her hair was quite long in her original form, but a bit yellowed, not shiny and black like before. Probably due to poor nutrition. Liang Xinhua parted her hair into 2 braids based on her memory of her original body, tying each with a butterfly, not using the red hair tie. There was a wound on her forehead, so she cut some bangs to cover it. Then she stood up and looked at Zhou Guoliang. Zhou Guoliang has been standing to the side watching her comb her hair. Maybe it's the first time he's watched a girl do this so carefully. She is so beautiful. Those were the only words that came to his mind. Then suddenly, he ran out again. Before long, he returned carrying a large cloth bundle. Xinhua, try this on. Liang Xinhua stepped forward, opened the cloth bundle, and inside was a big red wool coat. Liang Xinhua froze. It was the same coat she saw at the department store. That coat was an 80 yuan wool coat. So expensive. Yesterday, I saw you liked this coat. We didn't have much money to go out yesterday, so today I asked Xiao Wei to buy this coat back. This is the only one, and I don't know if the size fits. Try it on quickly. Honestly, with the current temperature, she could wear only a thin jacket. But he bought her a wool coat. In her past life, Liang Xinhua had several long and short coats, but in this life, she had never seen such nice clothes. Liang Xinhua was a little afraid she would ruin the coat. She gently touched it with her hand. Unexpectedly, her hand, which had calluses from not working these days, felt rough. Without realizing it, she accidentally caught a loose thread on the coat. She panicked, trying to pull her hand back, but instead, she pulled the thread a little longer. She quickly used her other hand to help remove the thread from the raised skin. But Zhou Guoliang saw this and frowned, turning to look at Liang Xinhua's palm. This was not the hand of a girl in her early 20s. It looked more like the hand of an old farmer. Her palm was covered with calluses, and there were many cracks. The skin that caught the thread was a healing crack, with dead skin peeling off. Even if she had been in the army, climbing and fighting all the time, her palms would be calloused. But her hands were thin and bony, with rough calluses and cracks. Touching her hand felt like touching a rough stone. Zhou Guoliang's heart trembled slightly, and he pressed his lips tightly. Liang Xinhua knew she looked very bad now, skinny and bony, with no good skin at all. Even her face wasn't in good shape. She had bruises and scrapes on her forehead. She awkwardly retracted her hand. Zhou Guoliang said nothing further, simply picked up the coat. Come on, try it. I bought it after all. You can't expect me to wear it, right? Liang Xinhua instinctively clenched her fists to avoid rough contact with the fabric of her clothes. She followed Zhou Guoliang's hand and put on her clothes. To be honest, the clothes looked nice and Liang Xinhua's height suited them well. However, they were a bit too big, making her feel somewhat loose. Zhou Guoliang tidied up her clothes and said with a smile, "It's okay. In winter, adding a few more layers will make it fit better." Liang Xinhua looked at the outfit. Simple, with a red cloth hanging on a bamboo pole, lacking a waistline and curves. She could only awkwardly smile. Still, such good clothes were very valuable gifts in this era. Carefully, Liang Xinhua took off the clothes and folded them, saying, "It's a bit too big. Once I gain some weight, they should fit better." Zhou Guoliang checked the time and said, "I'll go out for a bit and be back soon." Knowing they would leave the next day, Liang Xinhua packed all her things. She didn't have a bag, so she simply put the folded clothes into Zhou Guoliang's bag. While packing, she frowned slightly. Sometimes it felt like the bag couldn't hold everything, even though they hadn't bought much these days. As it was getting dark, Xiao Shun and Gu Sanding went to see the new recruits. This time, over 100 soldiers had been recruited. In this era, many young people couldn't get enough to eat at home and chose to join the army instead. Of course, those who didn't pass the physical exams couldn't be recruited. Only qualified ones were taken. Their task was now almost complete. They only needed to bring the new soldiers back. Zhou Guoliang went out and returned, removing the belt around his waist. He smiled and said, "Let's go. If they want to cause trouble, we'll let them. Don't worry, if they go too far, I'll handle them." Liang Xinhua didn't speak, but felt a bit embarrassed. She followed Zhou Guoliang to the end of the corridor, where a room glowed with a red light. A person not in military uniform came out and said, "Captain Zhou, congratulations. I'll have someone bring hot water soon. Thanks. No need to thank me." The man quickly left, casting a smile at Liang Xingyue before he went. It seemed he gave her a friendly nod. Xiao Wei probably heard their conversation. He stood at the door, saw Zhou Guoliang and Liang Xingyue arriving, and shouted into the room, "Congratulations to the bride and groom." Applause. The people inside immediately started clapping. Zhou Guoliang took Liang Xinyue's hand with a smile and happily stepped inside. Liang Xinyue felt a bit shy and wanted to pull back her hand, but Zhou Guoliang's grip was firm like tiger claws, holding hers so she couldn't pull away. With some teasing from Xiao Yingzhang and others, they stood at the arranged front stage. Liang Xinyue quickly looked around the room. The red lighting was created by wrapping red paper around the incandescent bulbs. On the stage, there was a portrait of a great leader, and below it, a big red double happiness character was pasted. People had also cut out paper decorations from red paper, and somehow they had hung a web-like decoration from the ceiling, resembling a spider web. In front of the stage, there were 2 tables with neatly arranged mooncakes, all wrapped in paper. A red double happiness character was placed on top of each. It looked quite festive and joyful, like a celebration of good news. Zhou Guoliang told Xiao Wei quietly, who then immediately took something from the room. Xiao Wei brought a bag of candies and placed it on the table. Gu Sanding stepped forward and said, "Ladies and gentlemen, today is our leader and his wife's happy day, and it's also the Mid-Autumn Festival. We are holding a small ceremony for the leader. First, please ask the leader and his wife to bow 3 times to the great leader." Zhou Guoliang turned Liang Xingyue around and bowed 3 times toward the portrait on the wall. Then he turned back, never letting go of Liang Xinyue's hand, only switching to hold her other hand. The warmth from his palm made Liang Xinyue feel less nervous gradually. Gu Sanding continued, "Leader, please say a few words." Zhou Guoliang smiled and said, "What's there to say? Do you want me to give you some moral guidance or martial arts advice?" Gu Sanding replied seriously, "You should share some experience with your brothers. Look at us. Besides you, only Xiao Lao is married. You need to teach us. How do you, an old cow, manage to nibble on the tender grass of the sister-in-law? Isn't that right, brothers?" The others clapped and cheered loudly, making noises of agreement. Zhou Guoliang raised his foot and playfully kicked Gu Sanding. "Am I that old?" While saying this, he cast a cautious glance at Liang Xingyue. Gu Sanding didn't mention it. He was 5 years older than Liang Xingyue. Could she also think he was old? Liang Xingyue had no such thoughts. In her previous life, she was so focused on studying that she never had a chance to fall in love. For her, age didn't matter. What mattered was whether the man was talented and had good character. Currently, Zhou Guoliang fully meets the criteria she used to have in her past life for her future partner. He definitely has talent. He was recognized by the country as a squad leader, which shows he is capable. His character doesn't need much talk. Someone chosen by the country has already been vetted for good morals. Although he looks a bit darker from exposure to the sun, he looks quite good, strong eyebrows, sharp eyes, and features that suit a tough, handsome man. He is probably around 1.8 meters tall. Aside from his somewhat old-fashioned clothing, Liang Xingyue couldn't find any faults with him. Knowing how his family treats him, he made a quick decision when he found out he was returning, showing he's a person who makes decisions and takes responsibility. However, since they're just getting to know each other and are not very familiar yet, their relationship seems to have skipped some steps and gone straight to marriage. Liang Xingyue has been analyzing and thinking a lot these days, even though she never used to care much about age differences. There didn't seem to be any strange changes in Liang Xingyue, but it made Zhou Guoliang pay more attention to her. He plans to ask later if she's worried about him aging. Gu Sanding was kicked and ran away, then happily walked over to the other side. If the squad leader doesn't want to talk, let our sister-in-law say a few words. Zhou Guoliang glared at Gu Sanding. Gu Sanding pretended not to see and said, "Sister-in-law, our squad leader hasn't properly introduced you. Why don't you introduce yourself?" Liang Xingyue blushed. Zhou Guoliang immediately stepped forward, blocking her behind him. "Enough, you guys." She hasn't gone out much. She's shy, unlike you wild ones. Let me introduce her. Her name is Liang Xinhua. I was engaged to her since we were young, and this time, when I returned, we officially registered our marriage. Xiao Shun burst out laughing. Applause. Everyone clapped. Xiao Shun said again, "Everyone, they say a newlywed couple shouldn't be disturbed for 3 days. If anyone has tricks for the wedding night, now's the time to show them." The squad leader said we'll be punished with drills once we go back, so why not try your luck now? Just then, Wei came over with a bamboo pole holding an apple on top. The pole was thin. Wei stood on a small stool, and Xiao Shun called out, "This apple represents safety. We're going to give it to sister-in-law. Now, please, sister-in-law, pick it." Liang Xinhua looked up. The apple was so high that it was almost at the roof. Even if she jumped, she couldn't reach it. Gu Sanding stepped closer and said, "Sister-in-law, if you can't reach it, maybe the squad leader can help you." Zhou Guoliang glanced at the apple with a smirk, then jumped with force, almost grabbing it. The only thing missing was Xiao Wei moving it away. "Captain, I'm asking you to help sister-in-law, not to help grab it." "You can just carry sister-in-law to get it." Xiao Shun wiggled his eyebrows and everyone burst into laughter. Zhou Guoliang wasn't worried about their teasing. He turned to Liang Xinhua and said with a smile, "Xinhua, I'll carry you up to get it." He walked in front of Liang Xinhua, squatted down, and quickly grabbed her leg to lift her up. Now Liang Xinhua was taller, but she was a bit scared when she suddenly was lifted, so she reached out and held Zhou Guoliang's head. With his other hand, Zhou Guoliang stretched upward and finally grabbed the apple. Though feeling a little shy, she managed to complete the task smoothly. When Liang Xinhua was put down, Xiao Shun exclaimed, "That's not right. There's still one step left." Gu Sanding widened his eyes and said, "What's missing?" "Just tell them to do it." Xiao Shun cleared his throat and explained, "Watch me. First, sister-in-law jumps and can't reach. Then she says there's a fruit on the tree. My sister wants to eat it. She can't reach. Brother gives her a hug. Only then does the captain hug her."
Ha ha ha.
Everyone burst into laughter. Because Xiao Shun had a full beard but exaggeratedly pretended to be a shy girl, making a coquettish voice, which looked really funny. Even Liang Xinhua couldn't help but giggle loudly. Xiao Wei laughed so hard he fell off his chair. Gu Sanding patted Xiao Shun's shoulder and said, "You didn't say earlier. Now, let sister-in-law do it."
Ha ha ha.
The two clasped shoulders and shared the same thought. Together they shouted, "Do it!
Do it.
Do it!" Liang Xinua's face turned really red. She wouldn't dare call him brother or sister in front of these unfamiliar people. She hurriedly covered her face with both hands. Zhou Guoliang also smiled and said, "No, this is your problem. It's not Xinua's fault. You didn't plan properly before. We already got the fruit, and I already carried her." Xiao Shun jumped in and said, "Captain, don't you want to carry her again?"
Ha ha ha.
The scene was lively and full of laughter. Zhou Guoliang defended Liang Xinhua and said, "That's done, next one." Gu Sanding hurried over and said, Good, next one next. Come on, let's go." First, Zhou Guoliang and Liang Xinhua were brought to the middle of the meeting area, then Gu Sanding personally stood on a chair. He took out a piece of string from his pocket, then took a fruit candy, wrapped a paper around it, and tied it in the middle of the candy. He raised his hand with the string, lowered the candy, and said, Come. Neither of you can use your hands, only your mouths. Share this candy. Both of you must eat the candy to make your life sweet and happy." Xiao Shun burst out laughing. Liang Xinhua and Zhou Guoliang were both stunned. The candy was small, and it was hanging there. If they both tried to eat it at the same time, their faces would definitely touch. Under everyone's teasing, Zhou Guoliang slowly leaned forward. He was worried about bumping into Liang Xinhua. He gently reached out and held Liang Xinua's arm. Slowly, he moved closer to the candy. Liang Xinhua blushed but didn't lean forward, yet the candy started to move toward her. Just as Zhou Guoliang was about to bite the candy, Gu Sanding and Xiao Shun behind him exchanged a quick look. Gu Sanding suddenly raised the candy, and Xiao Shun lightly pushed Zhou Guoliang. Zhou Guoliang suddenly kissed Liang Xingyue. Xiao Wei gently bumped Liang Xingyue from behind. Liang Xingyue immediately fell into Zhou Guoliang's arms. Both of them blushed. Liang Xingyue was too shy to lift her head. Zhou Guoliang hurriedly protected her, looked up, and scolded with a smile. "You all are too much." I was about to eat the candy. Gu Sanding, be careful. Don't think I won't get back at you. Gu Sanding laughed loudly and said, I was wrong. I accidentally flicked it just now. Do you want to try again? Let's do it again. Let's try again. Liang Xingyue was too shy to lift her head. Everyone cheered for another round. Zhou Guoliang gently patted her shoulder. She knew everyone just wanted to have fun. She knew she would follow these people to the army someday, so getting along with them was very important. Blushing, Liang Xingyue looked up. With everyone clapping, they started eating the candy again. When they were about to get close, Zhou Guoliang quickly reached out and grabbed the string holding the candy, not letting Gu Sanding take it away. He swiftly bit into the candy, while Liang Xingyue bit the other half. Then, he forcefully broke the candy apart. Dividing the candy like this naturally brought them close, and their faces touched. Liang Xingyue felt shy and lowered her head again. Zhou Guoliang confidently showed everyone his half of the candy. While Xiao Shun was laughing loudly, he also said, Old Gu, you're still too slow to react. You could have let them eat 3 times before they actually ate you. Zhou Guoliang waved his hand and said, All right, everyone behave a bit more. Let's go, let's go. We're handing out wedding candies now. Eat quickly and go to sleep. We have to get up early tomorrow. The 2 captains also knew they shouldn't cause trouble anymore. They each stepped back. Zhou Guoliang still held Liang Xinyue's hand, then personally handed each participating soldier a mooncake one by one. They divided the gifts, 1 mooncake and a handful of candies for each person. Then Zhou Guoliang took out a pack of cigarettes from his bag. 1 stick per person. Xiao Shun immediately called out, Good things come in 2s, Captain. We each need 2. Zhou Guoliang took out 1 cigarette, cut it in half, and stuffed it into Xiao Shun's mouth. Here, 2 for you. Don't move. I'll have your wife light it for you. You'd better enjoy it. Note: back then, cigarettes didn't have filters. Liang Xinyue also jokingly messed with him, quickly striking a match and bringing it close to his lips. Xiao Shun's mouth held half a cigarette on both corners. He dared not move or speak. What if he accidentally burned his beard? So, he obediently let Liang Xinyue light his cigarette. Xiao Shun was suppressed, and Gu Sanding kindly offered to have just 1 cigarette. Each time Zhou Guoliang passed a cigarette, Liang Xinyue lit one for someone behind him. Zhou Guoliang, with a fake smile on his face, said, Today smoked the cigarettes your wife lit. If anyone disrespects your wife in the future, watch how I deal with them. This immediately set a firm stance. Zhou Guoliang looked around the room, happily saying, Thank you all. We're very happy, but next, you need to decorate this place well. Don't cause trouble for the common people. Then pack your bags and be ready to leave early tomorrow morning. Before you go, tidy up your quarters. Don't embarrass us soldiers. Do you hear me? Yes. Everyone stopped fooling around and answered seriously and promptly. Then Zhou Guoliang left with Liang Xinyue. As they stepped outside, they heard Gu Sanding calling from inside. Xiao Wei, you, and a few others put away those big red double happiness characters. Also, clean up the small courtyard of the colonel's house. Let our unit share in some joy. Ha ha ha, Captain Gu, are we going to have a wedding night again? Yes, we are. You little rascal, are you feeling itchy? After today, when we go back, that Niu Mo Wang will really give you a tough time. Liang Xinyue let out a small laugh and said, Did they call you the Bull Demon King? Zhou Guoliang smiled wryly. Yes, they said I am very fierce. While they talked and laughed, they returned to their room. Once inside, Liang Xinyue felt a bit uncomfortable. Just now, it was a real disturbance. They were officially bothering their bridal chamber, which hadn't happened yesterday. But tonight, Zhou Guoliang picked up a bucket and basin. I'm going to get hot water. Wait a moment, Liang Xinyue softly responded with an aha. After a while, Zhou Guoliang carried half a bucket of hot water and placed a thermos by the door, then came in quietly and said, I'm going to take some water to the bathhouse over by the toilet. You go and wash, I'll stay outside so no one else comes in. Liang Xinhua was thinking about taking a bath. She also had to sit in a car for several days, which wouldn't be comfortable without washing. She took out her new underwear. She could only use her newly made clothes. She found her clothes and went with Zhou Guoyang to the bathhouse. The bathhouse didn't separate men and women, only had a door that looked rather fragile. Zhou Guoyang put down the bucket and pointed to the cold water pipe. You should rinse with cold water first. Inside, it's hot water. If there's not enough water, I'll leave the thermos here. Later, I'll go get you some soap. Liang Xinhua had looked at soap at the department store, but it was a bit expensive. She thought she'd buy some when she got to the army camp. Soon, Zhou Guoyang brought not only soap but also a new towel and toothbrush. You can take your time, I'll wait outside. Call me if you need anything. Honestly, if no one was outside, Liang Xinhua really wouldn't dare to bathe. The bathhouse wasn't big, and the lighting was very dim, just like a kerosene lamp. Liang Xinhua found a few nails behind the door to hang her clothes before starting to wash. As she looked at her body, she let out a resigned sigh. She was extremely thin, with only a bit of flesh on her buttocks, apart from her 2 small bumps. Not only had she been beaten, but even if the beating stopped, working so hard without enough food would probably ruin her body within 2 years. Some parts of her still had bruises and hurt when touched. Her back was also sore in some spots, likely injured when she jumped into the reservoir that day. She truly felt sad for her original self. After finishing her bath, Liang Xinhua put on her clothes and came out. Zhou Guoyang took the bucket and said, "You go back to your room first. I'll get water and wash myself too." Liang Xinhua returned to her room, where 2 big red wedding characters still hung on the wall. She tidied up some clothes for today, but couldn't wash them now. She could only fold and put them away for the moment. She also tidied her bag. While she was organizing, someone knocked on the door. "Captain, I brought your bag to you." Liang Xinhua opened the door, and Xiaowei handed her a bag, saying, "This is your captain's bag. Sister Xinhua, if you want to pack anything, you can start now. There are some of the captain's clothes inside. Do you need help?" Liang Xinhua looked inside. They were just some clothes. She smiled and said, "No need for clothes. I don't know about the others." Xiaowei smiled and said, "All right, I'll take care of the captain's briefcase. You just pack the clothes." Liang Xinhua nodded. Soon after, Zhou Guoyang also finished to shower and returned. Seeing that Liang Xinhua had just finished packing, "Did Xiaowei bring my clothes?" "Yes, on top of this bag. Do you want to change your outfit?" Zhou Guoyang took out a white shirt from the middle and also picked out a jacket, saying, "Since we're leaving tomorrow, better change into something else. I'll wash this one when I get home." Liang Xinhua responded with a soft and helped him fold the clothes. Zhou Guoyang naturally went to close and locked the door. Liang Xinhua paused with her hands on the clothes, feeling a little nervous inside. Zhou Guoyang came back and searched in a drawer for a while. Then he sat at the edge of the bed behind Liang Xinhua. "Xinhua." Liang Xinhua didn't dare turn around. Her reply was a trembling turnaround. "Don't rush folding clothes. I'll help you dress." Nervously, Liang Xinhua slowly turned around. Seeing her, Zhou Guoyang chuckled. "Do you really think I'm the Bull Demon King? I wouldn't be mean to you. Come here, I'll wipe your hands." Liang Xinhua finally noticed that Zhou Guoyang had a box of something called clam balm. It looks like a shell similar to a clam shell, with a lubricating oil inside. It's used in winter for frostbite or chapped skin. Zhou Guoyang reached out, took Liang Xinua's hand and opened the clam balm, gently applying it. "Sorry, Xinhua, we've been neglecting you." The clam balm was slightly cool, but Liang Xinhua felt warmed inside. "No, it's okay. You didn't do anything wrong. I was used to working hard back in the countryside." Zhou Guoyang's expression darkened slightly, noticing her small hands, big man's hands, with tough calluses. "I'll do it myself," Liang Xinhua said, still feeling a bit uncomfortable. Zhou Guoyang did not speak. He only gently helped her wipe her hand, wiping from her left to her right hand. Then he took the clam oil and handed it to Liang Xinhua, saying, "Remember to apply this every day. Taking care of your hands will make the pain less." Liang Xinhue softly responded with an Zhou Guoliang noticed that Liang Xinhue was still very nervous, so he stood up with a light smile and said, "Don't be afraid, I am actually not scary. You can sleep first. You sleep on the inside bed, and I'll sleep on the outside one. I need to check if those people have finished their preparations." Liang Xinhue responded again, but this time her voice was steady, not trembling. Hearing this, Zhou Guoliang felt relieved, glad he wasn't going to surprise her in an awkward way. He packed his clothes neatly and tidied up what he'd need for tomorrow before stepping out to check on the surroundings. When he returned, Liang Xinhue was already tucked into her bed. Zhou Guoliang smiled slightly and said, "Sleep peacefully. I'll wake you up early tomorrow." Then he turned off the light and removed his clothes. They each lay on their own beds, but both could sense the other hadn't fallen asleep yet, and neither spoke. After a long while, Zhou Guoliang finally said, "Tomorrow, we'll take the car first, then catch a train in the city. I'll be leading the troops, so I'll ask Xiao Wei to take care of you. I might not be with you much during the trip, but Xiao Wei will look after you. If you need anything, just tell Xiao Wei." He was the team leader, and guiding new soldiers was part of his job, which Liang Xinhue understood. Their bags were small, just a big bag and a mesh sack with toiletries inside. After a while, Zhou Guoliang spoke again. "Xinhue, in the future, when we live together, you'll be in charge of the house. Do whatever you want. Sometimes I might be busy and can't pay attention to you, but don't be mad, okay?" Liang Xinhue was quite hopeful about the future, wondering if it would be the same as the life she saw on TV or in the military camp. She didn't know whether they were heading south or north, and her mind drifted with her thoughts until she fell asleep. Zhou Guoliang listened to her steady breathing and slightly smiled, thinking to himself, "She's asleep now." Liang Xinhue suddenly felt like she was sleeping peacefully, but then thought she might still be dreaming when she heard someone calling her. "Xinhue, Xinhue, wake up. It's time to leave." In her sleep, she hadn't realized she was no longer in the school dormitory, thinking it was her roommate calling her. She stretched out an arm and waved. "Don't bother me. I want to sleep a little longer." That scarred arm and the familiar strap made Zhou Guoliang feel a pang in his heart. He softly called out again. "Xinhue, the troops are leaving soon. It's time to get up." This time, Zhou Guoliang gently covered her arm, which she had moved out from under the blanket. He swore he didn't mean to peek at how her clothes looked, because he had touched Liang Xinhue's skin, and hearing the words, "troops," she immediately remembered she was no longer in the dorm at Agricultural University. She was suddenly alarmed and sat up quickly. She had forgotten how uncomfortable she felt sleeping in those clothes last night, so quietly she took them off in the warmth of her bed. Now she only wore her underwear. As she sat up, she felt a chill, and someone was standing by her side. It suddenly dawned on her that she was sharing a room with a man. She quickly lay back down, pulling the blanket over her head. Zhou Guoliang finally saw how to wear the two-strapped uniform. He looked up at the ceiling, almost losing control. Then he glanced at the girl wrapped in the blanket, still smiling slightly, and said, "Get up now, it's time to leave. I need to go organize the troops first. I'll bring you some hot water. Wash up and put your toiletries in the net bag." A muffled voice came from inside the blanket. Zhou Guoliang's footsteps left the door, and Liang Xinhue started to move. She quickly put on her clothes and pants inside the bed, then packed her and the bedding. The blanket she used was from the guest house, but she had brought her own blankets. Everything was now packed. When Zhou Guoliang carried the water over, Xiao Wei also came along. "Xinhue's sister, don't worry. Just follow me later. The captain needs to organize the troops first." Zhou Guoliang hoisted the packed blankets onto his back, then took the briefcase Xiao Wei handed him. After a quick instruction from Xiao Wei, Zhou Guoliang left. Liang Xinhue finished washing and dressing, packed her bag along with theirs, and carried the net bag. But as soon as she stepped out the door, Xiao Wei took the bag from her. "Sister, you can give me the backpack." "No, I can carry it." She followed Xiao Wei downstairs, bumped into a staff member on the stairs, exchanged greetings, and then went to check out. It was still dark outside the guest house. "Let's go, sister. We'll go straight to the military supplies department, have breakfast there, and then leave." This morning on the street, it was very dark. There were only a few streetlights, so the light was very limited. If it weren't for Xiao Wei, I wouldn't dare walk alone. Is this still a city? A county town is so dark at night. Thinking of my past life in a county town, the streets were always brightly lit, with some shops open late. Following Xiao Wei to the military office, I started feeling more lively. Before we reached it, I heard a loud voice inside. That was Zhou Guoyang. All members are to follow the example of this comrade. Inside the military office, the lights were bright. There were soldiers in uniform and people in casual clothes, making it seem like there were hundreds of people. Xiao Wei took Liang Xingyue directly to the side, heading toward the canteen. When they reached the slope outside the canteen, Liang Xingyue looked back and just saw Zhou Guoyang standing in the middle, with old Xiao and old Gu on his sides. The three looked serious and focused on organizing the team, which looked very impressive. Liang Xingyue suddenly felt like she was being watched. To her surprise, she caught Zhou Guoyang's gaze. Although the lighting wasn't great, Liang Xingyue felt that he nodded at her. Xiao Wei didn't see this and kept urging, "Xingyue, I told you to let me carry that bag, but you didn't believe me.
It's a bit heavy."
When we came, the squad leader's bag was also carried by me. As he spoke, Xiao Wei led Liang Xingyue into the canteen. The workers in front were carefully stacking steamed buns into large baskets. Near one window, there was a big steaming bucket, steamy and hot. Next to it, several bowls were neatly arranged. Xiao Wei smoothly walked to a nearby table, placing her backpack against the wall. "Xingyue, you should put yours here too. Sit down and I'll get your food." Xiao Wei went to the window to report, "This is the squad leader's wife. She's going with the troops this time, so she's here for breakfast. Here's her breakfast money and ration coupons." As he spoke, Xiao Wei counted the money and coupons to pay, but one of the workers hurriedly stopped him. "She's a military family member. We're treating her just like everyone else. Eat up, no need to pay. We cooked extra today." Xiao Wei nodded happily, took 2 buns for Liang Xingyue and brought over a bowl of porridge. "Here, sister, eat first. If you wait too long, those little guys might come in and grab everything." Liang Xingyue smiled and said, "You should eat too. I'll go get my food now." When Xiao Wei went to hand over the items, the master inside said, "Young comrade, there is a bowl of pickled vegetables here. You can use it for cooking. Please take it out." Xiao Wei eats quickly. He finished 4 steamed buns in one go. "Big sister, you should eat more. If we switch trains later in the city, we might not eat until around 3 p.m. Liang Xingyue had only eaten 1 bun and already felt full. "I can't eat any more." In the past few days, her diet has been the best and most filling she's had in a long time. She has been hungry for years. Even when she has food, she can't eat much. It feels like her stomach has shrunk from hunger. Xiao Wei thought for a moment, took a lunchbox from his bag, and packed 2 buns inside. He also added some pickled vegetables. "Here, I'll pack some for you. You can eat it on the train later," Liang Xingyue asked carefully. "Is that okay?" Just as Xiao Wei was about to reply, they heard the orderly footsteps at the door. 1 table per squad, 1 person per bowl of porridge, 3 buns. No taking more than your share. Then, one by one, they went over to get porridge. Everyone was holding a bun in their mouth, with 2 buns in one hand and a bowl of porridge in the other. They then sat down at their squad's table to eat. There was someone already at the table with Liang Xinyue's group. Although they hadn't sat there, Zhou Guoyang and others who came in later carried bowls of porridge over to that table. Xiao Shun saw the pickled vegetables on the table and brightened. Xiao Wei still manages. He even brought pickled vegetables from the kitchen. Zhou Guoyang sat next to Liang Xinyue and asked, "Are you full?" "Yes, I am." Then Liang Xinyue saw a new way of eating. The buns were quite big, larger than her fist. Unexpectedly, Zhou Guoyang and Gu Sanding held them lightly and pressed them to flatten them. Then they each took a big bite. Just 1 bite. They finished each bun in a single mouthful. It seemed they didn't chew much before swallowing, then picked up their bowls. The hot porridge along the rim of the bowl was soaked up with a little sip, reducing it by half. Xiao Shun quickly reached for the pickled vegetables bowl, grabbed a handful for Gu Sanding, then 1 for himself, and finally poured the rest into Zhou Guoyang's bowl. Their movements were swift and smooth, all done with their hands instead of chopsticks. Then, the three of them kept moving, drinking the porridge in a quick, synchronized manner until the bowls were empty. Liang Xinyu watched, stunned. She put down her bowl, and Xiao Shun and Gu Sanding stood up and headed toward the new soldiers eating nearby. Hurry up, actions. We need to show our confidence when eating. Today I will give you the first lesson. If the enemy attacks, how to quickly finish your food. Only when you're full will you have the strength to fight. Understand? Zhou Guoyang quietly said, Xiao Wei, take your sister-in-law to seat number 1.
Yes.
Liang Xinyu followed Xiao Wei, grabbed her luggage, and left the canteen. Zhou Guoyang went to say goodbye to the comrades from the armed forces. Seat number 1 was an old military jeep, similar to the one Li Wu drove them here on that day. Xiao Wei parked the vehicle at the back and sat in the rear seat with Liang Xinyu. Soon, a soldier responsible for communication, Zhou Guoyang, and another young soldier also got into the car. Let's go. As they started, it was just dawn. After leaving the armed forces, Liang Xinyu noticed many people outside, families seeing off their loved ones going to the army. Besides the one jeep, the vehicles behind looked like big trucks. The new soldiers were arranged to sit in 5 rows inside the trucks, each overseen by someone who told them not to stand up. While the jeep was driving, Zhou Guoyang had the communication soldier send 2 telegrams. From Daeon County to the city train station, it took nearly 2 hours by car. Back then, the roads were not paved with cement. They were full of holes and bumps. The car shook a lot. Liang Xinyu had just eaten breakfast. Maybe because of the pickled vegetables, she started feeling a bit nauseous. She endured the discomfort, but since the jeep was at the front, it couldn't stop. Her face turned pale. Just then, Zhou Guoyang looked back, saw Liang Xinyu covering her mouth, frowned slightly, and switched seats with Xiao Wei inside the vehicle. He sat next to Liang Xinyu and opened the window on that side. There aren't many cars now. If you want to vomit, just stick your head out. Liang Xinyu didn't, but turned her head to enjoy some fresh air. Xiao Wei noticed Liang Xinyu looked unwell. Elder sister, do you want some water? Liang Xinyu didn't dare speak now. She was holding on painfully. If she spoke, she might not be able to hold back. She merely waved lightly. Suddenly, Zhou Guoyang reached out and put his arm around her shoulders, pulling her into his embrace. The road was bumpy, especially for the seats at the back, which shook even more. Leaning on him, Liang Xinyu felt less dizzy and less like she was swaying. His body had a fresh, dry scent. She leaned against his chest, listening to his heartbeat, and felt a bit better. Zhou Guoyang sat with her all the way to the final station. When the train stopped, others quickly got off to line up. If you can't hold it, go to the side to vomit and then come back on the train. The train doesn't shake much, so you won't get sick. Before getting off, Zhou Guoyang looked at Liang Xinyu with concern. Xiao Wei, take good care of her. Yes, Liang Xinyu felt useless and wondered why she was so sensitive today. She hadn't gotten car sick before on trips, so maybe she got her positioning wrong this time. She took a deep breath, feeling a bit better, and then got off the train. Once on solid ground, with a gentle morning breeze and the sun gradually rising, she felt more alive. The new soldiers disembarked and were reorganized into their groups. Since they hadn't been trained before, the process was a bit difficult. Some couldn't find their places. Liang Xinyu took a few deep breaths to calm down, then picked up her backpack and listened to the soldiers counting off in order. She followed Xiao Wei into the station. In her previous life, Liang Xinyu had seen high-speed trains, but now she was on a special train. Even if it was a special train, it was still a green-painted train. It looked dull and grayish-green, but large red paper signs with black words were pasted on it. Learn from new comrades. Young men with fiery hearts aim for the world. Defending our homeland is the greatest honor. Firmly grip your steel guns and protect the peace of our country. These passionate slogans covered both sides of the train, creating a lively atmosphere. Each carriage had a train attendant dressed in dark blue work clothes standing by the door, all looking spirited. This train station really only had one platform and a small building that served as the dispatch office and ticket booth. Xiao Wei led Liang Xingyue to the ticket window, handed over her introduction letter. After approval, they entered the station. Only then did Liang Xingyue realize they were on a sleeper train. Once others finished boarding and the train started moving, it took another hour for Zhou Guoliang to finish inspecting all the carriages and find Liang Xingyue and the others.
It was noon by then.
The train wasn't fast, but it kept moving without stopping. Traveling by train feels better, right? Won't you get sick? Are you hungry? Zhou Guoliang asked 3 questions in a row as soon as he sat down. Liang Xingyue was leaning against the window, looking at the scenery outside. She saw some station names, which she vaguely remembered from her past life. It is now certain that I am probably in a small, unknown city in the south. I have never heard of it before. The direction I need to go, based on the position of the sun, seems to be northwest. Thinking about the place where soldiers are stationed in the northwest, Liang Xingyue feels a bit sad. If this era is still poor across the country, the northwest is even poorer. I'm not hungry. Are you done with your work? I just finished a patrol. Nothing urgent now, but I have to wait a bit for food. The steamer on the train is slow with the steamed buns. Liang Xingyue nods, but then turns to look outside the window. Although she doesn't get carsick, the train ride feels very boring. She spends each day dozing off while eating. After 2 days and 1 night on the train, they arrive at a stop at dusk and get off. Little Wei is the last to get off with Liang Xingyue and sees the soldiers lining up again. Everyone, check your clothes, blankets, and supplies given by the armory. Make sure nothing is left on the train. If you're missing anything, line up immediately. Xiao Shun's loud voice is calling out loudly. Soon, they hear the sound of counting. Then, Xiao Shun shouts loudly, Comrades, stand at attention. Please the company commander for instructions. Standing on the platform, they see an open field in front where the team is formed. Zhou Guoliang stands at the front and says, Comrades, you are now soldiers. Welcome to our new recruits training base. First, organize your belongings, pack your backpacks, tie your shoelaces. Next, we will run to the battalion headquarters. 10 kilometers, led by Captain Xiao, with Captain Gu leading the rear. All of you, turn left and run in a straight line forward. Xiao Shun also packs his bag, steps into the front, and leads the team as they start running forward. Zhou Guoliang walks up, takes the backpack from Liang Xingyue and puts it on himself. Next, we need to walk 20 miles. Luckily, it's not raining. Liang Xingyue bites her lip. It's already dark, and she still needs to walk 20 miles. She wonders how long it will take. But she stays behind Xiao Wei, with Zhou Guoliang protecting her from behind, and they start moving forward. The road is narrow, just a normal mountain trail. The new soldiers pass by them in a rush. They are walking fast. Not long after, the team disappears ahead, leaving the 3 of them behind. Zhou Guoliang takes a flashlight from his backpack and offers it to Liang Xingyue. Here, take this. Honestly, the moon in the sky is very bright now, and I can see the path without a flashlight, although some high and low spots are hard to tell apart. The 3 of us walk forward in silence, with no one speaking. The only sound is our footsteps. Fortunately, although I am skinny, I have been doing chores at home and have eaten well these past 2 days, so I don't fall behind when walking. Of course, maybe the others deliberately slowed down to match my pace. After crossing 2 fairly tall mountains, we finally reach a slightly flat area. Even under the moonlight, I can tell this isn't a place with tall trees and dense woods, but rather a scattered area with lots of sand and gravel, with some weeds growing among them. It feels desolate. That's my first impression of this place. And walking at night is tiring, but I keep walking carefully and still accidentally twist my ankle. The only thing that caused it was a small stone. Just as I was about to fall, someone caught me suddenly. Be careful. In that moment, I wondered how Zhou Guoliang could react so quickly. Does he always watch me when I walk? Big sister, are you alright? I twisted my ankle. I struggled to stand up, but Zhou Guoliang knelt on one knee, picked me up, and set me on his lap. Then he reached out and gently held my ankle, softly moving it back and forth. Does it hurt?
Ah.
It hurts because I twisted it. Hearing my weak sound, Zhou Guoyang said in a deep voice. Hold on to my shoulder. I'll massage it for you. He took both his hands to hold my ankle, removing the new pair of comfort shoes I just bought. Without his arm around me, just sitting on his lap felt a bit unstable. I had to reach out and hold Zhou Guoyang's shoulder. Hang in there. I'll give it a try. Before I could reply, he held my lower leg with one hand, gently rotated my ankle with the other, then suddenly pulled and stretched it.
Ah!
I shouted in pain and instinctively hugged his shoulder tightly, pulling his head into my arms. At first, Zhou Guoyang was carefully tending to my twisted ankle, but suddenly his face pressed against something soft, causing him to flinch sharply and almost knock me over. I also instantly realized what was happening. This action was way too close and intimate. Liang Xinyue reflexively leaned back and pushed her hand outward. With Zhou Guoyang's sudden jolt, the two quickly pulled away upon contact. However, Zhou Guoyang reacted quickly. He knew Liang Xinyue would fall, so he hurriedly turned around to hug her from behind, holding her back to prevent her from falling. He exerted a bit too much force, causing Liang Xinyue to be pushed back and rest against his back. In their hurried struggle to separate, their limbs tangled, making it seem like the more they tried to pull apart, the closer they became. Finally, Zhou Guoyang bent forward and stood up, still supporting Liang Xinyue with one hand, worried she might not be steady. He lowered her foot gently and then turned to support her shoulder. Lean on me. Try to put some weight on your foot. Liang Xinyue blushed and could only hold onto his arm as she tested her foot. It hurt a little, but she thought she could bear it. They were falling behind, probably because those ahead had arrived already. She couldn't afford to lag further. It should be okay, she said suddenly, feeling her arm under his hand, surprisingly strong. Zhou Guoyang squatted down again to help her put her shoe back on. Let's try walking a bit. If it's too much, I'll carry you. Liang Xinyue didn't speak. The mountain trail was narrow and couldn't fit two people walking side by side. Zhou Guoyang carefully held her hand and led her a few steps forward. Liang Xinyue, enduring some discomfort, tried to act unaffected and walked quickly. It's fine. Just a little pain. I can tolerate it. They took a few more steps. Zhou Guoyang noticed she was holding back, but still managed to walk steadily. Good. It's okay to go slowly. He allowed her to walk ahead and handed her the flashlight. Keep it. Walk slowly and look carefully. Take your time. Liang Xinyue let go of his hand and took a few steps, feeling a bit uncomfortable and walking slower. But she thought walking too slowly might be a problem, so she asked, would my slow pace affect your work? No, I've arranged everything with Lao Xiao and Lao Gu. They'll take care of it when they get back. Don't worry. Training new soldiers is their job. I'm just here to oversee. Walking ahead, Xiaowei looked back and said, Lunaview, can you give me the net bag too? Our squad leader. You can trust us. In our camp, he's the most important. Liang Xinyue tried to speed up, but by the time they reached the camp, it was already past 2 a.m. Because of her foot pain, Liang Xinyue's attention was solely on the trail during the second half, afraid she might step wrong again. Upon arriving, I realized that the area is surrounded by tall mountains, with only a valley in the middle. The military camp is located there. Xiaowei took the lead when he saw the camp. Captain, I'll go clean your room first. All right, check if the bedding is enough. If not, go to the regiment headquarters and bring mine from the dorm.
Got it.
Xiaowei packed his own belongings and carried some things for Liang Xinyue and others, then started jogging ahead. When Liang Xinyue arrived at the house area, she saw a row of neat stone-built houses. From outside, they looked the same, a row of houses with a yard in front. Only one yard was lit with a dim, yellowish light, giving a warm feeling. The yard with the light on is our home, Zhou Guoyang said softly. The lighting wasn't very bright and seemed a bit yellow, giving a different kind of warmth. The word home had always scared Liang Xinyue since crossing over. The roads here are smoother now. When they arrived, Xiaowei had already tidied up the rooms. The beds were made. Captain, Sister Xinyue, sit down first. I'll go get hot water and boiling water from the battalion, Zhou Guoyang said, looking at the simple yard. There were a few rooms in front, and 2 more on the left side after entering. Each yard looked the same when seen in a row. Inside the main hall, there were only 2 chairs and no table. Zhou Guoyang brushed the dust off a chair and said, "This yard was assigned to me, but I usually live alone in the duty quarters at the regiment headquarters. So, everything here is dusty. It'll be better once you're here."
Hey.
After removing the dust, he took Liang Xinyue's hand and helped her sit down. "Sit first. The room still needs a lot of stuff. We'll fix it slowly. Let me check your foot." He squatted down, took off Liang Xinyue's shoes, noticing the weak light of a 10-watt bulb. It wasn't very bright. He used a flashlight to look at her foot. Liang Xinyue felt a bit embarrassed. Her foot was very thin and bony. The reason was years of farm work barefoot at home, making her soles rough and even cracked. Zhou Guoyang looked carefully at her ankle. "It's a little swollen. Don't walk much these days. Rest and recover. Both your hands and feet have cracks. Apply that clam ointment whenever you can. The weather here is colder, with possible strong winds and sandstorms. If you don't take care now, it might get worse in winter." When Xiaowei came over, he was carrying 2 hot water bottles in one hand and a bucket in the other. After setting down the items, he took out a dark bottle from his pocket. "Commander, this was given by Captain Gu. He said it's for massage and treating injuries." I mentioned Sister Xinyue twisted her foot. "He told me to apply this and keep it warm." Zhou Guoyang chuckled and said, "This thing is good. I was actually going to ask you to get some from him. I didn't expect you to bring it already." He took the bottle to apply ointment to Liang Xinyue's foot. Liang Xinyue quickly stopped him. "Wait a moment. Xiaowei just poured water. I want to wash my foot first before applying anything." Xiaowei went to find a bucket, then mixed hot and cold water. "Big sister, soak your feet in warm water. It'll feel better after walking." Liang Xinyue wasn't polite and nodded gratefully. She was genuinely tired, especially after the last stretch of the journey, feeling tense and exhausted. "All right, Xiaowei, go home and rest now. It's getting late, and you need to get up early for tomorrow's morning exercises." Zhou Guoyang told Xiaowei to go back first. Liang Xinyue also said goodbye to Xiaowei. "You really worked hard. Thank you." Xiaowei finally went back to rest. Zhou Guoyang glanced at Liang Xinyue, thinking that such polite words didn't seem like something Liang Xinyue would normally say. But he didn't dwell on it. He pulled over another chair and sat facing Liang Xinyue. He also took off his shoes and socks, preparing to soak his feet in the bucket. Since arriving in Daeong County, it had been several days, and he hadn't washed his feet yet. However, Liang Xinyue saw him about to soak his feet and hurried to lift hers up. Unexpectedly, Zhou Guoyang rolled up his sleeves, bent down, and reached for Liang Xinyue's foot to press it into the water. "I'll give your feet a massage." Liang Xinyue was suddenly so surprised she didn't know what to say. But her effort to resist was ineffective under his large hand. She could only stammer, "No, it's not necessary. I'll do it myself." Liang Xinyue also bent down quickly. Just then, Zhou Guoyang looked up and their faces accidentally brushed together. She felt a different warmth and quickly retreated, her face flushing entirely. She raised her hand to cover her cheeks, feeling extremely embarrassed. Zhou Guoyang chuckled casually, but he was seriously washing her feet. He even casually massaged her calves, making Liang Xinyue almost moan in comfort, only able to bite her lips. After washing her feet, Zhou Guoyang took the medicinal liquor, placed Liang Xinyue's foot on his thigh, and started applying the ointment while massaging her foot. Because they wanted to warm up through rubbing, Zhou Guoyang used a bit of effort with his hand. "Shuh. Does it hurt? Did I press too hard?" Zhou Guoyang immediately paused, worriedly looking at Liang Xinyue. Liang Xinyue was embarrassed to say that his palm was just like her own, covered with tough calluses. Although he did a lot of hard work, his skin was still good. So Zhou Guoyang looked down at the spot he just rubbed. The small, originally fair ankle had turned red under his touch. "Hey, I pressed too hard." He realized that his palm's calluses were probably too tough, making her skin turn red after just a quick rub. He turned his hand over. The back of his hand was even softer than his palm. After applying medicinal liquor, Liang Xinhua felt her entire ankle warm. Where's the clam oil? I'll also apply something to your cracked skin. Let me do it myself. Liang Xinhua thought their contact was becoming a bit too close. She still needed to prepare herself mentally. Zhou Guoliang didn't care and casually wiped her foot, then stood up and said, "Did you put your net bag away?" He then started looking around and found it inside the lunchbox. Gently, he applied ointment to her crack. What kind of feet were these? Once very thin and bony, with fair skin on top, but all around the feet were cracks, and the soles were thick and tough, the result of walking barefoot for a long time. Zhou Guoliang held Liang Xinhua's foot, feeling a little heartbroken. He had trained soldiers whose soles didn't have calluses, but she did. Carefully, he finished applying the ointment, then got up and went to pour water, filling a basin with hot water. "Wash your face. It's getting late. Rest now." But as he said this, he noticed Liang Xinhua stiffen. Zhou Guoliang lowered his eyes, pretending not to see. But he still said, "Aren't you afraid to live here alone? I will stay at the base tonight to check on the new soldiers. Tomorrow morning, there's morning exercise too." Seeing Liang Xinhua relax, Zhou Guoliang silently smiled wryly. Looks like he would have to wait to win her over. He knew Liang Xinhua had endured a lot at home for him, and he wouldn't force her. People were together now. How could she run away? He'd just have to make her accept him gradually. Liang Xinhua didn't need to get out of bed. Zhou Guoliang brought her face washed to her. After washing her face, she asked, "Where's the toilet? I mean, the latrine?" Zhou Guoliang went into a room and turned on the light. "There is a back door in this room. Outside the back door is a bathroom, which every house has. I'll go turn on the light for you." Zhou Guoliang turned on the light, and Liang Xinhua put on her shoes. She followed him to look around. The room was not small. It was a bedroom with a bed, but the bed only had an empty frame. At the back of the room, there was a back door leading to a small yard. In the yard, there was a small building which was probably the bathroom. Liang Xinhua went inside to look. It was quite spacious and clean enough, just dusty but no trash or bad smell. It felt like a bathroom that had never been used. After coming out of the bathroom, Zhou Guoliang said, "Look, the back door is secured with a latch from inside. The bed in this room isn't made up. Xiaowei has a bed in the other room." Liang Xinhua half-jumped and walked to the right room. It had a bed, a wardrobe with 2 doors like a closet, and a few other furniture pieces. Xiaowei placed the bag he brought next to the wardrobe. There was also a drawer and a chair. The bed was made with a mattress and covered with a blanket. Zhou Guoliang stepped forward and pinched the blanket, saying, "Let's see if you're cold. This blanket might be a little thin. I'll go get one for my unit's dormitory later." Liang Xinhua reached out and felt the blanket. "It's okay, I'll manage for now." "It should be fine." Zhou Guoliang nodded. "Rest first. I'll bring your meal tomorrow morning. Don't move around too much. I'll also bring in the thermos so you can have water easier." After making arrangements, Zhou Guoliang left. Liang Xinhua closed the door and let out a sigh, then sat on the bed. She knew she couldn't ignore Zhou Guoliang forever, but she needed some time to get used to everything. Perhaps she was really tired. After lying on the bed, Liang Xinhua drifted off to sleep peacefully. With the lights off, the world seemed so silent, as if only her heartbeat was heard. Even though she was exhausted, Liang Xinhua woke up early the next morning. The faint dawn light came through the window, and distant sounds could be heard, like people calling 121. They were probably doing morning exercises. Soldiers work very hard, and their schedule is very disciplined. Liang Xinhua looked at her ankle. It was still a little swollen, but much better. She got up first to use the bathroom and wash up, then opened the door to see the yard and the different rooms. This yard is divided into a main house with 3 rooms, with the middle one being the main hall. On each side, there is a room that seems to be a bedroom. There are 2 rooms on the left side of the entrance with stoves, but they are only used for burning firewood. Now, they only look like dark holes in the wall, with no pots inside. In the kitchen, there is a small 2-tier cupboard, which serves as a dish rack. It's empty, covered with dust. Another room is probably a storage room. In one corner, there are a few bundles of firewood, neatly arranged, along with a square table and 2 long benches. It seems to be a dining area. It's clear that no one has lived here for a long time, or perhaps the house was given to Zhou Guoliang and he never moved in. Everywhere is covered in dust. Liang Xingyue really wants to clean, but there's no water. Luckily, she found a broom in the backyard. She poured some water from her morning face washing into the ground and started sweeping. The front yard isn't very large, but the backyard is bigger. Besides a squat toilet, there's also a patch of land overgrown with weeds. Between the yards, there is a wall about 1 meter high. But she couldn't resist looking into the neighbor's yard. While sweeping the backyard, Liang Xingyue saw that the yard on the left was likely inhabited. No wild grass there. They even planted some vegetables in their yard, but it was obvious they weren't doing well. The vegetables looked like they were about to die. The yard on the right was also abandoned, just like hers. The house further away seemed to be maintained, with no wild grass. After sweeping the backyard, she cleaned the front yard. Once the dust was cleared, everything looked brighter. She went back inside, opened her bag, and took out clothes for herself and Zhou Guoliang. She folded the clean clothes and placed them on the bed. The wardrobe still needed cleaning before it could be used. The clothes she changed out of felt a bit musty and needed washing. Just as she put her clothes into a bucket, she heard the door open. "Xingyue, are you awake?" It was Zhou Guoliang calling softly. Liang Xingyue hurriedly responded and came out. Seeing her carrying a bucket, Zhou Guoliang quickly stepped forward and said, "I told you not to move first. Here, I made breakfast for you. Eat first. Yes, these clothes need washing, right? I'll take care of it later." Liang Xingyue took the lunchbox he handed her, along with a plate of steamed buns. There was some pickled vegetables underneath the buns. The porridge was a bit hot. Liang Xingyue carefully placed it on a chair in the main hall. Zhou Guoliang said a little worriedly, "Oh, I forgot to tell you it's a bit hot. You eat first. I also forgot to bring you chopsticks, didn't I?" Liang Xingyue also smiled. Zhou Guoliang laughed and said, "We went out for a walk to have a meal, and I wanted to bring you some first, but I forgot the chopsticks. Wait a moment, I'll go get them for you." As he was speaking, he walked outside and saw someone looking over the wall on the left. I knew it. I heard sounds here last night. Captain Zhou, you're back. Has old Xiao come back yet?" "Yes, he's back now. He's in the squad leading new soldiers. I'll ask him to come home in a bit," Zhou Guoliang replied quickly. Then he turned back and called, "Xingyue, come here." Xingyue came out and Zhou Guoliang pointed at the woman looking over the wall and said, "This is old Zhao's wife, Sister Lin Ziyaj. From now on, she'll be our neighbor. Come on, Sister Lin, this is my wife, Liang Xingyue. We just arrived last night," Zhou Guoliang introduced. "Oh, Captain Zhou, when did you get married? We didn't even get to see the wedding candies," she joked. Liang Xingyue didn't like her at first glance. She had short hair, slightly sharp and thin face, and her eyes looked like she wasn't very obedient. For some reason, Liang Xingyue also sensed a hint of hostility in her eyes. After Zhou Guoliang introduced them, she kept looking Liang Xingyue up and down, then she slightly curled her lip, as if saying she was not impressed. Liang Xingyue saw that look of disdain. But since she was new, she still greeted politely, "Hello, Sister Lin. I am Liang Xingyue." Sister Lin didn't respond to Liang Xingyue's greeting but giggled a little and said to Zhou Guoliang, "Captain Zhou, how come you married such a skinny wife? She's probably from the countryside, isn't she?" Liang Xingyue looked at her with a calm expression. Zhou Guoliang also stopped smiling and said, "Of course she's from the countryside. I am too. But she's not like Sister Lin, who grew up in the city." Sister Lin didn't seem to notice Zhou Guoliang's tone of displeasure. She looked at Liang Xingyue again and said, "She's small, not good for having children." Liang Xingyue immediately felt uncomfortable and frowned. Sister Lin still seemed unaware that her words were inappropriate, pretending to smile and say, "Just joking, haha." Zhou Guoliang looked a bit upset and turned to Liang Xingyue, saying, "Go inside first. I'll bring it to you." Looking at Zhou Guoliang preparing to leave, Liang Xingyue also turned and went back into the house. Then Lin Xiaoju called out loudly, "Captain Zhou, please give our old Xiao a message." You've been gone for so many days, and you haven't even come home to see us. The kids, and I miss him very much. Liang Xinhua felt like she was seeing something strange and took a quick glance at this woman. She made a decision. She would keep her distance, as this person wasn't someone to get close to. Soon, Zhou Guoyang came back, holding chopsticks and a spoon. Eat first. Later, I'll bring these back to the canteen. We don't have much at home and need to buy some things. In the afternoon, I'll drive you to the town so you can see what we need to add to the house. We'll buy everything then. Liang Xinhua smiled bitterly. Anything we need. The kitchen has nothing at all. Zhou Guoyang went into the kitchen to check and came out saying, "That's not right. Every house has pots. How come there's nothing here?" Liang Xinhua hesitated. Everything should be prepared. How could there be nothing? Also, where can I find water? I want to wipe the wardrobe and other things. It's all dusty and makes it hard to put clothes away. Zhou Guoyang nodded. There's a well outside the road. I'll bring some water inside. Your foot is a well. Don't step too hard. He took 2 buckets and went out. Not long after, he returned with 2 buckets of water. I need to go to the regiment first. You eat first and set your clothes aside. There's no rush to wash. Later, I'll ask Xiao Wei to bring a bar of soap. Only then did Zhou Guoyang really realize that here, there wasn't much. Looks like he'd have to buy quite a few things soon. After Zhou Guoyang left, Liang Xinhua was eating when she suddenly heard a child's sharp cry from next door, followed by Lin Xiaoju's scolding. You little brat. Look at you, look at you. Last night you wet the bed, and now you've wet your pants again. Can't you call for help? Then she heard loud slapping sounds and the child sobbing. Was she beating the child so early in the morning? Right after finishing her food, Xiao Wei came over. Seeing Liang Xinhua stand up to wash the dishes, he quickly said, "Big sister, let me do it." Liang Xinhua refused, busy telling him, "You focus on your own work. I'll do it." She poured a little water from the bucket and washed the dishes. Xiao Wei didn't insist and simply went into the kitchen to check before coming out and saying, "No way. When the captain got this house, I cleaned it once. There are pots and dishes everywhere. Sister, wait, I'll go find someone from logistics." Before he left, he heard a voice call out, "Xiao Wei." "Oh, Minister Wang, you're just in time. Come and see. The kitchen in the courtyard is completely out of supplies." Xiao Wei entered, followed by a middle-aged man in uniform, slightly overweight, with a kind and smiling face. He spoke loudly and cheerfully. "How can there be nothing? Everyone has their own pots and bowls at home." Minister Wang, I took the pot from Captain Zhou's house," said Xiao Wei suddenly. Suddenly, a voice spoke. Everyone looked over and saw Lin Xiaojing holding a 1 or 2-year-old child on the wall, casually saying, "A few days ago, I accidentally broke my family's pot. I thought since Captain Zhou doesn't have anyone living there now, I took it." Minister Wang's expression darkened. "That's old Zhao's family. Your actions are wrong. When the army built these family quarters, each house was provided with the same things. You can't just use something until it breaks and then take someone else's. Honestly, these are public property, meant to care for families. If you break something, you should buy a new one to replace it." Xiao Wei also looked displeased. Xiao Wei also disliked Lin Xiaojing. She often made Xiao Zhao's family lose face. Old Xiao generally didn't want to come home, preferring to stay on duty rather than return. If it weren't for the 2 children, old Xiao probably wouldn't let her stay here. Also, Lin Xiaojing always wants to claim a share of everything that isn't hers and carries herself arrogantly. Xiao Wei whispered to Minister Wang, "There's also the bowl." Minister Wang looked at Lin Xiaojing and asked, "Did you take the bowl too?" Lin Xiaojing smiled and said, "Yes, I was washing dishes that day and I slipped. The bowl fell into the pot, smashing it and causing a leak. The bowl broke, of course. Besides, you all know we have a disabled child at home. That kid is hard to take care of. He's always knocking over bowls. We've broken several at home. Is that the justification? So, she took someone else's bowl?" Minister Wang couldn't hold back his frustration but knew her temper and didn't want to argue. He turned to Xiao Wei and said, "Xiao Wei, go and check what else is needed in the captain's place. I'll make up for it later." There are some things I can't explain to them. I'll talk to old Xiao. Please look to the side at Liang Xinhua, who smiles and greets. Are you the leader's wife? I'm old Wang from logistics. Is there anything missing? Tell Xiao Wei to list what we need. I can provide whatever our group has later. Liang Xinhua also nods with a smile, but before she can reply, Lin Xiaoju speaks again. Hey, Minister Wang, can we get 2 more blankets? My disabled child often has accidents, and the blankets get wet. Minister Wang gives her a glance and says, follow the regulations. Afterward, Minister Wang turns and leaves. Lin Xiaoju calls after him a few times, but he ignores her. She starts shouting angrily. Aren't we supposed to be cared for? I have a disabled child at home. Shouldn't we get more help? After washing the dishes, Liang Xinhua goes back inside the room and fills a basin with water. While sewing her inner clothes, she cuts off some unusable fabric edges, which she also brought from the guest house. Liang Xinhua ties these fabric scraps together to make a rag. She begins to wipe the wardrobe. Little Wei enters and says, Xinhua, the leader asked you to write down what we need, so I can remember. We'll buy it this afternoon. Little Wei takes out a small notebook and a pen from his pocket. Liang Xinhua thinks for a moment and asks, what's included in the kitchen supplies that the army provides? Little Wei considers and says, a frying pan, a porridge pot made of aluminum, 10 bowls, 10 pairs of chopsticks, and a spatula. While wiping the wardrobe, Liang Xinhua says, write these down. When we go shopping later, we won't buy these again. Are the 10 bowls big or small? Little Wei gestures with his index fingers and thumbs. They seem about that size. Liang Xinhua makes a mental note. They need to buy some more kitchen supplies, so she'll check the supply store later. Buy rice, some flour, cooking oil, and salt. By the way, check if the person took all the pots. Is the kitchen unlocked? I might need to buy a lock too. Little Wei notes and sighs. Old Xiao is having a tough time too. He's just been unlucky in his life. Liang Xinhua asks casually, what does it mean that he has a disabled child? Little Wei keeps noting and says, it's not really disabled. She just doesn't take good care of the kid. She's only 4, and for some reason, the child can't walk. She keeps calling her a disabled child. Although she often claims to be a city person, she favors her son over her daughter. Old Wang once said he could hear her hitting her daughter every day. Favoring boys over girls? I don't know why, but hearing such words really irritates me. Liang Xinhua also thought about how she heard her beating the child early in the morning, feeling sorry for the poor kid. She then said, I think I still need to buy a wash basin. Probably yes, since the soap the squad leader uses in the guardroom is almost gone. He just asked me to bring some for you to use first. By the way, sister, since we have to fetch water outside, it's best to get a large basin for washing clothes. Liang Xinhua nodded and said, okay, remember that. Also, buy some towels and bathcloths. Oh, and hairbands for tying up hair. I broke mine, plus stuffing, duvet covers, and such. By the way, Xiao Wei, where can we hang the clothes to dry? In her memory, the original owner in the countryside washed clothes outside when it wasn't raining, hanging them on bamboo poles, or under eaves on hanging poles when it rained. Xiao Wei hesitated for a moment and replied, I saw Wang's sister-in-law using a rope in the yard to hang clothes. I can find a rope for you. Oh, can the backyard be used to grow vegetables? I need to buy a hoe, a sickle, and some seeds or seedlings. Xiao Wei laughed and said, sister, do you know how to grow vegetables? Hee, I come from the countryside. Folks from the countryside know how to farm. Liang Xinhua remembered whatever came to mind and decided to think about the rest later if needed. It's enough to manage basic living for now. After Xiao Wei recorded some items, he said, sister, I'll go clean up the kitchen and the wardrobe. Then I'll fill the water jar in the kitchen for you. No need, Xiao Wei. You still need to return to the team for work. Just leave it for now. I'll take care of it gradually. I have nothing urgent today. My main task is helping you settle in. The squad leader said you shouldn't walk much or exert yourself. When you need to, just call me. The young man was energetic, working quickly and efficiently, and soon the kitchen was cleaned up. Minister Wang and 2 soldiers brought over pots and bowls again and also brought 2 more quilts. Little Liang, according to the rules, each household can have 2 quilts per person. Since your family doesn't have children, I only brought 2 quilts for you. Things are already pretty good here. Liang Xinhua took the items and repeatedly thanked Minister Wang. Minister Wang was pleased. Xiaoliang, you might not know, but our place is far from the county town. But on the 15th and 30th of each month, our group has a special car to take everyone to the town for shopping. Oh, that's good. It makes things easier for everyone. Liang Xinhua nodded politely, but inside she sighed, realizing this place truly felt like a peaceful paradise. However, standing at the door and looking out, the distant mountains were bare, with little vegetation. Minister Wang added, although cars only run on the 15th and 30th for family members, if there's something urgent you need to buy, you can ask the logistics department. When the car goes into town, it can bring back what you need. Liang Xinhua nodded again, indicating she understood. On the wall, Lin Xiaojie was again lying there calling out, Minister Wang, please think again and approve 2 more quilts for me. Minister Wang said, first, the logistics supplies are distributed according to rules. If you need more things at home, you should buy them yourself. Second, the extra pots and bowls you have, I have to ask old Xiao to handle them. Since you're not having another baby, I can consider giving you more quilts if you have another child. Having another? My 2 already wear me out. 1 is disabled, and you don't care about that either. I don't want to manage this anymore. Not wanting to hear her continue, Liang Xinhua and Xiao Wei went into the kitchen to clean the dishes and pots. When they built or bought the stoves, they must have custom-made them. Surprisingly, the pots they used turned out to be exactly the same size. This kind of wood-burning stove is very simple, with only 2 fire chambers, a large and a small one. Both chambers connect to a pot holder, which holds a large iron pot that makes a ringing sound like a temple bell. The large fire chamber corresponds to a 2-foot diameter iron pot, mostly used for stir-frying or steaming buns. The small fire chamber is for an aluminum pot, used for boiling porridge or making soup. Usually, the iron pot behind is kept filled with water, so hot water is always ready. Xiao Wei, bring me the water bucket. I'll wash the pot and preheat it. Xiao Wei grinned. Sis, the aluminum pot is fine, but the iron pot can't be just boiled. It needs to be oiled with fat first. Really? I didn't know that. Xiao Wei looked surprised. Then I'll take care of it this afternoon. However, I still went out to fetch water and clean the stone water tank in the kitchen. Then Xiao Wei came back and forth a few times before filling it up. Big sister, you can use this jar of water first. The commander said you shouldn't exert yourself now. I'll come by in the next few days to help you carry water. With water available, Liang Xinhua decided to wash the clothes they changed that day. She wiped the wardrobe clean but still needed to wash all their clothes to prevent pests from breeding. Liang Xinhua found some soap Xiao Wei brought and washed Zhou Guoliang's white shirt in a basin first. She scrubbed the clothes, then washed his pants. It was her first time washing a man's underwear, and she felt a bit awkward. At home, Lu Jinxiu was strict but wouldn't let her daughter-in-law wash her father-in-law's underwear, nor would she let her older son's underwear be washed by his younger wife. There were still some rules. So, Liang Xinhua's first time washing. After finishing, Xiao Wei went to find some ropes and helped bring water to rinse the clothes. Sister, you can pour the water on that corner. Outside, there's a gutter and the water can flow away. Don't spill it. By the way, Xiao Wei, can you find me an old bucket that can hold some water? Xiao Wei looked at the 2 buckets in front of him. Aren't they enough? I want to use 1 bucket for some used water to rinse the toilet. Otherwise, the smell will get worse. Plus, with water added, it can be used to water the vegetables. Does the toilet still need to be rinsed with water? Xiao Wei thought Liang Xinhua's idea was a bit strange, but if it could be used for watering vegetables, he understood. No wonder my sister is from the countryside. She even considers the purpose of her urine. Thinking about her plan to buy hose and tools this afternoon, it seems she's planning to establish a vegetable garden in the backyard. But for flushing the toilet, a good bucket isn't necessary. Sister, I don't have a bucket, but I have an idea. Please wait a moment. Xiao Wei went out again and soon returned carrying a broken clay jar. Sister, will this do? It looked dull and dusty, probably discarded by someone. Yes, as long as it can hold water and be used to flush after going to the toilet. That way, there'll be fewer flies and mosquitoes. At lunchtime, Zhou Guoliang came back with food as usual and noticed the different yard. 2 ropes had been strung up to hang clothes. Their clothes were thoroughly washed and hung up to dry. Inside and outside the courtyard, all the windows and doors were cleaned spotless. This truly resembled a real home. Xiao Wei was taking out a table from the room where firewood was stored, but as soon as he touched it, it was clear that one leg was broken and needed to be nailed back. Zhou Guoyang came in and said, "Let me do it, Xiao Wei. You go back to the dining hall to eat first. After eating, bring the car over. We'll go to the city. Remember to bring all my money. From now on, Sister Xian, you will manage my money." "Yes." Zhou Guoyang put down his lunchbox and said, "Xian, you, go eat first. I'll fix it." Liang Xian was about to eat when she heard a fight next door. Adults arguing and children crying. "You broke the pot yourself. Just buy a new one. Why do you need to take it from the leader's house? That's taking from public property. You need to pay and be responsible. Do you understand?" "I don't understand." "You understand. You're not at home, so I can't find anyone. Where can I buy it? I didn't know the leader was going to get married and bring back a thin woman. Otherwise, I would have taken something from the other yard." Lin Xiaoju was arguing back and crying loudly. Suddenly, there was a slap, and then a child was scared and started crying. 2 children were crying, mixed with Lin Xiaoju's shouting and cursing. It was really loud and hard to ignore. "Shut up. You don't realize your mistake yet. You don't even know what you did wrong. Do you think the leader isn't getting married? He's just a normal person. And you say you didn't steal from the leader's house, just from other yards. Aren't you ashamed?" It was obvious that Lao Xiao was very angry. Liang Xian quietly moved closer to Zhou Guoyang. "Old Xiao and his wife will probably fight. Should I go and try to stop them? Although I have no marriage experience in 2 lifetimes, I can tell that Lao Xiao and his wife aren't happy living like this." Hearing Liang Xian say that, Zhou Guoyang angrily pounded his hammer against a nail, seemingly taking out his frustration. Then he grievously said through gritted teeth, "Old Zhao's marriage will fall apart because of this wife." Liang Xian could see that Zhou Guoyang was also very angry, but he didn't seem to want to go break them up. He hammered hard again and managed to fix the broken table leg. "Hurry up and eat. If it gets cold, we won't be able to take it anymore. We still have to go to the county afterward." Liang Xinhua doesn't know how Lao Zhao's marriage came about. Speaking of which, her own marriage was also hurried and makeshift. But everyone's life depends on how they manage it themselves. Liang Xinhua went back to eat. Zhou Guoyang repaired the table and wiped it with water twice. He finally saw the original color of the table. He carried the table into the main room and set it down. "Xinhua, you can eat here now." Suddenly, they heard a child scream from the next room, followed by Lao Zhao's shouted words. "Lin, if you dare to hurt my daughter, I'll fight you even if I lose my military status. Come and take her then." Look, she wet the quilts one by one. Now she's even soiled herself. "I want 2 new quilts. Minister Wang over there doesn't care about anything and still wants to argue with me.
Come on.
What kind of life have I had, following you to this remote place?" Hearing this, Liang Xinhua trembled with fear, and the chopsticks she was using dropped onto the table. Zhou Guoyang quickly picked up the chopsticks and put them in his mouth. "I just wiped the table. It's clean. Don't worry, I won't hit women." Zhou thought Liang Xinhua was startled because she remembered being hit at home, so he looked at her with concern. Liang Xinhua found it a little funny and glanced at Zhou Guoyang. He hurried to check the kitchen, even carrying logs from the small shed to the stove area. "This way, cooking won't be so troublesome for you." After finishing her meal, Liang Xinhua took the box to the kitchen to wash it. Hearing Zhou's words, she casually replied, "Why do I have to cook? Can't you do it?" Zhou Guoyang looked at her. He wondered what she meant. Did she not want to cook anymore?
Fine. When I have time, I'll do it," he said.
Liang Xinhua smiled again. Zhou Guoyang also smiled silly. Xiao Wei drove up and honked the horn outside the door. Coming right away, Zhou Guoyang shouted out loud. He looked at Liang Xinhua and asked, "Do you want to prepare anything?" Liang Xinhua hurriedly waved her hand and said, "I'll fix my hair first. I'll be right there. Do you want me to bring a bag to carry things?" Zhou Guoyang ran out and then came back. "No need to bring a bag. Xiao Wei brought 2 baskets. Liang Xinhua nodded, tying her hair with a cloth since the hair tie broke and couldn't be used anymore. She paused, then decided to go back to her room and get her bag. Then she checked the back door and made sure it was locked, then closed the front door before stepping out. The car was a military jeep, looking a bit old. As she sat down in the car, she saw old Xiao angrily holding his daughter and coming out. He stood at the door, took out some money, and said to Zhou Guoliang, "Team leader, please bring back 2 quilts." This was the first time Liang Xinhua saw the child. His eyes were very beautiful, but his face was so small it was only the size of a fist. He looked very frightened and scared, tears on his face, still crying. He was said to be about 4 or 5 years old, but looking at how small Xiao Xiao was holding him, he seemed only 2 or 3. His messy hair was yellow and dry like weeds. She remembered seeing Lin Xiaoju holding her son, who looked much better. As the car left the military camp, Liang Xinhua frowned and looked around. Sure enough, as Lin Xiaoju had said, it was a remote place with no people. The camp was in a flat valley, with some plants visible. The car drove around the mountains at the foot of the hill and out of the valley. Outside, almost no one was around. At least, there were no signs of people living there. The road was in a mountain gorge with tall mountains on both sides. It probably took half an hour of driving before they left the mountainous area. Then they saw some cultivated fields, meaning their camp was built far from the people's homes. Liang Xinhua suddenly understood why Lin Xiaoju had gone crazy. But this was also the place she would live in future. Zhou Guoliang, perhaps because of Xiao Zhao's family's matter, didn't speak at first. After leaving the mountains, he finally said to Liang Xinhua, "This village is called Xinshui Village. It was named after a water channel built by the old army here. It used to be as deserted as our area, unable to grow things because of water shortage. But now it's better." Maybe after the autumn harvest, it was still barren, but she could see cultivated fields and soil that had been worked on. Passing this village, they saw more and more houses. Soon, they arrived at some building complexes. "We've reached the county town." Since most of the supplies they needed were sold at the supply and marketing cooperative, and this county didn't have a department store, the cooperative was divided into several points. So, they first went to a daily goods store. Xiao Wei parked the car somewhere, probably because Xiao Wei and Zhou Guoliang's military uniforms attracted attention. Liang Xinhua felt many people looked over. They went into a general merchandise store and started choosing items inside. The bowls here were placed upside down on the floor. There were already 10 bowls at home, and they were all a bit large. They might be fine for serving dishes but seemed a little big for eating. Liang Xinhua felt they were slightly too big for regular meals. The small bowls for soup were slightly smaller. So Liang Xinhua still wanted to buy a few new small bowls and 2 small basins for soup. They also selected various sizes of soup spoons. Some items he thought he might need weren't available here, but others he hadn't thought of appeared, so he decided to buy them. Kitchen knives, cutting boards, strainers, hoes, and sickles. The sickle here seemed different from those back home, but they were quite similar overall. Zhou Guoliang picked up an axe. It's needed for chopping firewood. He didn't expect to buy so many things during just one visit to the store, and the total came to several dozen yuan. Next to this store was a hardware shop. They bought locks, hinges, and nails because some windows at home needed fixing. Finally, they visited the largest supply store, which sold fabrics and some knitted items. They first bought cotton stuffing here. Besides bringing 2 quilts for old Xiao, Zhou Guoliang suggested they should also buy 2 more. "Soon it will get cold, and we need another quilt, or you'll be uncomfortable." Now Liang Xinhua had a basic idea of where they were. The northwest gets very cold in winter. And, without air conditioning or other things, it might even snow in the mountains later. Liang Xinhua slightly frowned and said, "Buying only cotton stuffing is not enough. The cotton stuffing for Minister Wang is just that too. We also need to get covers for the quilts. Then buy some fabric to take home. Can you sew?" In his past life, they had various quilt covers, usually just one set, but according to her memories, quilts at this time were sewn together with needles. There was a large piece of white cloth, with a decorated quilt inner fabric on top, and then the cotton stuffing was wrapped in the middle. She remembered how to make it and thought she could still do it. Only, all these materials still needed to be bought. Finally, they asked a fabric seller for advice. The seller suggested buying half a yard of bleached white cloth so they could stitch together several quilt bottoms to use alternately. Liang Xingyue looked again at the quilt fabric, which had big red floral patterns, identical to the large floral cloth she saw in her previous life from the Northeast. There was also an old blue fabric with white dots printed on it. The cloth seller carefully said, "Some people buy this kind of fabric as a base cloth. It's been washed with starch, so it feels stiff, but after washing, it's soft and warm." Liang Xingyue thought about the 2 bedrooms in that house. They both had windows, but they were just glass, so you could see inside easily. No privacy in the bedrooms would definitely feel uncomfortable. So, in the end, Liang Xingyue chose to buy this old blue cloth with white dot patterns. She planned to cut some pieces to make quilts and curtains. She also bought a plain white sheet for a bedspread and a large quilt filled with pink and red peonies. Honestly, she didn't have many choices. These were the best and most practical options she could find. Every room should have some warm-colored items after all. She then looked at a thick, checked, earthy-colored fabric and bought 2 more bedsheets made from it. So, the total spent on bedding was quite a lot. Seeing all these things, Liang Xingyue thought to ask Zhou Guoliang, "Is our money enough? You gave money to your parents, spent a lot here. Will there be enough left?" Honestly, Liang Xingyue wanted to buy many things because the house was empty, nothing at all. Since they didn't come to the city often, she wanted to buy what they needed. Zhou Guoliang gently patted her shoulder and said, "Don't worry, we have enough. At worst, we'll use up the 10-year allowance." Then he whispered in her ear, "Besides what I gave to my family, I still have about 1,000 yuan.
You plan how to use it now.
We get a salary every month, so no worries." He spoke softly, leaning close, and the warm breath made Liang Xinyue's cheeks turn red. But after roughly calculating the prices of what they bought, she thought it was still within a manageable range. "Then I need to buy some fabric to make winter clothes. What will I wear in winter? If you know how to make clothes, buy fabric. If not, we can find someone in the county to make them later." In her past life, she was quite good at sewing because she enjoyed doing manual work. It should be no problem. She then bought some more cotton and a few bolts of fabric to make winter coats and trousers. Since she's afraid of the cold, she must take care of herself. Fortunately, in this era, although they were poor, her husband seemed to be relatively well off by the standards of this time. But still, they had spent all the savings she had saved for 10 years. Xiaowei was just helping carry things today. When he couldn't lift something he bought, he made a trip back to put it in the car and then returned. Zhou Guoliang stayed by Liang Xinyue's side, continuously buying items. He knew the little home had nothing, so everything needed replacing or adding. Sometimes, when Xinyue was choosing things, he would quietly look at her. Xinyue was very excited about decorating the house and was happy to have full say over how it should look. Zhou Guoliang said he wouldn't interfere if she decided how to arrange things or what to add. He agreed to whatever she wanted. Xinyue wasn't careless with money. She first wanted to make sure they could live comfortably and bought practical items first. When they turned around, Zhou Guoliang saw the clamshell oil they bought earlier and bought another box. When Xinyue turned to pay, she noticed some yarn on the shelf nearby. She approached and asked, and they said it was good quality yarn from the city, with some made from fine wool and others from wool blends. Xinyue asked for the price, then pointed to Zhou Guoliang and herself, asking how much yarn they would need to make sweaters and pants for 2 people. They bought a large bag of yarn. Xinyue chose bright red, while Zhou Guoliang picked light gray and dark gray. Seeing Xiaowei come back again after a short trip, Xinyue added a bag of coffee-colored yarn. Xiaowei didn't expect to return so soon with another big bag of things. Fortunately, the yarn wasn't heavy, so Xiaowei carried it out again. Having bought most things, they moved on to the grain station. Zhou Guoliang had a grain book enabling him to buy around 10 jin of rice and grain coupons to offset some costs. He took out 2 books, one for himself and one for Xiaowei. "This kid's didn't do much good to keep, so we bought his too. We can also buy some oil with it." In previous lives and in their current understanding, they didn't realize there was such a supply system. Later, They understood this was the difference between city people and countryside folks. City workers had government-issued grain books. With these books, they could buy rice, oil, and flour at lower prices. They bought quite a bit of rice this time because they didn't know when they could go to the city again. Zhou Guoyang used his book to buy everything he needed for the year, but Xiao Wei only bought enough for 2 months. It was said that this was supplied so old Xiao could use it for their family. The three of them kept shopping all afternoon. Finally, it started getting dark, and they had to head back. Luckily, with help from people in the county, they managed to buy some vegetables and meat as well. Liang Xingyue, feeling a sense of urgency, decided to buy some vegetables to store. She bought a bag of cabbage and a bag of potatoes. Why only these 2 types? And so much? How long will just us 2 eat this? These vegetables can be stored. In the end, 3 people had to squeeze together to sit, and the whole car was filled with the new purchases. When the car arrived at the door and unloaded, Lin Ziaj looked on with a curious expression, leaning over the wall to see how many good things they were bringing into the house. Other small items didn't matter much, but the wool was packed in a large cloth bag, bought because they bought so many things. The seller had given them a big cloth bag, so they casually put all the cloth inside it. This made the bag a little heavy, but Xiao Wei was strong and carried it into the house alone. Zhou Guoyang didn't let Liang Xingyue carry heavy things because her foot wasn't fully healed yet. He asked her to stand in front of the car and pass the items, while he and Xiao Wei moved the rest inside. When they were taking out the cotton, Zhou Guoyang told Xiao Wei to take 2 beds of cotton to Lao Zhao's side. Unexpectedly, when Lin Ziaj heard that Lao Xiao had bought the cotton, she hurried over and asked, "Did Lao Xiao only buy cotton? Didn't buy anything else?" While speaking, she looked into the car and tried to grab more items she saw. Next to the cotton, there was a bag of cotton fluff. When she pulled it, some spilled onto the ground and got dirty. Liang Xingyue saw her kick a couple of pieces with her foot. Then she bent down and said, "Oops, I accidentally dropped some. It's dirty now, so you don't want it?" "Haha, actually it's fine. I'll gather it up to make little Bao a pair of cotton shoes." She grabbed the cotton and held it in her arms. Then she reached out and grabbed another handful. "I'm worried it might not be enough, just in case I need to ask you for more later." Then she took the cotton and went back. Liang Xingyue was stunned by this move. Xiao Wei, who had just finished unpacking the wool, saw this and said angrily, "What kind of people are these? They didn't buy this with their own money." Lin Ziaj's actions once again changed Liang Xingyue's opinion of her. Zhou Guoyang came out and saw their expressions were off. "What's wrong?" Xiao Wei loudly explained what happened. Unexpectedly, Lao Xiao, who was returning from the team, overheard through the car. Lao Xiao looked grim. He really didn't expect Lin Ziaj to take advantage of the situation so shamelessly. Brother Guoyang sighed and said, "Xingyue, don't be angry. I also bought some extra cotton. Can you make small children's shoes? If you can, when you're making them, make a pair for Dia. She probably won't mind, but little Bao only gets shoes that she takes home. Okay, I just don't know the right size. Just guess and make them." Old Zhao's eyes reddened and he didn't want them to see, so he suddenly squatted down. Xiao Wei took out the rice and flour they bought. Luckily, she didn't see the rice and flour, or she might have tried to grab some. Liang Xingyue sighed and said, "Forget it. Things are hard for everyone now. She's alone with 2 children and old Zhao's income is only so much. I guess they have to pinch every penny and spend a little at a time." Liang Xingyue wasn't talking out of sympathy, just feeling sorry for those 2 kids. Having a mother with such a temper is truly unlucky for the children. Xiao Wei also said, "That's true, but old Xiao is a good person." "Really, I know." Old Xiao waited by the car. When they all got inside, he stood up and went back home. He didn't even want to argue with Lin Xiaojie anymore. Meanwhile, Liang Xingyue started cooking. Xiao Wei also stayed to eat. This was the first time their small family cooked together. Xiao Wei cut some leftover fatty meat and threw it into the hot pot. After oiling the pot once, he said, "I remember my grandma said that new pots need to be oiled like this. Then they work better and the food won't turn dark." Liang Xingyue learned something new. She was in charge of chopping vegetables and cooking. Watching Xiao Wei oil the pot, she then asked him to boil some hot water. She boiled all the newly bought bowls and chopsticks to disinfect them. But Xiao Wei was surprised. Sis, why are you boiling the bowls? They're new, full of dust. Boiling makes them clean. Hey, just washing them is fine. Liang Xinhua smiled and didn't say more. In the evening, they stir-fried some shredded meat with cabbage stalks, made a dish of shredded potatoes, and boiled a soup with cabbage leaves. They had both meat and vegetables plus soup. Xiao Wei said happily after eating. Sis, your cooking skills are pretty good. Better than Chef Gao from our canteen. It's really tasty. Just after dinner, the noise of children crying and Lin Xiaojia's shouting came from next door. How many outfits do you ruin in a day?
Huh.
Do you want to make life harder for everyone? When your dad left, you kept ruining clothes. Why didn't you do that when he was home? Little Wei slightly twitched the corner of his mouth and said, when Lao Xiao is at home, he remembers to help Dia urinate, worried she might pee on herself. She doesn't care for Dia much. Dia can't walk, so she's left somewhere all day. If she pees, she pees. Last winter, I saw her worried Dia would get wet in the cold, so she put Dia on the ground to sit, but Dia still peed on the floor. She just sat in her pee. Liang Xinhua was washing dishes and frowned, saying, she's the mother. How can she treat her like that? Little Wei wanted to help clean up, but Liang Xinhua quickly stopped him, saying, I'll do it. You guys go do your things. Little Wei glanced at Zhou Guoyang and then ran off first, saying, okay, sister, I'm leaving now. I'll bring you some steamed buns tomorrow morning. Zhou Guoyang helped gather everything back into the kitchen. Liang Xinhua was washing dishes, and Zhou Guoyang stood behind her for a while before saying, I need to go to the group. Later. I'll come back to stay. Lao Xiao is staying in the duty room today.
You.
Pack up the things you bought and lock the door. I'll call you when I'm back. Liang Xinhua stiffened. What was destined to happen still would. It was normal since they were married. It was better he didn't bring her to stay in the duty room. Now that everyone knew she was here, and he was still staying in the duty room, it felt a bit uncomfortable. Liang Xinhua softly nodded. Zhou Guoyang smiled broadly, appearing quite happy. He walked off, bouncing and skipping as he left like Xiao Wei. Liang Xinhua felt a slight flutter of anxiety, but still tidied up the kitchen. She finally locked the kitchen door with the new lock she bought. Tonight, there was still a moon, but not as bright as before. She first closed the yard gate, then took her clothes back into the house, and locked the main hall door. Only then did she start tidying up the items she bought today. She looked at the empty bed in the remaining room. She thought about making that bed up and sharing it with Zhou Guoyang, but then she remembered she needed to adjust to her current role. Looking at her recent days, Zhou Guoyang had actually been quite kind to her. Whether it was out of guilt for family matters, or because he had reached the right age to marry, her presence was just what he needed to save some time. No matter what, he was a responsible man. After finishing his tasks, Zhou Guoyang returned to his office to calm down. His heart felt a little excited, but he tried not to act like a careless young man. So he needed to calm himself first. Just as he sat down, Xiao Shun came over, looking grim. Old Zhou, I'm sorry. Zhou Guoyang was surprised at first, then realized what he meant. He smiled lightly and said, is there really a need to say sorry between us? Besides, you haven't done anything wrong to me. He then patted Xiao Shun on the shoulder and said, Lao Xiao, you're overthinking. We all know what kind of person she is. No one will blame you. Xiao Shun's large beard turned red, but it was only his brothers who understood him best. He found it hard. Initially, because of a mission, he got injured and was taken to the military hospital for treatment. Due to the hospital relocation, he and other patients were temporarily placed in a local hospital. It was there that he met Lin Xiaoju. At that time, Lin Xiaoju was a very proactive person. She was a sales clerk who came to the hospital because her mother was sick. She happened to see Lao Xiao lying there without anyone to care for him. Lao Xiao wanted a sip of water, but could only use one hand, and accidentally knocked over his cup. Lin Xiaoju kindly poured him some warm water, and they had a brief chat. She learned he was a soldier, and looked at him with admiration. She began coming to the hospital every day after work to care for Xiao Shun. Xiao Shun then was a healthy young man, not as fat as now, with a strong build, thick hair, and a beard, well-groomed but giving off a rugged, soldier-like aura. Lin Xiaoju was truly drawn to him. Over time, her daily visits made Xiaoshun develop some feelings too. Later, a supervisor of Lin Xiaoju came to the hospital for a checkup and coincidentally saw her pushing Xiaoshun in a wheelchair for wound dressing. After asking around, the supervisor thought, even in her busy schedule, she still came to take care of a soldier. Isn't that a great example of supporting the military? He then reported and praised Lin Xiaoju. This made Lin Xiaoju feel that associating with soldiers had some benefits. Plus, she learned that Xiaoshun's family was quite simple, both parents deceased, with a brother and sister already married. Basically, Xiaoshun was like an orphan. While caring for Xiaoshun, she also found out that Xiaoshun had recently been awarded a second-class merit. Soldiers with medals are quite impressive. So, a young man with affection and a girl with feelings. When the military hospital was about to transfer Xiaoshun away, Lin Xiaoju cried and found it hard to let go. This is a model of supporting the military, and now the two have developed feelings for each other. In today's society, they can be seen as a good example for others. The leaders from both sides sat down to discuss this matter and organized a wedding on a hospital bed. Xiaoshun got married. After the wedding, Lin Xiaojie stayed to take care of Xiaoshun, who was still injured and unable to walk. The leaders even said they would reserve her job position so she could care for Xiaoshun. Xiaoshun's injury was serious. The hospital did their best, but he had to slowly recover. It took nearly 2 months for him to regain movement in his hands and walk independently. 2 months later, Xiaoshun's injury healed, and he was about to return to the team. Meanwhile, Lin Xiaojie was pregnant. Because Xiaoshun hadn't yet reached the rank that allowed him to bring family members with him, and they weren't in the main unit, but in a special field brigade, Xiaoshun asked his mother-in-law's family to take good care of Lin Xiaojie. He also gave her some rewards and her ration coupons. Xiaoshun's unit was not allowed to contact the outside world easily, which was why Zhou Guoliang had not contacted his family for many years. After nearly 3 years apart, they finally completed their tasks. When Xiaoshun returned to Lin Xiaojie after a month's leave, he learned that she had fallen ill while pregnant. The medicine she took might have affected the baby, and she was early pregnant. She gave birth to a daughter. Seeing his daughter's simple, innocent look made Xiaoshun cry. He felt he had not taken good care of Lin Xiaojie and the baby. From that moment, Xiaoshun decided to take good care of the child. Lin Xiaojie took care of the baby and worked hard, with her mother helping to look after the child. However, Xiaoshun noticed that she didn't seem to love the daughter very much. After 2 days, he understood why. First, giving birth had harmed her body, and the doctors said she might never be able to have children again. Second, for some reason she especially wanted a son. She thought a son was a better support. Knowing Xiaoshun only had a 1-month leave, Lin Xiaojie kept urging him. Doctors said it was unlikely she could get pregnant again, but surprisingly, she became pregnant again. At that time, Xiaoshun, as one of the first from the special forces to leave, became a squad leader in the new unit. Although he couldn't bring his family, he could still communicate through letters. When Xiaoshun learned he was going to be a father again, he was very happy. How to say, I have a home. When Zhou Guoliang was transferred to this battalion as the leader, Xiaoshun was already a company commander. At this time, Lin Xiaojun had just given birth to her second child, little Bao, finally having a son. She could now go with the troops. Even though Xiaoshun told her that life here was very hard and different from living in the city, she didn't mind and was still very excited about the army life. Zhou Guoliang approved half a month of leave for Xiaoshun to go back and bring her family and children here. From then on, Lin Xiaojun brought her newly 1-month-old baby and her older daughter, who couldn't walk yet, to join the army life. But the life she imagined as a soldier's wife wasn't as sweet as she thought. Even though they lived here, Xiaoshun, after daily drills and training, came back tired and gloomy. For the kind of life she imagined as a soldier's wife, this was a big disappointment. There was no one around, and she had to take care of both children alone. Without help from her mother or others, with a sick child and a small one, All her beautiful dreams about life disappeared. Xiao Shun also didn't know when their home became noisy and full of arguing. Lin Xiaojun was never satisfied with anything. She didn't want to go back to the city with the troops. She said it would be embarrassing, and she refused. So Lin Xiaojun and Xiao Shun became a pair of unhappy partners. Everyone in the team, including Zhou Guoliang, knew about their troubles. All the leaders understood. It was Lin Xiaojun who overestimated her life as an army wife. But people always have to adapt and improve. She didn't want to do that, and they argued every day. Xiao Shun found it hard to smile in the army anymore. Xiao Shun sighed and said, "I'm just worried. Worried that my sister-in-law might have her own thoughts. Lao Zhou, please tell her I'm sorry." Zhou Guoliang thought about the woman waiting for him at home tonight, a small smile appearing on his lips. But he told Xiao Shun, "Don't worry, she has a good personality. She's adapting very well here. Our countryside life was even harder, at least here. She can eat enough, and even have white rice." Thinking about how that girl was excited today when shopping in the city, she looked at everything eagerly, happy to find new things or think of how to use them, and told himself about where to put things. Her serious attitude toward daily life was clear to see. Xiao Shun was poured a glass of water and said, "But your family can't rely on this long term. How about this? Next time you bring your family into town, I'll give you a day off. You can take your child to see why Dia still can't walk." Xiao Shun covered his face with his hands, feeling pained, and buried his face in his hands. "We checked at the city hospital over there, and they said it's a congenital condition, weak health. They also said it's because of poor care and malnutrition." Zhou Guoliang didn't know what to say anymore.
He could only sigh.
Gu Sanding, after leading a night drill with the new soldiers, came in sweating heavily. "Old Zhou, hey, Xiao Shun. What's wrong?" Gu Sanding took 2 big steps forward, sat on the armrest of Xiao Shun's chair, and patted him on the shoulder. "Are you worried about your daughter again? I told you I wrote a letter to my mother. She asked around and said it's not really a sickness, just something that needs care. The child's development might be a bit delayed, but with proper attention, she'll be fine." Gu Sanding's family is quite scholarly. His father is a teacher, his mother is a doctor, but due to the times, his father is currently unemployed and writes books at home. His mother is a somewhat well-known traditional Chinese medicine practitioner in their area. His maternal family are also traditional Chinese medicine practitioners, making it a family tradition. Xiao Shun looked up. "Really can get better?" "Really. I've written very carefully. Maybe next time I have a day off, I'll take her to see my mother. If that doesn't work, my grandfather can do acupuncture."
Gu Sanding said seriously.
A glimmer of hope flashed in Xiao Shun's eyes. "Okay, but it's a pity we can't both take leave at the same time. If I could, I'd go with you." Gu Sanding wiped his sweat and suddenly remembered. "What were you guys talking about just now? Did I interrupt?"
"No, not really.
We were just talking about Dia's illness. I was saying next time we go to town, let Xiao bring Dia to see the hospital here. Since you mentioned it, we'll wait a bit longer. Oh, by the way, if you're taking leave this new year, you should inform Lao Su early when he gets back." "That's true. We went recruiting new soldiers, leaving Lao Su to watch the house. He left a day earlier than us, and he's not back yet. Probably on a new mission." Gu Sanding casually picked up Xiao Shun's tea and drank it all with a gulp. Zhou Guoliang also frowned and said, "I guess so. I heard they had originally called me for a meeting, but since we hadn't returned, Lao Su went instead." Gu Sanding stood up. "Old Zhou, are you on duty today? You should go back and spend time with your wife. You are newly married, and you don't want her to feel upset with us." Lao Xiao also felt a bit better and stood up, joking. "Exactly, it's a pity we can't hear what's happening in the corner." Zhou Guoliang's dark face turned slightly red from their teasing. Clearly, he was still a virgin. Gu Sanding, as he was leaving, said, "Lao Xiao, go check the guard duty first. I'll take a quick shower and change clothes before checking the dorms." "Okay." They spoke as they left Zhou Guoliang's office. Because of their distraction, Zhou Guoliang felt calmer. But turning off the lights and closing the door, along with his quick steps, showed he was still a bit anxious. It wasn't far from the company's housing area to home, but usually family members weren't allowed inside the company. When Zhou Guoyang returned, he saw a faint yellow light shining from his home from afar. He quickly walked a few more steps to the door. He reached out to push the door, but it was already bolted. Zhou Guoyang didn't ring the doorbell. In this quiet evening, calling out would wake the whole neighborhood. He stepped back 2 steps, took a run up, climbed the wall, and flipped into the yard smoothly and confidently. His movements were clean, quick, and graceful. Once inside, he strode to the main door and gently knocked, calling out, "Xinyue." Liang Xinyue put down her work and moved to the main hall, checking to make sure she recognized the voice. "Are you the battalion commander?" "Yes, it's me." Seeing that Zhou Guoyang was indeed her husband, Liang Xinyue opened the door. She noticed the yard gate was still closed, but Zhou Guoyang was standing right in front of her. Wasn't I supposed to lock the door? How did you get in?" Zhou Guoyang stepped inside, closing and locking the door behind him. He smiled and said, "I climbed over the wall. It's not very high, so I could just jump in. I thought shouting outside would bother others." Liang Xinyue followed him into the bedroom. "Oh? Then I won't lock the outside door from now on." As soon as Zhou Guoyang entered, he saw the room had completely changed. The things bought today were all put to good use. The whole room looked warm and lively. "What are you doing?" Seeing a small pile of fabric on the bed, Liang Xinyue moved forward and said, "I compared this fabric and cut out a piece, planning to make curtains. It doesn't need many stitches, just a simple hem, so it doesn't fray." Liang Xinyue happily spread out the fabric and held it in front of her. "How does it look? Isn't it nice? You need to help me nail a couple of hooks so I can hang it up." Zhou Guoyang took off his coat and tossed it on the bed, saying, "Where should I nail it?" He then grabbed the newly bought axe and used it as a hammer. "Put a nail on each side, but don't make them too visible. The top should be sturdy enough to tie that rope." Liang Xinyue was very excited about setting up the house. After Zhou Guoyang finished nailing, Liang Xinyue held one end of the rope and threaded it through a curtain she had sewn with fabric buttons. She handed one curtain to Zhou Guoyang and said, "Here's the head. Tie this side to the left nail and also tie the first fabric button on the curtain, or it will fall if pulled." Zhou Guoyang understood her meaning and went to tie it up. Liang Xinyue then put on the second curtain piece. After finishing, she stood behind Zhou Guoyang, watching him secure everything. The simple curtain was done. It could be pulled up or opened easily. "Commander, how does it look?" Liang Xinyue felt quite proud. After testing it a couple of times, she turned around and said, with a hopeful look for praise. Seeing her smiling face, Zhou Guoyang suddenly leaned down and kissed her softly, whispering, "At home, call me Guoyang. The commander is what soldiers call me. I am your man, not the commander. Be good, can you call me that?" Immediately, Liang Xinyue's ears turned red. She was afraid to look directly at his broad chest or lift her head to meet his eyes. Her gaze darted around nervously, unsure of where to look. Her hands clenched tightly together. Zhou Guoyang gave a gentle smile. He could tell Liang Xinyue was very nervous. She had come with him here, but for her, everyone here was a stranger, including himself. He reached out and embraced Liang Xinyue, who raised her hands to block him. "Xinyue, don't be afraid. Really, we've known each other since we were young. We just haven't seen each other in years, so maybe you've forgotten me," she responded with a soft, Zhou Guoyang tightened his arms around her, sensing her stiffness. He sighed inwardly. "Have you washed your feet? I'll go get some water for you," he said. Last night while cooking, he had heated water in a thermos for her to wash her face and feet later. The water here is scarce. Sometimes there's not enough. Luckily, we've dug several wells, he added. Liang Xinyue understood that he meant they should save water. She also knew she couldn't use water as freely as she did before. At least, all this water had to be drawn from outside wells, so it took some effort. Zhou Guoyang was about to squat down and wash Liang Xinyue's feet again, but Liang Xinyue quickly stopped him. "No need, I'll do it myself." It's not very polite for a captain to always be washing her feet. But she couldn't really stop Zhou Guoyang. He grabbed her little foot with one hand. "Don't move. I'll wash it, and then I'll put some medicine on it. After washing her feet, he carefully applied a clam oil ointment to Liang Xinyue's hands and feet. Then he went outside to pour some water and used the bathroom in the backyard. When he came back in, he saw a cocoon wrapped in a blanket, and another blanket lying behind the cocoon. Zhou Guoliang smiled lightly, turned off the light, took off his clothes, and got into the bed. He usually sleeps with his upper body bare. As soon as he lay down, he reached out and gently pulled the cocoon, along with the person inside and the blanket, into his arms. He even draped one leg over her to keep her close. "Ah," Liang Xinyue exclaimed in surprise. A deep, muffled laugh came from above her. "Be good, don't move. I'll sleep holding you. If you scream, people might think." Liang Xinyue quickly shut her mouth and didn't dare to move. Zhou Guoliang adjusted his position carefully, then held her close and said, "Xinyue, we're husband and wife. There are some things that couples should do. Maybe you don't know that." He gently patted her back. "Don't be afraid of me. I'm your man, and I'll protect you. Don't sleep stiff, be softer.
Just hold me."
When Xinyue isn't afraid of me anymore, maybe we can have our wedding night, okay?" Zhou Guoliang knew Liang Xinyue was afraid, but if he just kept his distance, she would still be scared. So he wanted to hold her, let her feel his presence, get used to his touch. Liang Xinyue listened to his words. Slowly, her body relaxed, no longer stiff. She then slowly stretched her head out of the cocoon. I am a little scared."
"You.
"Give me some more time, and I'll get better." After all, this was the first time in 2 lifetimes she had slept with a man, been hugged tightly, and she didn't quite know how to position her hands and feet, feeling a bit uncomfortable. And since he was holding her with the blanket, her space inside was even smaller. Liang Xinyue moved slightly. Zhou Guoliang chuckled softly. "You want to make a separate blanket for me? We're married. Sharing a bed and blanket should be normal, right?" Although the lights were off and it was dark, Liang Xinyue's feverish face told her how embarrassed she was. Liang Xinyue stayed hidden for a while before finally leaving a small gap in the blanket, sticking out one leg and one arm. But the weather wasn't very cold, and after tucking herself in for a bit, she started to feel warm again. Most importantly, the guy, to hold her tightly, not only covered himself with her blanket but also pressed himself very close. Liang Xinyue felt too hot. She pushed him slightly. "I'm a little hot. Just one blanket is enough," Zhou Guoliang responded with, "Oh," then kicked off his own blanket with his hands and feet. He quickly crawled into the blanket Liang Xinyue had just made. "We can share one blanket. This new blanket is warm enough." He slipped into the bed quickly. Liang Xinyue froze for a moment, reached out to push him back to keep some distance, but then realized he wasn't wearing any clothes. Suddenly, Liang Xinyue thought of a scene, covered her face with a scream, and turned away, her back facing Zhou Guoliang. You're not wearing clothes." Zhou Guoliang's deep voice laughed softly. "Who sleeps in their uniform? Sleep naturally, as comfortable as possible."
"I've always slept like this."
Liang Xinyue relaxed slightly, then stiffened again. Zhou Guoliang spoke gently from behind. "By the way, Xinyue, I've been meaning to ask you, are your injuries healed? Maybe I should turn on the light and check." Liang Xinyue, curled up under the blanket, hurriedly said, "They're healed. No pain anymore. Don't look." Zhou Guoliang gently patted her shoulder with concern, softly caressed her back. "Good. That's great. No more injuries from now on. Just sleep, it's already late." He didn't insist on holding Liang Xinyue in his arms anymore. Being able to slip into one blanket tonight was already an improvement for him. He extended his right arm, using it as a pillow for Liang Xinyue, then lay down quietly and fell asleep. Although he still needed to silently review regulations to suppress certain emotions, he knew he shouldn't move her, so he didn't. Seeing that he really hadn't moved and was sleeping, Liang Xinyue gradually relaxed herself and drifted off into deep sleep. Unbeknownst to her, the man behind her was glaring with wide eyes, unable to fall asleep the whole night. Soldiers wake up early, and their lives are very disciplined. Even though they went to bed late last night, Zhou Guoliang woke up at 5 o'clock. Then she looked at the person who was tightly hugging her arm and leaning close, with one leg resting on hers. She also noticed some rising movements of certain powers. Zhou Guoliang smiled bitterly, gently withdrew his arm, moved away from her softness, and quickly put on his clothes. Just after he finished dressing, the alarm from the military camp sounded. Liang Xinyue also sensed the warmth leaving her and reached out to touch herself. There was no one on the bed, and with dark blue curtains, no light could come through. She softly called out, "Captain." She felt someone in the room but couldn't see them. Zhou Guoliang stepped closer and smiled lightly, saying, "Call me again or I'll kiss you." The sweet threat made Liang Xinyue instantly want to hide under the blanket. But she couldn't compete with the quick hands of Captain Zhou. Even in the dark, Zhou Guoliang accurately reached out to hold her small face and gently kissed the softness she had thought about all night. He didn't stay long, afraid that he wouldn't want to think any more early in the morning. He quickly stood up and said, "I locked the door outside. Sleep well. I'll bring breakfast back when it's dawn." Liang Xinyue didn't even dare to respond with a sound, feeling flustered. Was this her first kiss? Her first kiss after 2 lifetimes. Shouldn't she feel something? Shouldn't there be some emotion? It felt unfair. Liang Xinyue, who had never been in love before in 2 lifetimes, became more daring. As Zhou Guoliang was about to leave the room, she slightly hoarse called out, "Captain." "Yes?" Zhou Guoliang stopped. "Come here." He adjusted his hat, then walked over, bending down and lowering his head. "Call me Guoliang." Suddenly, from inside the bed, 2 arms reached out, wrapping around Zhou Guoliang's neck and pulling him down. He panicked a little and supported himself with his hands, afraid to crash down and hurt the girl. But during the collision, Liang Xinyue didn't first touch his lips. Instead, she pecked his nose, which had been softened by her thoughts last night. Zhou Guoliang chuckled, then lifted his head slightly to press his lips against hers. Neither of them had much skill. Teeth even bumped, and accidentally hurt Liang Xinyue's lips. Liang Xinyue couldn't help but stick out her tongue to lick her sore lips. But the hungry man quickly captured her again. The natural outcome was their passionate embrace. At that moment, the horn signaling morning exercise sounded, making Zhou Guoliang abruptly lift his head. "Xinyue, I have to go now." He hadn't experienced this when he had no wife, but now he really understood how it felt. Guoliang used all his strength to take a step away from home. Meanwhile, Liang Xinyue on the bed was still in shock. She just wanted her first kiss to be perfect, but it ended up being so intense that it almost got out of control. Seeing her clothes with unbuttoned buttons, Liang Xinyue quickly pulled the blanket over herself, trembling as she fastened the buttons. "So this is what kissing is like." Guoliang hurriedly ran to the team, furious, and directly stormed onto the training ground. He called over Gu Sanding, who was leading new soldiers in training, and took charge himself. "You've been here for a few days now. Every day, your training is based on what you can handle. Now, we will do a quick test. A 5-kilometer run in the field. Do your best, and if you can't keep up, stop and rest. Don't push too hard. Understand? Turn left and form 2 lines." After speaking, Guoliang took off his coat, rolled up his sleeves, handed his hat to Xiaowei standing nearby, and ran at the front, leading the new soldiers in the 5-kilometer run. Xiaowei quickly put his clothes back in the office. As he was about to join the run, he saw Commander Gu and Commander Xiao whispering and pointing, talking about something. "Old Xiao, what do you think old Gu means? He's replacing me today and leading the new soldiers? Is he trying to show off in front of me?" According to the schedule, Gu Sanding was supposed to lead the training today, but after a quick warm-up in the morning, he was replaced by the team leader. The new soldiers entered, and their squad leaders were present. Generally, they didn't lead new soldiers themselves. Only a few special soldiers required extra attention. Old was said to keep a close eye on them. Guoliang wanted to make a strong impression during his turn, to showcase his authority, but instead, he was replaced. However, Xiao Zhao's attention wasn't on that. He looked at Guoliang, still energetic after running 3 laps, and murmured, "Team leader is still team leader. I thought he wouldn't get out of bed today, but he's so fired up. Looks like he's still not satisfied." Xiao Wei didn't fully understand. Commander Xiao, what's not satisfied? Gu Sanding chuckled loudly and then kicked Xiao Wei. You little rascal, you're too young to understand. Go run now. Xiao Wei hurriedly dodged and yelled as he ran. I'll tell the team leader you're talking behind his back. Little brat. Xiao snorted. Cursing Xiao Wei not understanding? Aren't you just a rookie too? Let's use this opportunity of a New Year holiday to go back and get a wife, just like the squad leader did. He brought his childhood sweetheart straight here. After saying that, he looked around and said, Do you have a little sweetheart? Why don't you ask your mom to find you a fiancé at home? Gu Sanding rolled his eyes at Xiao Shun and rolled up his sleeves. No way. I also want to lead the pack. I won't let others take all the spotlight. Hey, wait for me. It's just a 5-kilometer run, no big deal. As he said this, he also started to run after them. Suddenly, the new soldiers felt the pressure. Are the top 3 ranking officers here acting crazy today? Running with the recruits?
No.
It's not just 3. The company commanders, who were originally training separately, also joined in one after another. Soon, the squad leader was leading the pack. What was originally 2 groups of new soldiers became 3, and the officers formed their own group. Hey, your arms need to swing when you run. You can't run with your arms crossed. Kid, why are you closing your eyes? Are you napping while running? I remember you now. Stop wiping your sweat. Keep running. This is not the right way. Kid, you're falling behind. Pick it up. The new soldiers felt overwhelmed. Having the squad leader lead the run was one thing, but now everyone had a leader watching over them. They couldn't slack off or fall behind. Giving up seemed like being weak. But Zhou Guoyang, who was leading, never slowed down. Only Gu Sanding and Xiao Shun, who had been with him for years, knew about his stamina. Since his first year in the army, Zhou Guoyang had never lost. He was always the top soldier. He had rarely competed with ordinary soldiers in the last 2 years. So, when running in a circle and stretching the lines, Zhou Guoyang caught up with some of the others lagging behind. If you can't keep up, don't push yourself. Take a rest first. Once you're trained properly, I hope next time you can keep up. He then told Xiao Wei to take those people down to rest. After finishing the 5-kilometer run, less than half of the new soldiers could complete it. The few who could still keep up were fine. They were all able to follow along. After finishing the 5 kilometers, many company leaders and platoon chiefs also returned to their units. Zhou Guoyang, still energetic, looked at all the new soldiers and suddenly said, Attention. Everyone immediately stood at attention. You're new to the army. It's not your fault if you can't run well now. In the future, there will be people specifically teaching you how to run faster and better. Do you understand? All the new soldiers were gasping for breath. Some had side stitches and bent over clutching their stomachs. But when they looked at the regiment leader, they thought that someone in charge would be spoiled and comfortable, yet he looked calm, with no redness in his face or signs of exhaustion. If they hadn't seen him running constantly, they would have thought he was just pretending, running only at the start and the end. Zhou Guoyang moved among the crowd, reaching out to punch a few people. Some stepped back a few steps after being hit. Others flinched. Their legs were trembling. Zhou Guoyang smiled. Xiao Wei knew someone was about to be tested. Last time, when the regiment leaders smiled so happily, Major Xiao and Major Gu both looked grim. Xiao Wei quietly shifted his position, moving behind tall Major Xiao, hoping the regiment leader wouldn't see him. Sure enough, Zhou Guoyang said, Since this is a test, we need to get a result. And the result means ranking you as first, second, or third. In the field, there's a 5-kilometer run, basic physical training. There's also a weighted 5-kilometer and a weighted 10-kilometer run. These are training exercises for you. Since you're new soldiers, some of you may not be able to finish. But I believe some of you can perform beyond expectations. So, next, we'll do another 5-kilometer run. 2 battalion commanders and 5 platoon leaders, all of you, should set an example. Those chosen naturally stood at attention and lined up in front of Zhou Guoyang. Xiao Shun moved aside, revealing Xiao Wei. He felt Zhou Guoyang glance at him, but the look immediately shifted away. Xiao Wei, quick-witted, moved a little to a different spot. Zhou Guoyang was pleased. These soldiers he had trained knew what he was trying to do, and his leadership was effective. Now, among you new recruits, is there anyone brave enough to challenge themselves with another 5-kilometer run? Anyone? Who's not afraid? Zhou Guoyang looked around the group. A few stepped forward 1 step. Report, I'll participate. Report, I'll participate. And so on. In total, about 10 people stepped forward, including those who had just run the hardest earlier. Zhou Guoyang was very satisfied. Actually, he had prepared himself mentally, expecting no one to come forward, planning to just lead these battalion and company leaders in a performance. But unexpectedly, more than 10 volunteers appeared. Good. Okay, Major Gua, line them up.
Yes.
Zhou Guoyang handed the lineup to Major Gua Sanding, then called out, Xiao Wei. Xiao Wei slipped out from the crowd. He wasn't unable to run, but he didn't want to run anymore. After running 5 kilometers twice, his legs still felt a bit weak. Report, Zhou Guoyang stepped forward and punched him. You think you can just run away, huh? Xiao Wei said nothing. He just smiled foolishly at Zhou Guoyang. Look at how useless you are. Then Zhou Guoyang reached out, grabbed Xiao Wei's collar, pulled him to a less crowded spot, and quickly said, I have the key in my clothes. Go to the cafeteria and make a bowl of porridge for Sister Yu, just 2 steamed buns. Then take it back to her and listen to her instructions. Whatever she wants to do, you help her. Xiao Wei's eyes lit up. This was a good thing, much better than running 5 kilometers.
Yes.
I promised to complete the task, but what should I do with the key when I go to deliver breakfast? Zhou Guoyang glared at him and whispered, I got up early this morning and locked your sister in her room, so she could sleep a little longer. Xiao Wei understood. He ran toward the cafeteria. Meanwhile, Zhou Guoyang returned to the team. Looking at the formation, which Gu Sanding had arranged nicely, he still stood in front and said, Because you've already run 5 kilometers, just do your best this time. If you can't finish, just stop. The rest of you, watch how us veterans run. Then Zhou Guoyang led his team to run another 5 kilometers. After 3 laps, some people started to stop. In every subsequent lap, more and more people stopped. But Zhou Guoyang and his veterans maintained the same pace. Their running rhythm never changed. For them, another 5 kilometers was easy. Near the last kilometer, only 2 new soldiers could barely keep up. At this moment, Zhou Guoyang shouted, Veterans, show them your skills. He reached out and grabbed a new soldier standing by the track, hoisted him onto his shoulders, and sped forward. Behind, Gu Sanding, Xiao Shun, and others did the same, simply grabbing whoever was nearby, regardless of size, and rushing ahead with them. And at this moment, no matter their rank, a platoon leader was carrying a soldier and rushing past Gu Sanding. You dare to pass me, kid? Gu Sanding, furious, mustered his strength and overtook the platoon leader, rushing up to Zhou Guoyang. Zhou Guoyang chuckled and sped up again. All the new soldiers were truly stunned. They stared blankly as Zhou Guoyang and the others finished the last lap and reached the finish line. Only then did Zhou Guoyang set down the soldiers he had caught, and everyone ran over. Only then did he put down the people he was carrying. How about now? Are you feeling weak in the knees? Zhou Guoyang looked at these old soldiers. He smiled proudly. No matter what, seeing his trained soldiers perform well always made him happy. The new soldiers who were carried looked dazed. They had just experienced what speed and strength really felt like. Though each of them was a young man weighing over 100 pounds, after running 9 kilometers, the team leader and others still carried them and sprinted for another kilometer. It seems I haven't learned enough skills in the army. I need more practice. When going to the mess hall for food, Xiao Shun kept glancing at Zhou Guoyang. Feeling Xiao Shun's gaze, Zhou Guoyang bit into his 5th steamed bun and asked, Why do you keep looking at me? Xiao Shun replied directly, I thought you would be too tired today, but I didn't expect. He then looked down at Zhou Guoyang's waist area and muttered, Old Zhou, are you really not feeling well? When Xiao Shun asked this, Gu Sanding almost choked on his porridge. Seeing Zhou Guoyang's expression turn grim, he quickly grabbed the last bun. I'm on duty. And then he hurried away. Realizing too slowly, Xiao Shun, faced with Zhou Guoyang's stern gaze, finally understood what he had just said. But once again, he blurted out, Did I guess right? Zhou Guoyang, with a grim face, left the dining hall and went to the broadcast room. Everyone listen up. All members of the 2nd Battalion, attention. Today, the 2nd Battalion will do a 10-kilometer loaded run, led by Lieutenant Xiao. Prepare yourselves in half an hour. We'll meet on the field. On the field, the soldiers of the 2nd Battalion groaned loudly. Gu Sanding bumped into the company commander nearby and said gleefully, "See? The benefit of having a good company commander is that he won't offend the battalion commander." Later, when the soldiers of the 2nd Battalion were dragged back and walking unsteadily, they received a message that their training was a sudden decision by the battalion commander. The reason was that their company commander had offended the battalion commander. Zhou Guoyang, unable to vent his feelings at home, fully satisfied himself on the training field. After he left, Liang Xinhua also couldn't sleep. She lay alone in bed, lost in thought. How could I have the courage to do that?
And dare.
To call it seduction? Is that so? Really? I kept asking myself how I had the courage to do it. Thinking about that feeling that makes your heart race and blood boil, I couldn't help but laugh. I got so excited alone in bed that I couldn't sleep, so I decided to get up. I remembered the cloths I bought. I needed to prepare the quilt cover first. So I took apart the pillows and blankets on the bed and laid a piece of white cloth on top. According to my memory, I needed to sew a 1-meter wide white cloth into a big bottom cloth, put the cotton filling in the middle, then place the quilt core in the center of the cotton. Finally, I wrapped the white cloth around, sewing it to the quilt core and blanket, folding the corners and sewing a diagonal line. Liang Xinhua took out a measuring ruler. It was a simple bamboo ruler, only 1 chi long, golden in color with markings. I bought it yesterday at the supply store. First, I measured the new cotton filling, 4.5 chi wide and 6 chi long. Then I measured the quilt core fabric. Using the ruler, I drew and calculated how much white cloth I needed. Liang Xinhua thought that constantly sewing and resuing the white cloth and quilt core was troublesome. If I washed it after sewing, I'd have to re-sew again. It would be easier to sew the bottom cloth and quilt core into one quilt cover now. The kind used in later generations is very handy. Once I finished my calculations, I started marking and cutting the white cloth. Then I remembered my old electric sewing machine from my previous life when I made curtains. Now I don't have a sewing machine, so I have to sew each stitch by hand. Fortunately, I had enough thread I bought yesterday. After sewing for a while, as it started getting light outside, I moved to the window to open the curtains. Just then, I saw Xiaowei opening the yard gate and coming in. When he entered, Xiaowei looked up and saw Liang Xinhua sitting by the window. "Senior sister, I brought you some steamed buns and porridge." Before I could speak, I heard someone next door shouting, "Your foot is broken, your hand is injured too, and you still need someone to bring you food and feed you." Uffed! Liang Xinhua was momentarily stunned. Was that a subtle way of criticizing? Sure enough, I then heard 2 quick smacks. Soon after, I heard a girl crying. Xiaowei glared in that direction, then opened the main room door and let Liang Xinhua out. "Senior sister, just pretend you didn't hear anything. Eat quickly, it's still warm. What about you? Have you eaten?" Seeing that he only brought 2 steamed buns, I asked. "I've already eaten at the canteen." "Sister, what are you doing today?" The team leader said I should listen to your instructions. "I have nothing for you to do." "Don't listen to him. You go and do your own work. Today, I'm just at home sewing a quilt, and you can't help with that." Liang Xinhua quickly went to wash her face and fetch water. It seems that in the future, she should either wake up early with him or stay locked up, as it's not convenient for her to do things alone. Liang Xinhua sat down to eat. Xiaowei, being observant, hurried out with a bucket, helped her fetch 2 more buckets of water, and filled the jar in the kitchen. "Sister, think about it. Is there anything else I can do?" Liang Xinhua hurriedly replied, "Really, there's nothing else. Today, I just want to sew the quilt." She really couldn't help much. Xiaowei nodded and said, "Then I'll go back to the group." After finishing a quick meal, Liang Xinhua did not proceed to sew the quilt, since there were already 2 military blankets they could still use. She gently closed the door to the front yard and took her hoe and sickle to the backyard. Yesterday, she bought some seeds suitable for the season, but she wasn't sure if they would grow. It was better than letting the land turn into weeds. Liang Xingyue first cut all the weeds in the backyard and neatly set them aside to dry. These weeds could still be useful. Next, she used the small hoe to turn the soil over. These days, she had been well fed and had regained her strength. Moreover, the original person was used to hard work. Doing these small tasks was not tiring at all. In her previous life, she was accepted into the agricultural university partly because she had loved planting since childhood, whether vegetables or flowers. She enjoyed the smell of dirt in the fields and the joy of harvest times. So, she was happily working alone in the backyard. Occasionally, she could hear neighbor Lin Xiaojie shouting and the crying of children nearby. Although she felt some sympathy for the child, she thought these were others' family matters. She couldn't interfere if she wanted to. That's just fate. The land wasn't big, but she spent the whole morning digging, still not finished. Next door, Lin Xiaojie came by to look into their backyard and, from the unblocked wall behind, turned and stood on the dirt mound, muttering, "Wow, your Captain Zhou is willing to let you farm here. I couldn't do it. I only managed that small piece of land at home when old Xiao's time." Liang Xingyue, while cutting grass, smiled and said, "It's nothing. People in the countryside have been doing this since they were young." When she threw the cut grass aside, some mud on it splashed toward Lin Xiaojie, who quickly stepped back and said, "Oh, why did you get mud on us? So dirty. I grew up in the city. I've never done these kinds of chores since I was young." Liang Xingyue ignored her. So, what if she's from the city? In her past life, she was also a city person. And who in her past life, being from the city, didn't envy rural folks? They couldn't even get household registration to move to the countryside. Seeing Liang Xingyue ignore her, the other girls started yelling from inside the room. Then she cursed and walked away. At noon, Zhou Guoliang came back and saw Liang Xingyue still digging the ground. He hurried over and said, "Xingyue, you're still digging? It's noon already. Aren't you hungry?" Liang Xingyue looked up at the sky and smiled. "Didn't notice. I haven't finished digging this small patch of land yet. Come on, I'll go cook. Do you want to eat at home or at the canteen?" Liang Xingyue put her hoe back in the house, washed her face with some water. After working half a day, her face no longer looked dull and pale like back home. Now it had a healthy glow. Zhou Guoliang couldn't help but gently pinch Liang Xinyue's cheek. "You're too thin, Xinyue. You need to gain some weight." Liang Xingyue also felt she was a bit thin. It was a result of her past abuse, but she didn't want to hear him say she was skinny. Is it bad to be slim? It looks nice in clothes. While saying this, Liang Xingyue went into the kitchen. Zhou Guoliang followed and reached around her from behind. "No, you need to gain some weight. You're just bones to hold." Liang Xingyue slapped his hand away. "If you don't like it, don't hug me." Immediately, Zhou Guoliang knew he had said the wrong thing. He quickly lowered his voice. "I want to hug you, I want to. I don't dislike you. I meant that your health wasn't good before, and it was caused by us. We'll take good care of you from now on. Let go, I want to knead the dough. We're having noodles for lunch. You go light the fire and boil some water, I'll knead the dough." Zhou Guoliang quickly added water to the pot, lit the fire, and then said, "Sit down and rest for a while. I'll knead the dough." He washed his hands, and then took the dough bowl. His hands were strong, and in just a few moves, the dough became smooth and shiny. "Xingyue, how do I do this?" Liang Xingyue looked up. "Wait a moment. When the water boils, I can start slicing it. Is it a bit hard?" Zhou Guoliang looked at the dough in his hands. "No, it has to be cut with a knife into slices. When the water boils, just add the slices into the pot." Liang Xingyue stood up and started slicing the dough. Zhou Guoliang smiled. "Can it be eaten like this? Do you do this at home too?" He watched Liang Xingyue quickly cut the noodles into the pot, piece by piece, and couldn't help but ask. Liang Xingyue paused for a moment. Actually, that wasn't something new. She just remembered making knife-cut noodles at home in her previous life. She liked eating them this way, so she thought of it and did it now. But there's no need to explain. Liang Xinyue quickly finished slicing the noodles, then took two slightly larger bowls. After thinking for a moment, she swapped one for a basin. There weren't many seasonings here, just a bit of vinegar and the seasonings brought back from the city trip. In that era, there were no bottled sauces. Everything was sold loose: soy sauce, vinegar, oil, rice wine, measured with cups or spoons. There were small spoons for 1 or 2 liang, and large ones holding half a jin or a jin. Most households didn't store these in bottles, but used clay jars or small clay pitchers. Liang Xinyue added the seasonings into the 2 bowls quickly, then chopped some green onions and added them inside. Do you want it less spicy or more spicy? Less, please. I've been feeling a bit heaty these days. Liang Xinyue was efficient when doing things. Her hands moved swiftly. Moreover, her body instinctively remembered the physical labor from her previous life. She felt uncomfortable if she didn't move all day. She quickly put a spoonful of the pork fat she cooked yesterday into each of the bowls. Once she finished placing the seasonings, she used a strainer to scoop the cooked noodles.
Dinner is ready.
Finally, she threw in some cabbage leaves into the pot. When they were blanched, she scooped some into a bowl.
Try it.
Is it salty enough? Liang Xinyue signaled Zhou Guoyang to carry the basin, which contained more. Zhou Guoyang picked up the chopsticks, took a bite, and said, very tasty. Wife, you're really amazing. Calling her wife made Liang Xinyue blush again. She lowered her head and quickly transferred the cooked water from the pot into a basin beside it. Later, she would use it to wash the dishes. She added a little more clean water to the pot, then heated the remaining fire in the stove to boil water for cleaning the kitchen later. Doing these tasks felt natural to Liang Xinyue. She didn't even have to think. Her hands just knew what to do. Zhou Guoyang carried both bowls into the main room for dinner. Just as they sat down, a child next door started crying again, followed by Lin Xiaojin scolding. Liang Xinyue sighed softly. Zhou Guoyang merely frowned. Their good mood was spoiled by the crying and scolding. They ate quietly. Zhou Guoyang took off his coat, reached into his pocket and took out some money and a grain book, then said, I've been telling you to give this to the housekeeper. I've been trying to organize everything and haven't finished. Now it's all sorted, and I give it to you. It was originally Xiao Wei who managed the money for me, but now it's all here. From now on, if the family needs anything, you can handle it. Liang Xinyue smiled and asked, All of it to me? Are you afraid I might run away with it? Zhou Guoyang laughed and said, No worries, my wife definitely won't run away. Then he pointed to the neighbor and said, She ran away once, but didn't get far. This place is deserted mountains and wilderness. If she took the wrong path, she'd end up in the hills. Later, we found her. Old Xiao originally wanted to divorce her, but later, for some reason, she decided not to. Because she wanted a son, but old Xiao refused. Liang Xinyue sighed and began to clear the bowls. Zhou Guoyang immediately stood up and said, Just keep the bowls for now. I have a little free time at noon, so I'll help turn over the land at the back. It didn't take long to wash the 2 bowls, and Liang Xinyue carefully cleaned the stove and surrounding area. After locking the door, she went to the backyard. The sun is strong now. You should go in and rest for a bit. I'll finish digging here, and when the sun isn't so fierce later, you can come back and sow the seeds. Zhou Guoyang didn't want her to keep working in the sun, so he told her not to stay. Liang Xinyue smiled and went back to soak some seeds she planned to plant in water. She didn't want to waste the water from washing the bowls. She could feel the surrounding area lacked water. Once she finished digging the land, she planned to sprinkle that water onto it to help moisten the soil. After soaking her seeds, Liang Xinyue still went to work in the fields. Zhou Guoyang was digging in front, while she picked up and removed roots and weeds from behind, making sure to clear out all the roots of the weeds. Zhou Guoyang exclaimed in frustration, I told you to go back inside, didn't I? You're supposed to be sewing the quilt. Liang Xinyue looked up and smiled softly. Don't you like me staying and helping you? Zhou Guoyang was momentarily stunned, then smiled. He did feel comfortable having her nearby, but he was also worried she might get too much sun. He straightforwardly said, I'll find you a straw hat later. You're just such a hardworking girl. Actually, he knew she was used to doing chores at home, but seeing her like this still made him feel a little worried for her. Liang Xinhua didn't expect too many things from her previous life. She just felt that since she was now with this person, treating him as her boyfriend, she wanted to do things together. Because of her words, Zhou Guoyang didn't urge her to go back inside. Two people were digging the ground while talking about how to open the land and plant crops. Next door, Lin Xiaoju went to her backyard to use the toilet and saw them working in the field, talking and laughing. As she passed by, she deliberately snorted. Zhou Guoyang was very angry. He was the team leader, but this was his brother's wife. Liang Xinhua also frowned slightly, noticing Zhou Guoyang's bad mood, and advised, "Don't bother with her. She can't stand to see others doing well." This sentence cheered Zhou Guoyang up. With Zhou Guoyang's help, the field was dug out by noon. Zhou Guoyang was about to leave for the military unit. After that, Liang Xinhua started dividing the land into rows. She used a hoe to break large clumps of soil into smaller pieces, so the entire field became level. But the sun was very hot now, and it wasn't time to plant. Liang Xinhua spread some weeds to let them dry out so she could water and plant later. Then she went back inside to wash her hands before sitting down to sew the quilt back together. While sewing the quilt, she thought about her current life. It seemed that she had no worries about food and clothing, though her life didn't have the advanced things from before. Compared to her previous life, or even her neighbors' lives, it was much better. People should be content. Liang Xinhua was very satisfied, so she was at peace. She finished sewing the quilt, spread it on the bed to test it, and found it was quite good. She forgot to check if the supply and marketing cooperative had a zipper for sale. So, at the opening where the quilt was inserted, she only sewed on some straps to tie it. She put the quilt inside and tested it again, and it worked well. It was getting late. The sun had set, and the backyard was shaded. Liang Xinhua carried water for washing dishes and pots to the backyard, pouring it in small amounts to moisten the soil surface. She then brought out the soaked seeds, a few types, some vegetables, radishes, and celery. She evenly scattered the seeds and gently watered the area with the seeds. After finishing, she went to the kitchen, took out the ashes from the firewood burned over the past 2 days, and sprinkled a layer of ash over the seeds. Just as she finished sprinkling the ash, Xiao Wei arrived. Xiao Wei carried 2 wild rabbits and a wild chicken in his hands. Xinhua sister, Xinhua sister. Liang Xinhua hurried out from the backyard and saw Xiao Wei holding the rabbits and chicken, and asked, "Where did you get these?" Xiao Wei smiled and said, "Today, the 2nd Battalion went out for training. They caught some prey. There are so many people in the group. Even sharing isn't enough. So, the company commander bought these animals with money and asked me to bring them back so we can prepare them together. Tonight, the company commander is treating us to a meal." Liang Xinhua glared, thinking he was making trouble for himself. But even knowing that, he still wanted to keep everyone's face. He murmured, "He's quite good at saving face, asking us to do this." He reached out to take the animals, but his hands were dirty, so he smiled and said, "Xiao Wei, do you know how to kill rabbits?" "I don't. You start with the rabbit skins. I'll go cover the seeds and come back soon." "Okay, I'll prepare the meat, but I can't cook. You'll have to rely on sister for that." Xiao Wei took 3 rabbits and went outside. Liang Xinhua hurried to the backyard, sprinkled ash, and brought some dried grass from midday. He spread it evenly on the seed planting area. After finishing, he looked at his work happily and then washed his hands to get ready. The vegetables bought yesterday only included potatoes. Boiled potatoes with rabbit? Such a strange way to eat. He didn't know who Xiao Wei's guests were. He thought he should talk to Xiao Wei later. No surprises without preparing. Who did he invite? Xiao Wei brought in 2 cleaned and plump rabbits. "Xiao Wei, who did the company commander invite?" Xiao Wei chuckled. "Who else?" "Just Xiao Zhang and Guing Zhang." "Oh, I've also heard that the political commissar has returned." The political commissar, Liang Xinhua, repeated the title. It's a standard role in every military unit. Seeing Liang Xinhua looked confused, Xiao Wei explained, "Our group is relatively new. Our previous commander was transferred before our current one arrived." The political commissar, whose surname is Su, has been with us all the time. This time, the political commissar, Comrade Su Ziyuan, didn't come because he's at a meeting. Likely, the company commander organized a dinner to welcome him back. Got it. Understanding who the host and guest were. The company commander and the others, Old Xiao and Old Gu, are the guests of honor. For people like them, who seem only in their 20s but call each other old, Liang Xinyue really didn't know what to say. Do they consider themselves old? He took the rabbits Xiao Wei handed him. Liang Xinyue prepared a cutting board and a knife, ready to slaughter the rabbits. As he did, he kept talking to Xiao Wei. Does Commissar Su have any food restrictions? Any allergies? Little Wei looked over in surprise. Soldiers don't really avoid eating anything, do they? Isn't it common to bite into whatever food is available? Besides, this is meat. No, I definitely don't avoid it, Liang Xinyue asked around, only thinking that today they are the hosts, and if the other person doesn't like spicy food or has some other preference, she might have brought something unwanted. That wouldn't be right. Moreover, it seems the political officer holds a high rank. While lost in her thoughts, Liang Xinyue slaughtered the rabbit and went to prepare some of the potatoes she bought. Luckily, there were a few chili peppers left. Liang Xinyue brought out these ingredients, and Little Wei also finished plucking the chicken and cut open its stomach. Liang Xinyue laughed. Why don't we make chicken soup? Cooking everything together might not be enough for the big men, but if it's turned into soup, the servings would be larger. Adding some cabbage inside would make it tastier. The meat they bought yesterday was still some lean meat, and since the weather isn't good for keeping it long, she decided to stir-fry some shredded beef with green peppers. Liang Xinyue added water to the pot, and Little Wei quickly lit the fire with sharp eyes. Start the small stove too. Let's simmer the soup there. Okay. When Liang Xinyue was butchering the chicken, some small pieces of meat splattered onto her clothes. She gently frowned. It looks like she needs to make herself an apron. After finishing with the chicken, Liang Xinyue lightly stir-fried it in a little oil in a large pot before setting it aside into a smaller pot. Immediately, a layer of oil floated on top of the water in that small pot. Little Wei peeked to look. Liang Xinyue went to wash the cabbage and potatoes as well. Little Wei carefully placed the firewood in the stove, arranging it in crossing layers to keep the fire burning strongly without needing someone to watch over it constantly. Older sister, I'll wash these yams. Yams.
Oh, all right. Go ahead.
Make sure they're clean and peel off any skin that can be removed. Okay. Liang Xinyue was a bit surprised when she heard the word yams, then remembered that in this era, they called them yams. She cut the cabbage, some ginger, and garlic. Also sliced the green peppers and shredded meat. She added water to the big pot, preparing to cook the rice first, then stir-fry the dishes. Little Wei finished preparing the yams and brought them in. The water used for washing vegetables was reserved as Liang Xinyue requested. Little Wei was in charge of keeping the fire going, while Liang Xinyue managed the cooking. As the aroma from their cooking wafted into the next house, Lin Xiaoju started scolding at home again. Eat, eat, eat. All you do is eat. You won't die from eating too much. Liang Xinyue remained calm, as if she hadn't heard anything. When Zhou Guoyang returned with Su Ziyuan, Xiao Shun, and Gu Santang, the aroma in the yard was already drifting far. People who hadn't eaten meat in a while could smell the tempting scent. Oh, Old Zhou looks great. Your cooking will be very fragrant from now on. Old Zhou, you are quite lucky, Su Ziyuan joked as he smelled the meat aroma. Zhou Guoyang felt a small flutter of happiness inside. His wife made delicious dishes. He had already tasted them, but he hadn't yet, and receiving praise from old Su boosted his pride. Seeing Zhou Guoyang slightly lift his chin proud of himself, Gu Sanding clicked his tongue twice and shouted, "Sister-in-law, we're back and very hungry." Xiao Wei came out from the kitchen with a bowl of stir-fried green peppers and shredded meat. Seeing the bright green of the peppers combined with the sizzling meat, everyone's eyes lit up. Gu Sanding hurried over. "Let me bring it." Liang Xinyue also came out behind Xiao Wei and said, "Hurry, and start eating if you're hungry." Zhou Guoyang quickly went to help. "I'll do it." Liang Xinyue was holding chicken soup which was still hot. Zhou Guoyang took it from her and, Without forgetting, gestured back. Shinue, this is Commissar Su. He's our big brother now. Indeed, he was a big brother. The Commissar Su, who didn't look very tall and wore thick glasses, was thin and dressed in a slightly loose military uniform. But he had a smiling face, giving off an overall impression of a kind, harmless civil officer or scholar. Liang Shinue smiled and greeted. Hello, Commissar Su. My name is Liang Shinue. Commissar Su laughed loudly. Oh, good. Old Zhou married a good wife. Xiao Shun nudged him and said, Stop talking and go inside. The meat will get cold later. Commissar Su turned his head and shot him a glance. You're just a ghost of hunger. Despite saying that, he stepped into the house. Xiao Wei had already set the bowls and chopsticks, waiting for everyone to come in and sit down. Zhou Guoliang also went back to the kitchen to help carry out the rabbit meat cooked with potatoes. Seeing that Liang Shinue was about to cook some more vegetables, he said, There's enough already. No need to cook more. Liang Shinue rolled her eyes and replied, These are all meat dishes. We should still include some vegetables. Earlier, I blanched the cabbage leaves in chicken soup and set aside some core pieces. Now, I'm slicing the cabbage and will stir-fry the shredded cabbage, just a quick dish. Go with them to eat. I'll stay here. Liang Shinue gently pushed Zhou Guoliang out, and he happily went to the main hall to join them. Hey, old Zhou, why don't you call Xiao Liang to eat together? Su Zhenwei asked, noticing he came alone and sounding a bit reproachful. I warned you. We don't do that rural stuff here. When guests come, the lady of the house shouldn't just eat in the kitchen. We must respect the women. They're our backup force. That's the way a party secretary would think. Gu Sanding picked up his chopsticks and hesitated, unsure where to start because the secretary was still giving a lecture. But looking at the food in front of him, he knew it would be very tasty and fragrant even without eating. How did the conversation turn into respecting women? Zhou Guoliang quickly said, I don't have that idea. She suggested making a vegetarian dish, and she's about to come over. Liang Shinue quickly stir-fried some shredded cabbage and brought it out right away. By then, the lights had been turned on. Come on, Xiao Liang, sit with old Zhou. Let's all eat together. Thank you for your hard work today. Su Ziyuan hurriedly invited Liang Shinue to join them. Liang Shinue smiled and said, Okay, you eat first. Xiao Wei, come with me for a moment. Xiao Wei was just about to take a piece of potato and quickly put it in her mouth. She put down her chopsticks and hurried to the kitchen with Liang Shinue. Liang Shinue took a large bowl and a small bowl from the side cupboard. The large bowl was chicken soup, and the small bowl contained half stir-fried rabbit meat and half stir-fried green pepper shredded pork. Xiao Wei, you already told them this was sent back by Captain Gu. You should take it to the neighbor. Although she had only known her for a few days, Liang Shinue really didn't like Lin Shiji. She didn't want to show up herself or let her get into a fuss. That made her uncomfortable. So, she simply sent Xiao Wei to deliver the food. Xiao Wei didn't expect Liang Shinue to leave some for them. Hurry up, the aroma over there has already caused quite a fuss. They've been scolding quite a bit, and when they do, they hit the girl, which makes her suffer. Xiao Wei looked a bit serious, but still took the bowls. Okay, sister, don't worry. I'll deliver it right away. Xiao Wei carried the bowls out and sat down. Su Ziyuan, sitting at the head, saw her leave. Hey, Xiao Wei, where are you going? Just then, Liang Shinue came in smiling and said, I asked Xiao Wei to take some soup next door to Aunt Lin's house for the kids. Xiao Shun suddenly stood up and said, Sister-in-law, thank you. You're so thoughtful. Zhou Guoliang looked at Liang Shinue with approval and quickly helped her organize the chopsticks. Sit down, Shinue, and eat. Gu Sanding also interrupted and said, This tastes really good, sister-in-law. Did you learn how to cook? It's a pity there's no wine. Such delicious food paired with wine would be very tasty. Do you still want a drink? Have you forgotten the rules? Oh, once again, old Su found a chance to catch him. Gu Sanding hurriedly offered old Su a piece of rabbit meat. I get it. We're on a mission and can't drink. I just wanted to mention it. Come on, my good political officer. This meat is tasty. Commissioner Su laughed and scolded. Just thinking about it isn't enough. It shows, deep down and in your mind, you really want to drink. Gu Sanding suddenly felt that the meat in his mouth lost its taste. But after taking 2 bites of the rabbit, Commissioner Su sighed and said, "Next time I get the chance to drink wine, I hope this dish is served." Gu Sanding looked at Commissioner Su seriously and said earnestly, "Commissioner, you're thinking about drinking at the root of your mind, and now you're also craving rabbit meat. Is that a double mistake? Ha ha. Everyone started laughing. Just then, Xiao Wei returned with 2 empty bowls, seeming to have poured something for them. "Come on, you've been craving meat for days. Hurry and eat." Seeing Xiao Wei come back, Zhou Guoyang called out. Unexpectedly, as soon as Xiao Wei sat down, he only picked up potatoes to eat again. Zhou Guoyang thought he was being reasonable and reached out his chopsticks to offer him some rabbit meat. "Don't say we're bullying you. We're eating meat and you're eating potatoes.
Come on, have some. You need to grow taller."
Standing next to me, my shoulder is still taller than you since you're too short. Liang Xinyu side-eyed Zhou Guoyang silently. Zhou Guoyang completely didn't realize that he was being noted down in the small notebook again. Meanwhile, Xiao Wei with a potato in her mouth said, "No, you guys can eat meat. I'll just eat potatoes." I've never known potatoes could be this delicious. Gu Sanding originally reached for rabbit meat with his chopsticks, but then turned to the potatoes. "Don't trick me into eating vegetables. There's clearly meat here." Xiao Wei didn't care at all and kept picking potatoes to eat. Soon, 2 or 3 pairs of chopsticks simultaneously reached for the potatoes. Then, in the next second, the potatoes were snatched away. Everyone, after trying how tasty the potatoes were, no longer cared about talking. Liang Xinyu looked at the bowls on the table. They were almost empty. She got up and went to the kitchen, using a basin to scoop out the rice, then filled the bowls for everyone one by one. The soldiers not only work fast but also eat very quickly. If Zhou Guoyang hadn't quickly grabbed a few bits of potato, then the bowl of braised rabbit with potatoes would have only a few pieces of meat left. This was thanks to Commissar Su's reminder. Little Yang hasn't finished eating yet. Those hands reaching for the bowls immediately withdrew. There was still a lot of chicken in the chicken soup, but the cabbage leaves had all been eaten. Gu Sanding hiccuped, "I can't sit at the table anymore." "Me neither." Xiao Wei rolled his eyes at them, slowly stood up, and as he moved his body, there was a faint sound behind him. Poof. Zhou Guoyang kicked toward Xiao Wei. "Get lost, you little guy. Just eating dinner, and already farting and bloating." Xiao Wei was quick. He jumped up and retreated to the door, looking somewhat wronged, and said, "Your hiccups, my fart. Is that okay?" "It's just air escaping." Before he finished, the 4 remaining men at the table showed different expressions. 3 of them also stood up. Xiao Wei immediately ran outside to the courtyard. "Sister-in-law, I'll help boil water and do the dishes." Zhou Guoyang sat down. Liang Xinyu watched their playful fight and found it amusing. She usually ate slowly, but now she was the only one still not finished. Feeling a bit shy to let others watch her eat alone, she decided to clear the table. "You're not finished yet. You eat, I'll clear the table." Zhou Guoyang hurriedly stretched out his hand to stop her. Xiao Shun and Gu Sanding also quickly stood up. "Sister-in-law will do it." Zhou Guoyang immediately retracted his hand and sat down, saying, "You eat. They'll clear the table, and Xiao Wei will wash the dishes." Once he made the arrangements, he sat confidently, watching Gu Sanding and Xiao Shun, who didn't have time to withdraw their hands. Gu Sanding chuckled and said, "Look, Lao Zhou, at least be a little polite. Isn't this your house? Aren't you the host? We're just guests." "What guests? Today I only invited the commissar. You 2 are just here to eat for free. Guests should know their manners." "No manners, no next time," Zhou Guoyang said firmly. Xiao Shun quickly packed up, jabbing Gu Sanding with his elbow, and said, "For the next time, go sweep the floor. I'll clear the table." Liang Xinyu couldn't stay here and eat, so she took her rice to the kitchen and let them tidy up. Little Wei in the kitchen heated the water and started washing the dishes. Liang Xinyu hurried to finish eating and asked Little Wei not to pour out the water casually. The first batch of used water was poured into the toilet to flush, and later water used for cleaning was poured into a bucket for fertilizer. Fortunately, there was no dish soap at this time, so the water could be used for watering the plants. After eating, a few people unexpectedly went back to the headquarters. Zhou Guoyang was walking at the back. Just latch the gate outside. I can climb over the wall. I'll lock the inside door so you won't have to get up to open it later. Liang Xinhua thought for a moment and said, No need to lock it. I'll knit some yarn while waiting, and when you return, I'll go to sleep. Zhou Guoyang nodded. Tonight, Gu Sanding was on duty. He just want to talk with Lao Su about some matters for this meeting. If I get back late and you're already sleeping, don't wait for me. Sleep early, and I'll wake you when I come back. Zhou Guoyang left. Liang Xinhua checked both the front and back yards, locking the doors before going inside. She took out the yarn she bought and began drawing and sketching on the ground with the knitting needles she also bought. She remembered from her previous life how she learned to knit handmade sweaters and some toy sweaters, including how to cast on, bind off, and how many stitches to start with depending on the thickness of the yarn. Now she had no such instructions, so she could only rely on the methods she remembered from her past life to estimate. If Zhou Guoyang was home and saw Liang Xinhua drawing and writing on the ground, he wouldn't know what she was working on. The ground was muddy, but after smoothing it out and drawing with the bamboo needles, it could be erased by rubbing it with her shoes. Initially, Liang Xinhua was knitting for Zhou Guoyang. She took out his shirt to measure it roughly, trying to determine how big his neck was. She planned to knit based on the method she learned in her previous life, starting from the collar downward. She cast on stitches and knit a few rounds, but then realized she had misjudged the thickness. She had cast on too many. So she unraveled and restarted. She unraveled and reknitted 4 times before she finally made a size she thought was right. Once she started, she found knitting addictive. Liang Xinhua sat in front of the bed, knitting into the late hours until Zhou Guoyang returned. Gently pushing the door. Xinhua, I'm back. He saw the light on at home. Liang Xinhua responded with a sound, got up, and went to open the door. It's so late. Why aren't you asleep? Didn't I tell you to sleep early? While tidying up the yarn balls and needles, she smiled and said, I wasn't paying attention, just sitting and knitting without realizing the time. From the time she returned home, it's been over half a month, yet her wounds are still visible. Clearly, she was beaten very badly. Xinhua, they hurt you. Why didn't you run away? He was worried about what she might do when he saw these words. When he noticed her back was injured, he understood how serious it was. She couldn't see her own back, but she knew it caused some pain occasionally, though it didn't affect her normal life. No, it's not painful anymore. I'm fine now. Liang Xinhua hurriedly put on her new sweater. She quickly climbed into bed, feeling too embarrassed to look at Zhou Guoyang, and turned away, quietly leaning against the wall. The big bed only showed her small figure squeezed inside. Zhou Guoyang sighed softly. He honestly didn't have any bad intentions earlier. He's strong and full of energy. But seeing the originally fair skin now bruised and red made him hesitate. He was too scared to act, only feeling deep compassion. She took off her clothes, turned off the lights, and got into bed. She reached out and hugged Liang Xinhua. Be good, lean against the wall to sleep. It's cold.
Come closer.
When he hugged her, she stiffened completely. Zhou Guoyang paused silently, understanding she might still have trouble fully accepting him. He laid himself very straight, only his right arm still firm as a pillow for Liang Xinhua, holding her shoulder. He tilted his head and kissed her forehead lightly. Sleep now. You've had a hard day too. Liang Xinhua thought he was going to say something else, but he only said that. He slept very straight, like he was ready for training. Still, this made Liang Xinhua at ease. She relaxed slightly, curled her legs, and slowly closed her eyes. Perhaps because she had been digging in the ground today, she was really tired physically and fell asleep easily. Meanwhile, Zhou Guoyang, holding her, silently remembered the discipline he was trying to suppress. Flashing through his mind were images of small hands tied with thin cloth strips on the back. He noticed that clothes made with little fabric could be worn this way. Could he just undo the knot to take it off? His mind was overwhelmed by memories of the strict rules he used to know so well. His hand, which was resting on her shoulder, gently slid downward. He touched the knot through her nightwear. His fingers moved a little, then quietly pulled back to her shoulder. Liang Xinhua, now asleep, was more relaxed now. She stretched out her small hand, resting it flat on Zhou Guoliang's abdomen, and her little head pressed against his chest. Zhou Guoliang's hand gradually moved toward the knot again. Before reaching it, he remembered the blue-purple scars on her back. He clenched his fist, reminding himself not to be a beast. Her injuries weren't healed yet. He almost recited Amitabha to calm his restless heart. But just as he was calming down and ready to sleep, she turned over in her sleep. Liang Xinhua had a dream. She dreamed of her previous life's beloved big goose pillow. So, she turned over, reached out, and hugged the goose's neck. Unknowingly, she was actually hugging Zhou Guoliang's arm. His suppressed desire, which he had kept almost under control, flared up again when he felt the soft arm pressing against him. Tonight, he probably wouldn't sleep either. It seems he should listen to Xinhua and cover himself with a blanket. Before dawn, with horn sounding, Zhao Guoliang quickly got up, hurriedly dressed, and turned around to see Liang Xinhua again flipping over to find her big goose. Zhao Guoliang secretly stared at this woman with resentment because, well, he hadn't slept well for 2 nights in a row. Fortunately, tonight was his shift. Despite his resentment, he gently kissed Liang Xinhua on the forehead. "Xinhua, I'm going to training. I've locked the door, so sleep well." This time, Liang Xinhua didn't get up. Instead, she mumbled a reply, then turned over, hugging most of the quilt and tucking it between her legs, falling back to sleep. Zhao Guoliang sighed softly, pulled the quilt over to cover her, and then left the house. On the training ground, the sound of Leader Zhou's voice was heard. All soldiers, after running 10 laps, start strength training. There was another wave of groans. Xiao Shun and Gu Sanding exchanged looks. Something didn't seem right. Old Zhou had been a bit strange these days. He used to be very active during drills, often practicing alone in a corner. He always said he didn't want the young soldiers to see that their leader was nervous when he came out for training. Now, what was going on? Many new soldiers looked at their leader with panic in their eyes. How impressive was this leader? Watching Zhao Guoliang running at the front, Gu Sanding was sure that old Zhou was emotionally unstable. It seemed. While running, Gu Sanding leaned close to Xiao Shun and whispered a few words. Xiao Shun's eyes widened. "No way." "Absolutely. So, what do we do?" Xiao Shun thought for a moment and said, "Find Xiao Wei. He kept those things from last time. Tell him the leader is sick and needs treatment." So, Xiao Wei was brought in to form a 3-person team. The basic training was finished. Xiao Wei then received the captain's instructions again. He took the key and delivered breakfast to Liang Xinhua. Liang Xinhua also got up, watering the place covered with grass in the backyard. After watering, she washed her hands and face, then went to have breakfast. But she saw Xiao Wei taking out those big red characters from the guest house and started sticking them on the walls of this main hall and the door. Liang Xinhua smiled and said, "Xiao Wei, why are you still sticking these? They're old news." Xiao Wei, while sticking, replied, "Captain Xiao and Captain Gu asked me to do it. They say that the leader trains everyone so hard every day because he's full of energy but hasn't had his needs satisfied. We need to prepare a new bridal chamber for him." Liang Xinhua stared at Wei, who looked confused. "Tear it off. I told you to give it to your squad leader, then say the same thing to him. His illness will be cured." Wei, half believing, looked at Liang Xinhua. "Really?" "Yes, really. Go tell him." Wei wasn't very educated, only able to read a little, mainly good at martial arts, quick to act, and had caught the attention of Zhou Guoliang when he was a new soldier, making him his little aide. Now hearing Liang Xinhua say this, Wei believed her. So he tore off the 2 pasted sheets and found Zhou Guoliang, who was sweating heavily. "Squad leader, here. Sister-in-law said if I tell you some words, your illness will be gone." After hearing Wei, Zhou Guoliang clenched his teeth and said through gritted teeth, "Go call the 2 company commanders." Wei saw Zhou Guoliang's bad expression and hurried to call the 2 company commanders. Soon, they heard sounds of pounding from the squad office. Then Zhou Guoliang came out first, smiling in a way that made Wei feel a little scared. He smiled again. Zhou Guoliang headed towards the broadcast room, and his voice echoed over the radio. Comrades who have finished breakfast, gather at the parade ground immediately. You will do a 10-kilometer load-bearing and jungle survival training led by the company leaders. Each squad leader will be responsible for the load and will switch every kilometer. This meant they had to carry people and run 10 kilometers, plus do the training. While the soldiers cheered when they heard this, Wei looked in shock at the two bruised company commanders coming out of the squad office. What's going on? Wei was very surprised. But Gu Sanding went forward, grabbing Wei's collar. Boy, I want to know what's going on. You asked to discuss something, and now you've gone to the squad leader? Wei thought for a moment, then understood. You're talking about the treatment for the squad leader's illness, right? I was just doing what Sister Xinhua told me. Gu Sanding and Xiao Shun exchanged looks. What did Sister Xinhua say? Wei described everything that happened. Gu Sanding and Xiao Shun suddenly squatted down, each grabbing one of Wei's feet, then flipped the shorter Wei over and ran him to the sports field. Now, the field was divided into two camps. 1st and 2nd Battalion soldiers are cheering for their commanders. 1st Battalion will win. 1st Battalion. 1st Battalion. The battalion commander is the best. Punching tigers, kicking 2nd Battalion. Before long, the slogans are ready. 2nd Battalion won't show weakness. 2nd Battalion, 2nd Battalion, the strongest in carrying loads. Fought 1st Battalion, captured 3 ding. Just then, Gu Sanding, who was walking by, raised his hand to slap a young soldier's head and said, Hey, you guys just shout slogans, why personal attacks? Whoever dares to take down 3 ding wants to challenge me. His last words were shouted out loud. Unexpectedly, he received a unified reply. I want to. Haha, you little rabbits, do you think I got beaten up by the team leader? Ha ha ha. That's right, I was beaten, but I still beat up 2nd Battalion. Xiao Shun reached out to stop Gu Sanding, who was still bragging. Come on, stop talking big. If it's a real horse or a real mule, let's see. The two arrived at the starting line, each with a squad leader standing on either side. They randomly picked one person to be the starter, and when the signal sounded, each man carried a squad leader and started running. The track around here is 500 meters, a full mile. This time, they switched to another squad leader. Running side by side, they reached the 18th lap, and Xiao Shun was now a step behind. After completing 20 laps, he was still just 1 step behind. Gu Sanding smugly pointed at Xiao Shun and said, See? Your legs are soft now, right? That's the benefit of not being married. Married men, their legs go soft. Haha. Laughing loudly, Gu Sanding turned around and saw committee member Su and Zhou Guoliang standing behind him. Both of them are married. Su committee looked at Zhou Guoliang and asked, Are you coming or should I? Zhou Guoliang stared at Gu Sanding expressionlessly. You go first, then I will. Okay. Then Su committee took off his coat and hat, handing them to Zhou Guoliang, and calmly told Gu Sanding, Try to see if married men's legs go soft. No load. 10 kilometers. Xiao Shun, give the start. Gu Sanding was stunned for a moment, but Xiao Shun raised his hand. Ready, go. Gu Sanding's second 10-kilometer run began. Although it was no load, he had just run 10 kilometers. Everyone was surprised to see the scholar-like committee member Su, who kept the same speed from start to finish, running just as fast all along. He didn't seem to practice at all. After 20 kilometers, Gu Sanding's stamina was still manageable. But I was also sweaty and a bit out of breath. Unexpectedly, after the political officer dressed, Zhou Guoliang took off his clothes again and walked to the starting point. Come, Gu Sanding, let's see if a man's legs are soft or not. Carry a load, 10 kilometers. Gu Sanding's eyes widened. No way, Lao Xiao, Lao Su, and you too, Zhou Guoliang said expressionlessly. We're all married. Gu Sanding groaned. I was wrong. No, you're not wrong. We just want you to see what happens when your legs go weak. Come on, if I can't finish running, there are still a few company commanders who are married. Can they satisfy you? Ready. Xiao Shun deliberately. Gu Sanding raised his hand to signal, slow down. But Xiao Shun dropped his hand facing Gu Sanding's gaze. Run. Gu Sanding instinctively carried someone beside him and started to run. But now, Gu Sanding couldn't catch up with Zhou Guoliang anymore. Zhou Guoyang led the pack, pulling ahead by half a lap. The soldiers of the 1st Battalion started cheering. "Come on, Commander! Beat the tiger!" After running 10 kilometers, Gu Sanding finally understood what it means to be weak in the legs. In the past, he could handle this kind of physical exertion easily, but now he was loose. No, he had to train more. So, tired from the training, Gu Sanding turned around and started training his soldiers. The whole training ground was turned into what looked like a battlefield. After Xiao Wei left, Liang Xinyue was a bit annoyed. These men, weren't they tired from training every day? And yet they still had the energy to mess around. Feeling a little embarrassed and angry, Liang Xinyue decided to put this matter aside and focus on her gardening. Besides buying some seeds, she also bought a few garlic cloves. She planted these garlic cloves into the ground. Then she watered them a little and covered the soil with dry grass. Lin Xiaojie, holding her child, saw Liang Xinyue covering the freshly dug soil with dry grass in the backyard. "TSK, TSK, TSK, what are you doing? This mud still needs warmth, and you're covering it up." Liang Xinyue responded. "It's to keep sunlight out." Lin Xiaojie, who didn't understand farming, wandered around Liang Xinyue. Seeing that Liang Xinyue ignored her, she occasionally coughed lightly, which made it hard for Liang Xinyue not to notice. She looked up at Lin Xiaojie, who was standing there holding her son, and deliberately tilted her head, so she could see her face, now made up with makeup. She had dabbed on some of her cosmetics, which she hadn't done in years. First her child got sick, and now she had another child. Lin Xiaojie wanted to gain some attention in front of Liang Xinyue. Yesterday, because Liang Xinyue brought food, old Xiao came back in the evening and told her to go thank Liang Xinyue and to get along well with her. Is Liang Xinyue just a country girl? She only married the team leader. It doesn't mean she's better than anyone else. So, today, was she here to build relationships or just to show off? Obviously, no matter her intention, she did not succeed because Liang Xinyue was too busy to pay her any attention. Lin Xiaojie swore and left angrily. Liang Xinyue had originally wanted to fertilize the fields, but she couldn't because her manure pit was too small. Not much was done in the morning, so Liang Xinyue sat down again to knit a sweater. She worked until noon, but when Zhou Guoyang returned home, the house was still cold and empty. From the big table of food prepared yesterday, it's clear that Liang Xinyu is not lazy. Zhou Guoyang stepped inside and saw Liang Xinyu still focused on knitting, seemingly unaware of his return. "Xinyu, aren't you hungry? It's already noon." Liang Xinyu didn't look up. "No, I'm full of anger." Is there a problem?" Zhou Guoyang quickly thought to himself, trying to figure out what went wrong. No way, anger can't make you full. Too much anger isn't good for health. "I'll go make some rice," he said carefully. "Oh right, do we still have some soup left from last night? Maybe I can make some pancakes to go with the soup." He seemed a little cautious, suspecting why she was angry. Liang Xinyu rolled her eyes at him again and stood up to go to the kitchen to cook. As she passed by Zhou Guoyang, he reached out and gently held her, hugging her tightly. "What are you angry about? Just enjoy life happily." The brothers in the military camp are rough men. Sometimes they don't know their words can be hurtful. Don't take it to heart. Liang Xinyu clicked her tongue. "I don't care. Go away, I'm going to make pancakes." Zhou Guoyang simply picked her up and said, "You're only here to supervise. I'll do the cooking today. I want you to see that I can cook too." Feeling a bit alarmed as her feet left the ground, Liang Xinyu reached out and held Zhou Guoyang's neck. Hey, put me down. I can walk by myself." Haha. Zhou Guoyang carried her into the kitchen and placed her on a stool by the fire. "You start the fire. I'll knead the dough," he said. He rolled up his sleeves and began to knead the dough. Flatbread should not be cooked over high heat. It's best to burn dry grass or leaves like kindling, which are simple to ignite. However, the house only has a few of these, mainly chopped wood. Liang Xinyue must go get the axe, chopping the wood into smaller pieces for burning, while saying, "Looks like I need to gather some firewood. Can I collect wood from the nearby mountains?" Zhou Guoyang knows that, in their hometown, chopping wood is a simple task for Liang Xinyue. You can, but you need to watch the forest carefully. There might be snakes inside. Are you afraid? Or maybe wait until tomorrow. I'm on duty tonight and can't come back. Tomorrow night, I won't go out for drills. Let's eat early and go gather firewood. Are you on duty today? Yes, just a few of us at the headquarters. We take turns. Now that Lao Su is back, we rotate roughly every 6 days, Zhou Guoliang says while kneading the dough. By the way, Xinyue, I won't be sleeping at home tonight. Are you worried? He thinks that even though Liang Xinyue is skilled at farm work, she's more familiar with home. But here, she doesn't know many people yet. No, I'll keep the door locked, she replies. Maybe I can ask Xiaowei to help lock the outside door at night and come in the morning to open it? Zhou Guoliang is a bit worried she might be scared alone. No need. There are guards at the main gate outside, and inside are soldiers and their families. What's there to fear? Besides, Xiaowei is working as your aide. He doesn't need to look after the house, Liang Xinyue insists confidently. She is not afraid. In her previous life, she lived alone from middle school, so she's quite independent. Zhou Guoliang smiles. I don't usually ask Xiaowei to do chores. I prefer to do things myself. I just want him to run errands sometimes, because you're still unfamiliar with this place. If you need anything, you can call old Xiao from next door. When he's off duty, he'll come home to take care of his child. Just then, sounds of shouting and children crying come from the next door. They look at each other silently and lower their heads to do their own things. It must be said that Zhou Guoliang has good strength. His kneading makes the dough very elastic. The flatbreads he makes turn golden and smell delicious. I need to grow some green onions so I can make scallion pancakes later, Liang Xinyue thinks while eating her bread. Zhou Guoliang tore the pancake and soaked it in chicken soup while smiling, saying, In winter, we can't grow much here. It gets very cold. Liang Xinyue frowned, thinking about the small yard behind. Now that it's autumn, if the plants there can't sprout new shoots, they'll be useless come winter. She needed to think of a plan. Liang Xinyue asked, How cold does it get in winter here? It's much colder than at home. Usually it snows in winter here, sometimes as early as October. According to Commissar Su, by winter, we'll need to store enough food, because there might be heavy snow blocking the mountains, and we won't be able to go out. Heavy snow blocking the mountains. Liang Xinyue visualized the location. It seemed to be on a transitional zone from plains to highlands. She hadn't expected winters here to be cold enough to cause heavy snow blockages. It seemed she still needed to prepare winterproofing measures. In the afternoon, Liang Xinyue didn't go out to fetch firewood or knit sweaters at home. Instead, she took a ruler and measured back and forth in the room next to the kitchen. She wanted to build a simple warm room using the space next to the hearth. She had been here for a few days. She bought some Chinese cabbage, but overall, the leafy greens available in this area were limited. If heavy snow cut off access, there wouldn't be any fresh green vegetables at all. So, she had to think ahead. With a warm room, she could at least keep some green onions and small vegetables. This was her expertise from her previous life. Though it didn't have much use here, building a small warm room to satisfy her hunger and comfort was still worthwhile. Without a thermometer, she couldn't measure temperature as precisely as in her past experiments, so she could only gauge it herself. After measuring and calculating some data, she planned to ask Zhou Guoliang tomorrow at dinner where she might find some bricks. If he didn't have any, she decided to gather some stones from outside before it got too cold. Having collected some initial data, she marked it on the wall corner with a small knife. She sat back inside and started knitting again. It looked like she needed to speed up her knitting, as she also wanted to make a set of cotton-padded clothes and pants for herself. She was most afraid of the cold, and winter was expected to be tough. By dinner time, Liang Xinyue tidied up the yard. While doing so, she noticed some movement in the right yard and stood straight, seeing Gu Santang also working there. She smiled in surprise and said, Captain Gu, is this your yard? Yes, sister-in-law. Xiao and I are on either side of your house. When we chose this courtyard, we deliberately made it connected. I've never come to clean before. I usually stay in the group. Starting today, even when I'm off duty, I will come back to stay here for a bit. Liang Xinhua knows that those assigned to this courtyard are at least at the camp level. There are a few others who also have family members with them, but she doesn't recognize them yet. These courtyards are meant for those people to bring their families to stay close while accompanying the troops. Seeing Gu standing cleaning, Liang Xinhua smiled and asked, "So, Captain Gu is getting married?"
Huh. No, sister-in-law.
"It's not even set yet. I just started tidying up. I live next door, so if you need anything, just give me a shout." Liang Xinhua figured it out. Probably Zhou Guoliang had someone move back into this courtyard early, right? Honestly, if they weren't bringing family members along, it would be better for them to stay in the group headquarters. They could eat with the mess, have things to do, and spend every day with friends. They could practice drills together. Integrating into the army means they wouldn't feel lonely. But if they returned to this courtyard, it would seem lonely. Gu Sanding hadn't moved in before, but now he has, and Zhou Guoliang's words make it clear. Liang Xinyu can't miss the point. Being remembered and cared for is happiness. And being surrounded by happiness is for the brave. Early evening, Liang Xinyu finished eating quickly, tidied up, locked the door, and stayed inside her room knitting a sweater. She didn't know that even after closing the windows, curtains, and locking the door, Gu Sanding still stood outside, watching the courtyard a few times to make sure everything was okay before returning to his room to sleep. Tomorrow, she would report to the battalion commander. She had planned to wait until Zhou Guoliang returned in the afternoon, and the two of them could go gather some firewood. But Zhou Guoliang didn't come back, and early in the morning, Xiao Wei arrived instead. Xinyua's sister, the regiment commander, and others went on a mission last night. They left yesterday. "If you need anything, just tell me. I'll come check on you 3 times a day. Whatever needs to be done, just give it to me." "What? They're on a mission? Could it be like last time, going to pick up new soldiers? When will they be back?" Liang Xinhua didn't ask what kind of mission it was. That wasn't her place to ask. She just wanted to know when they might return. Honestly, hearing that they went on a mission made her a little worried. "I don't know. The battalion commander and the others often go out on missions, but I've never been told where they're headed. Before they come back, I will come here every day." Xiao Wei just brought breakfast and gave a report before leaving. Liang Xinhua, after breakfast, took a rope and an axe and went out. Since coming here, besides the day she went to the county town to buy things, she mainly stayed in the yard. Today is her first time stepping outside the house. After leaving the yard, Liang Xinhua looked around. At the end of the right side of the staff compound, there is a row of mountains. The entire area is surrounded by a wall. When Liang Xinhua left through the main gate, a soldier at the entrance looked her over and asked, "Which family do you belong to? I've never seen you before." "Doesn't everyone coming in need to register?" Liang Xinhua smiled and said, "I'm from the staff compound. My name is Liang Xinhua. I am the family member of Commander Zhou Guoliang. I want to go out and gather firewood. Is that okay?" The 2 soldiers on duty were surprised when they heard she was Commander Zhou's family member. They knew about the previous time Commander Zhou brought family members back, but they hadn't seen her then. Now that they knew, they immediately stood upright and saluted. "Hello, sister-in-law." Liang Xinhua replied, "Hello, can I go out now?" "Yes, where do you want to gather firewood?" One slightly chubby soldier asked with a smile. "There are more wild grasses here, and some shrubs are withered over there. If I cut them now and carry them back, they'll dry quickly and be ready for burning," he explained, pointing to a small path outside the wall. "Ma'am, you can take this path. It's the usual way for people gathering firewood." The grass on the path was also yellowed. Liang Xinhua followed their advice and headed to the foot of the mountain she had originally wanted to visit. After crossing the staff compound, she saw some green vegetation ahead, mainly evergreen trees and bushes. Some bushes had indeed withered. Liang Xinhua didn't start gathering but continued walking forward. There was no shortage of firewood at home. She just wanted to see what plants were growing on the mountain and its surroundings. After walking a distance, she reached a bend at the foot of the mountain where the forest was denser. She thought it was better not to go any deeper and turned back, cutting some withered shrubs along the way. The branches varied in thickness, suitable for starting a fire, and some sticks were just the right size to burn without chopping. Liang Xinhua didn't do much work. After binding 2 bundles of firewood with a rope, she carried a long, thick stick as a shoulder pole and carried the bundles back home. On the way back, she met a woman carrying a child, also holding a chopping knife. The woman was slightly overweight. When she saw Liang Xinhua, she was initially surprised, then smiled and greeted her. "Are you Mrs. Zhou, the captain's wife?" This was the second woman she had met here. Liang Xinhua smiled softly and said, "Yes, my name is Liang Xinhua." "What's your name?" Before she could answer, the woman's child, tied to her back with 2 cloth strips, peeked out with a small, round face, smiled sweetly, and called out, "Auntie." Liang Xinhua immediately liked the child. She had a round face like her mother's, small eyes, and a smile that looked like a full moon. Her words were clear and confident, not timid. "Hello, what's your name?" Liang Xinhua asked the child warmly. The woman smiled and asked her daughter, "Lon Lon, tell auntie your name." "Mom calls me Lon Lon, Dad calls me Loner. Brother calls me second sister." Both Liang Xinhua and the woman smiled. "I'm Chen Xiangqian's wife. Our Xiangqian is the deputy battalion commander of Group 1, but he's away studying and hasn't come back. My name is Fu Chunhua. This is my second daughter, Chun Rulon. I just came to gather some firewood." Upon hearing Fu Chunhua speak, Liang Xinhua liked her very much. She sounded clear and calm, radiating a peaceful aura that felt warm. Since Fu Chunhua looked older than her, Liang Xinhua took the initiative and said, "Sister Fu, do you want me to help you chop some firewood? It's not easy for you to carry the child. Haha, no need, no need. I can put her down. But as soon as she's out, she acts like a little dog let loose. If I don't carry her over, this path would take me half an hour to walk, and even a tiny ant could entertain her for a long time." Liang Xinhua had few chores at home and wanted to make friends with the woman, so she smiled and put down her own bundle of firewood. "Then I'll wait for you. You can put little Lon Lon down, I can watch her. I don't have much to do at home either." Usually, when meeting strangers for the first time, some caution is expected. But after hearing Liang Xinua's suggestion, Fu Chunhua smiled happily, thanked her, and immediately untied the cloth strips, letting her 3-year-old daughter, Lon Lon, down. "Lon Lon, you and Annie wait here for Mom." Mom went to gather firewood. Fu Chunhua quickly tied the child on her back into a bundle and then went to chop wood. She was cutting some semi-dead shrubs. Little Lon Lon stood still and ran over to circle Liang Xinhua, looking at her with surprise, curious about this tall, slim Annie she had never seen before. Liang Xinhua crouched down, allowing the little girl to look at her as she smiled sweetly. "Auntie, your hair. From the moment I arrived here, I knew this body was not in the best health, but the original owner had beautiful long hair, black, long, and thick. Usually, her hair was parted and braided into 2 pigtails, then wrapped around the back of her head into a big bun. Today, she didn't bun it up, but braided all her hair into a single thick braid that hung down her back, long enough to reach her waist. Little Lon Lon was very interested in the braid, holding her hands up to it. Her own hair was not very thick, and was a little yellowish. Perhaps because she didn't comb it this morning or was mischievous and messed it up. It looked a bit messy. Liang Xinhua used her fingers to tidy it a bit and divided it into 2 small braids on each side. The good girl just stood there obediently. After finishing one braid, she raised her small hand and played with her hair happily, feeling proud to have her own small braids. Fu Chunhua, busy and quick, finished chopping the wood in no time and, like Liang Xinhua, bundled it into 2 loads prepared to carry home. She came over and saw Liang Xinua's braids and smiled, saying, "Now she must be very happy, right? She keeps pestering me to braid her hair. Once I'm done, she pulls it all apart again, then I braid it again. We keep doing this several times a day." Liang Xinhua smiled and said, "Come to my place later. I have red hair ties. I'll help you tie her hair with them. It will look very nice." Little Lon Lon was very excited. When Fu Chunhua tried to carry her, she refused and held Liang Xinua's hand, saying, "I want to hold Auntie's hand. Auntie also has to gather firewood." Fortunately, the path was flat and not very narrow, so the children weren't afraid they might fall.
Litle Lanlan is free prafe.
She can walk by herself. Auntie will walk ahead.
Just follow Auntie.
Mom will be behind us, okay? Liang Xinyu knew Zhou Guoyang was out on a task. If she wanted to establish herself here, she needed to build good relationships with these people. She liked this little girl. She felt a good connection. Okay. Lan Lan quickly agreed, and Liang Xinyu walked ahead. Lan Lan immediately followed. Fu Chunhua, walking behind, smiled and said, "Still obedient to you. Xinyu, can I call you Xinyu?" Liang Xinyu nodded and answered, "Sure." Fu Chunhua smiled and said, "They say in the military family compound, everyone calls each other by their husband's rank. We should all call you sister-in-law, but you're much younger than me." Liang Xinyu quickly replied, "Let's call each other by name. I'll just call you Sister Fu." Fu Chunhua responded, "All right, you call me sister, and I'll call you Sister Xinyu. I am 3 years older than our families Qin. I was once a child servant for their family. Later, Xiangqian joined the army. They didn't say they didn't want me. Then, after the elders in my family passed away, I came to follow the army with my child. Sister, life here is a bit harder, but it's okay. Xiangqian's family didn't lack anything for us 3 women." Liang Xinyu was surprised to learn that Fu Chunhua was once a child servant. The two and the little one slowly walked back to the family courtyard. Liang Xinyue's house was closer to the gate. She invited Fu Chunhua. "Sister Fu, come sit in my yard. It's still early." Xiao Lan Lan, ahead of them, ran and stood upright at Liang Xinyue's door. "Look at this unpolite girl. You tell your aunt, and she'll want to visit you at your aunt's house." Fu Chunhua smiled and teased Xiao Lan Lan, wanting to get closer to Liang Xinyue. This was a good opportunity. Liang Xinyue opened the door, entered, and placed the firewood in the yard. "Hurry, put the firewood here, too." Then she went to open the main room door. "Lan Lan, quick, bring Mom over to sit." Fu Chunhua put down the firewood, then casually opened the bundle of firewood reserved for Liang Xinyue and spread it out in the yard. This firewood isn't very dry. It needs a couple of days to dry thoroughly. Otherwise, it won't catch fire easily, and it will produce a lot of smoke. Liang Xinyue also helped spread the firewood. "Thank you, Sister Fu. I'm here to visit, so sit down first. This is an easy job. When I was in the countryside, I did a lot of work. Xiangqian's mother was always in bed, and someone had to take care of her. I also worked in the team. Since I've come here, I mainly take care of the kids. I really feel uncomfortable all over sometimes." They talked while spreading the firewood. Fu Chunhua is a straightforward and talkative person. She said what was on her mind without hiding anything. As they talked, someone from above interrupted. "Rural folks are all the same. Just hardworking. No need to look up." Liang Xinyue already knew it was Lin Xiaojie again. Liang Xinyue's face darkened. She wasn't talking to her, so why did she repeat herself? Even making sarcastic remarks? Liang Xinyue looked up, ready to retort, but unexpectedly, Fu Chunhua spoke first. "Oh, sister-in-law Lin? Yes, we're all from the countryside, unlike sister-in-law Lin, who's so refined. Xinyue, you probably don't know, but sister-in-law Lin is from the city. Her children are quite precious, raised by her since birth, unlike our kids, who grew up playing in the mud." Liang Xinyue understood her meaning. This older sister is quite straightforward. She talked about her envy, but she didn't feel inferior. "Yes, I also come from the countryside, so I get along well with Sister Fu. We talk about rural life. Don't bother sister-in-law Lin." Liang Xinyue said this, and Fu Chunhua laughed heartily, patting her arm and saying, "I knew it. We country folks always carry the dirt on our words. I'm used to it. Sister-in-law Lin has been here for years, but she still hasn't gotten used to it. Lin Xiaojie has a bad personality, but isn't stupid." She could tell they were talking about her. She didn't know why, but her son suddenly started crying loudly. She turned around and snorted. "Why are you crying? You just can't stand their poor looks." She comforted her son and went inside, muttering some sharp remarks. "Phew, what kind of person is this? Old Xiao really must be blind to marry someone like her." After she left, Fu Chunhua spat on the ground and then said to Liang Xinyu, living next to her, you'll suffer more. The people here in the family compound don't like coming over. She's like a mad dog, snapping at anyone she sees. Nobody pays attention to her. They just do it for old Zhao's sake. Otherwise, she's caused a lot of trouble. Fu Chunhua and Liang Xinyu finished stacking the firewood and went back inside. Zai Lanlin sat politely on the doorstep, watching them come in before following inside. Liang Xinyu opened the kitchen, took out a thermos, and poured hot water for them. She also specially added sugar to their cups. Here, have some water. Before the sugar dissolved, Zai Lanlin looked at the sugar grains at the bottom of the cup. Mom, Auntie still added sugar. Fu Chunhua also hurriedly said, look at you, just sitting here, and you're sweetening your tea. That's not good. Liang Xinyu sighed quietly. Honestly, in this era, sugar water is considered a precious treat. When she was a child in her past life, kids drank all kinds of milk teas and sodas. Liang Xinyu took a spoon and scooped some into Xiao Lanlin's cup. Be good. Stir it yourself. It will melt, and then it will be sweet water. Then Liang Xinyu went inside and took out a handful of milk candies from the drawer. These were leftovers from the last time she hosted everyone in Daong County, which Xiao Wei had kept. She herself isn't a big candy eater, so she kept them here without opening them yet. Liang Xinyu reached out and gave some to Xiao Lanlan. Here, Lanlan, put these in your pocket. When you go back, share them with. Does your family have an older brother or sister? She was asking Fu Chunhua. When Fu Chunhua saw the candies, she hurriedly reached out to stop Liang Xinyue's hand. Don't give the child such good treats. Keep them for yourself. Stepsister, these are for the child. It's not for you. Lanlan is very well behaved. Here, keep them safe and share with. Big brother, I have a big brother, Lanlan answered confidently, even trying to open her small pocket wider with her little hand. But her clothes were already small, and the pocket was just a style that couldn't hold more than a couple of candies. She tugged at her clothes again and said, Annie, there's another pocket here. Fu Chunhua was almost amused by her daughter's actions. She reached out and patted the child's hand. You, child. Liang Xinyu couldn't help but laugh. Yes, we should put some candies in that pocket too. One pocket for Big Brother and one for Lanlan to enjoy. Okay, Lanlan was very happy. She didn't expect this Annie to be so kind, giving her sugar water and candies. She had tasted this sugar once before. Her dad brought back one piece, and she and her big brother cut it in half with a knife and shared it. It was very delicious. Seeing that she couldn't stop her, Fu Chunhua could only say, you see, this is a bit of an expense. I knew this early. I wouldn't have brought the children here. Liang Xinyu smiled and said, Annie Fu, what are you saying? This was when Zhou Guoyang went back to his hometown, and we got married. At that time, when they were recruiting soldiers, I invited everyone to the guest house to celebrate with wedding candies. We had planned to share the candies after we returned, but Zhou Guoyang said the political officer hadn't come back yet. Once he returned, we'd celebrate together. And now, the political officer is back, but he's gone on another mission. We'll wait a little longer until he returns, then we'll celebrate again. Hearing that it was wedding candy, Fu Chunhua felt a bit more relaxed. Otherwise, it would be awkward to visit with children just to say hello. Liang Xinyu entered the inner room again and soon brought out 2 red thread bracelets. Come, Lanlan, Annie said she would make you a red hair strap. Tie it up into a bow, and it will look really pretty. Little Lanlan was so happy that she ran to Liang Xinyu, who then tied 2 small red flowers into her hair. Mom, does it look nice? Very pretty, really beautiful. Fu Chunhua watched Lanlan smile and said, Xinyu, are you really from the countryside? Yes, I am. Old Zhou and I are on the same team. We've known each other since we were kids. Fu Chunhua's eyes sparkled with curiosity. Really? You were childhood sweethearts, just like us. I grew up with Xiangqian. When I visited his family, I was 8 and he was only 5. I saw him grow up fully naked. Liang Xinyu chuckled softly. She hadn't met Chen Xiangqian yet. Next door, children were shouting and playing loudly. Meanwhile, a young girl was crying loudly. Little Lanlan got scared and ran into Fu Chunhua's arms. Fu Chunhua sighed and said, "That girl has been here for 3 or 4 years. I've only seen her twice. Both times, old Xiao carried her out for us to see. She's over 5 years old but looks smaller than Lanlan. She's so thin, just skin and bones. Honestly, she's often beaten and scolded. It's really, well, her life." Liang Xingyue could only listen to the crying child and sigh along. How the children in someone else's family are treated is not her business. She really couldn't interfere. After finishing her hot water, Fu Chunhua smiled and said, "I've got a little one at home, so I'll leave now. When you have free time, come to our yard to play." We're at the end of this row. Liang Xingyue, understanding that they needed to look after the kids, smiled and said, "Sure, bring both children over when you come. I stay home all the time, and this side is unfamiliar to me." Okay, little Lanlan was reluctant to leave at first, but after her mother scolded her with a glance, she pouted and followed her mom out. As they left, Xiao Wei approached. "Hey, sister, did you go gather firewood? Just tell me if you need to. Captain said before he left that if anything happens, just say so. Here, this is for you." Xiao Wei carried over a basin, which contained several pieces of meat, clearly segments cut from a pork belly. "Sister, the captain asked the kitchen to buy this last night. It was paid for by him. I brought it to you and Battalion Chief Zhao's family." Just as Xiao Wei finished speaking, another voice came from the wall.
What? Meat?
"Oh, Xiao Wei, all the good stuff always goes to your captain's family first." It was Lin Ziage. Liang Xingyue was no longer happy. Did Lin Xiaoju specifically wait in the corner to listen to what was being said here? Everything she heard was very quick to respond. And listen to these words, they were so unpleasant. Xiao Wei was not polite. "What's wrong?" "Sister-in-law Lin, this is the money from the team leader, and I asked the canteen to help buy a piece of meat. Thinking of your 2 kids, since Lao Xiao is also out, I decided to give half to your family. I asked Sister Xingyue to choose first." Liang Xingyue rolled her eyes at her but ignored her story and took the lean piece first. "I'll take this one." Liang Xingyue knew they liked to cook with fatty meat to make oil, so she chose the lean piece, thinking they'd prefer that. Sure enough, they didn't appreciate her kindness. TSK, this meat is really fatty. The canteen supplier really doesn't know how to buy. Such fatty meat is just too greasy to eat. She even looked down on it. Liang Xingyue understood. She was blunt but honest. The piece of meat she wanted most was the fatty one. She decisively put down the lean piece. "Then give me the fatty one. I don't eat much alone, just cook it down for oil, chop it up, make sausage, and boil noodles, that's just right." When Lin Xiaoju saw Liang Xingyue again chose the fatty piece, she knew she wanted to make oil. She got a bit anxious. "Oh, why are you so picky? Do we all have to leave you the leftovers?" Xiao Wei, watching from the side, was so annoyed his liver hurt. All right, you take whichever piece you want. I get it now." When the team leader said he divided in half, he was making trouble. "Next time, I'll let him just buy for his family. Don't split it among 4 places, and don't cause trouble for my sister." Lin Xiaoju didn't think there was anything wrong with what she said or did. On the contrary, she thought, since she was from the city, she should get to choose first. She disliked the fatty meat because it might be too greasy after making oil, and the lean meat wouldn't produce enough oil. Xiao Wei's hands holding the basin felt sore. Really, he was only doing this because of Lao Zhao's face. Otherwise, he couldn't stand it. Finally, she chose the fatty piece, which also reflected Liang Xingyue's earlier idea. She simmered the oil, and the remaining meat residue could be chopped and stir-fried into sausage. The leaner meat was not really lean, it had 2 layers of fat in the middle. When cooked, it wouldn't produce much oil, and the meat skin was somewhat tough and not tasty. Lin Xiaoju took the fatty meat and walked away while complaining, "This piece of meat won't make much oil even if I cook it." Xiao Wei was so angry. "Next time, I definitely won't let the team leader buy and share things with them." "Sister, how are you going to eat this meat?" Actually, Liang Xingyue liked this part the most. Although she listened with some sarcasm, she was still very happy. "Wait a minute, are you coming over for lunch? I'll stew some potatoes." "No, sister, keep them for yourself. You can eat them for 2 or 3 days. Liang Xinhua. Eating the same dish for 2 or 3 days makes you not want to eat it anymore. Also, what happens after reheating braised pork several times? After thinking for a moment, Liang Xinhua said, "Can you help me find some niter?" Xiaowei smiled. "Yeah, there's some in the warehouse of our team. Sister, do you want some?" Liang Xinhua nodded. "If it doesn't break any rules, just get me some." "No, it's fine. The team leader even told someone to clean it up last time. I'll get some for you. What do you want to do with it?" Liang Xinhua smiled. "I remember a young worker over there used niter to make ice. We could try it. If it turns into ice, we can freeze the meat. That way, it wouldn't spoil fast." Xiao Wei's eyes brightened. "So it can do that?" He immediately turned around and ran. "Wait for me, sister." This piece of meat might seem small for a family, but for himself, it felt like more. Liang Xinhua went into the kitchen, cut off 1/3 of the meat, washed it, and then diced it. She took 2 potatoes, peeled them, and cut them into chunks. Since the braised meat was oily, it tasted even better with a pancake. So, instead of cooking rice, Liang Xinhua mixed some flour to prepare pancakes. Soon, Xiaowei called a young soldier to bring over a basket. "Sister, I got some for you. What should I do? The bags for this are all broken." Liang Xinhua looked at the visibly dusty niter. "It's fine. We're not eating this. Dust doesn't matter." She looked for a bucket, filled half of it with water, and then put some niter from the basket into the water, stirring a few times. She got a wash basin, filled it with a little water, and put the 2/3 of the cut meat into the basin. Then she placed it inside the bucket. The basin didn't sink. Liang Xinhua put the bucket in the corner of an empty room and covered it with a lid.
Just leave it like that.
"I don't know if it will ice up inside, but the young worker said there's a specific ratio for putting it in. I don't understand, but this will definitely prevent the meat from going bad." Xiaowei smiled. "Sister, if we had known about this method earlier, I would have told the cook. That way, the leftover dishes from the kitchen could also be stored like this." Liang Xinhua smiled and said, "Wait a moment, I haven't cooked before either. I'll try and see if it works. If it does, just tell the clerk." Xiaowei nodded, then went to start the fire. Liang Xinhua first browned the meat in the pot, then began to toast pancakes beside the pot. "Big sister, my grandma used to make pancakes like this. She said 1 pot is enough and it saves firewood. Yes, it's common in the countryside. You need to plan your work and save wherever you can." After frying the pancakes, she added potatoes. Xiao Wei's eyes lit up when he saw the potatoes. "Big sister, more potatoes. These are so tasty." At noon, Liang Xinhua made 7 pancakes and Xiao Wei finished 3 by himself. Liang Xinhua only ate 1. Xiao Wei liked the potatoes and the braised meat the most, always feeling they tasted better when Xinhua cooked them. In the dining hall, the usual dish was also potatoes, but they felt a bit dry and tasteless. Hearing Xiao Wei's words, Liang Xinhua smiled and said, "Are you talking about stew potatoes? Are they about the size of a palm or half a palm?" "Yes, the clerk said that makes us fuller." Liang Xinhua thought it was probably to save some oil. So, maybe her way of cooking was a bit wasteful? That evening, Xiao Wei didn't come over. Liang Xinua's freezer was really successful. A piece of meat was frozen inside. She stored the leftover dishes and pancakes in a container, then placed a bamboo mat on top of the ice. She put the bowl with the leftovers on the mat, covered the container again, and it was perfect. Since Zhou Guoyang wasn't home, Liang Xinhua locked the door early and sat inside knitting a sweater. She could still hear children crying from the other side. The next morning, Liang Xinhua woke up early again. She watered the seeds in the backyard and swept both the front and backyards. Although there wasn't much rubbish, she felt the place looked much cleaner after sweeping. She had a simple breakfast, boiled water and pancakes soaked in tea. Eating alone, she could prepare a quick meal. After finishing her breakfast, she considered whether to knit or go chopping firewood, then heard a soft push at the main gate outside. Liang Xinhua watched as the gate was slightly pushed open, revealing 2 small heads. One was Chun Rulan, whom she met yesterday, little Lan Lan. The other was a small boy, about 6 or 7 years old. Seeing Liang Xinhua standing under the eaves watching them, The older boy shyly smiled. Little Lon Lon was more confident and pushed the door open happily, calling out, "Annie." Then she waddled quickly towards Liang Xinhua. Liang Xinhua crouched down to greet her. "Lon Lon, did you have breakfast?" "Yes, I did. Auntie, this is my older brother. His name is Dong Dong." Liang Xinhua looked at the shy little boy who followed Lon Lon inside. He looked chubby and lively. Both mother and son truly had the same face. They both had round faces, and when they smiled, their eyes looked like curved moons. "Dong Dong, come in and sit," Liang Xinhua said. "No, Auntie. Mom asked if we're going to pick wild vegetables today." "If we are, then we can go together," Dong Dong said. Liang Xinhua was a bit surprised by the emptiness around her. "Are there really wild vegetables here? Okay, I want to go." "Wait a moment, I'll close the door first." Not having anything else to do, Liang Xinhua decided to go out after hearing about wild vegetables. She went back inside to lock the back door securely. She grabbed a sickle, thought for a moment, then went back inside and handed each child some candies. "Here, put these in your pockets. When we find the wild vegetables, you can eat the candies." "No, thank you, Auntie. I haven't eaten mine from yesterday yet," Dong Dong said politely, refusing. Lon Lon saw her brother refuse and quickly retracted her small hand behind her back. She looked at the candies, then at her brother. Her brother's firm expression clearly meant he didn't want any more. Lon Lon took a few steps back and stood beside her brother, saying, "Auntie, I don't want any more. I still have some. Mom said I can only have one a day, and when they're gone, I'll come find you." Dong Dong quickly patted his sister and said, "You still have yours, and I kept some for you. You can't ask Auntie for more. That's not a good kid." Lon Lon looked at her brother in surprise. She couldn't understand why he hadn't eaten such tasty candies. Dong Dong, being sensible, explained, "Auntie, we're going back to tell Mom. We'll come find you soon afterward." Dong Dong pulled Lon Lon along, and she was a bit reluctant. As she followed her brother backward, she kept looking back toward Liang Xinhua. Liang Xinhua didn't say anything or insist on giving the candies to the children. She believed she should respect her brother's upbringing. She wanted her sister to learn what was right. If she acted now and gave the children candies, it might undermine her brother's authority, and her sister might miss a lesson in manners. Liang Xinhua watched the children leave, then put the candies into her pocket for later. It was clear that Fu Chunhua had done a good job teaching Dong Dong. Liang Xinhua locked the door carefully, then carried a basket and a sickle and came out. Meanwhile, Lon Lon and Dong Dong were pulling Fu Chunhua along to join her. "Hey, Sister Fu, where can we find wild vegetables? I see it's all deserted around here," Lon Lon asked. Sister Fu carried a small basket and smiled. "Just over there, where we gather firewood. If you go a little further, you'll find some wild vegetables. Normally, I make bread or pancakes for the kids, and with some wild vegetables and soup, it's both tasty and nutritious." The children eat happily. Liang Xinhua suddenly remembered that, according to the grain voucher from Guoyang, their monthly grain supply was probably only about 10 pounds. To buy more, they'd need to buy ration grain at a higher price. Old Chen's grain supply was limited. His family of 4 shared that, while Liang Xinhua was eating alone, so it was enough for her. She smiled and said, "Let's go. I'll go with you. Your Dong Dong is very sensible." She also told him about what had happened earlier. Dong Dong, who was praised, felt shy, but also smiled happily. Fu Chunhua patted her son's head happily. "This kid has been thinking about his sister since she was born. He's always giving her things and spoiling her," she said. Liang Xinhua took out some sugar, splitting it into 2 parts this time. "Dong Dong is a good boy and Lon Lon is too. This is a reward from Annie for both of you. Here, take it. Dong Dong, you can eat some. Try it." Fu Chunhua stopped her. "We just gave them sugar yesterday, and now you give them again? I won't let them come to play with you if you keep doing this every day. You giving them so much every time isn't right." Liang Xinhua insisted. "It's only a little left. When it's gone, I won't have any more to give next time," she said firmly. Finally, she gave the 2 children the sugar. She followed them to the spot where they had chopped wood the day before. Behind some bushes there was a small trail. This used to be without a path. It's only because we went to gather firewood that we made one.
See?
If you walk from here, the view is different, Liang Xinhua explained. Yes, turning here leads to the other side of the mountain. Liang Xinhua was surprised when she saw this. It was a valley within a valley. The military camp was outside in the large mountain valley, but behind it there was a smaller mountain valley. Compared to the desolation outside, this place was much greener with more plants. Liang Xinhua looked around again and confirmed that inside, it was like a different world from outside. Fu Chunhua wasn't interested in comparing the valley inside and outside. Once inside, she wanted to find wild vegetables. Come over here, we have what we call hue tsai back home. And this here is water celery. Look, this kind of grass can also be cooked and eaten. Fu Chunhua, who is very experienced with foraging, said, back then when we were at home, Yu Qian wasn't there. Her mother was bedridden for many years, and her father also had lung problems, so he couldn't do heavy work. And there were younger brothers and sisters. I was the only one working hard at home, and our wages were not enough to eat. So, we could only go out early in the morning or in the evening to find wild vegetables. During the hardest times, if it was green leaves, we ate it. Chen Rudong listened carefully to his mother. Mom, can we eat this kind too? Chen Rudong pointed to a type of grass. Liang Xinhua recognized it. It looked a bit like clover, but smaller, and in her memory, it was called sour grass. Liang Xinhua smiled and said, this can be eaten just for fun, but some people find it hard to eat because it's sour. Lanlan plucked a leaf and put it in her mouth, then immediately scrunched up her face and nose, even spitting it out repeatedly. It's not tasty, not as good as candy. Chen Rudong reached out to remove the leaf from his sister's chin. You're silly. Andy said it's sour, so you don't want to eat it? Liang Xinhua didn't know many wild vegetables, and she hadn't dug up many either. In their area, there was basically no weed left in the farmland edges. All the land was used for planting. Unplantable areas were cleared of weeds. Only around grave sites was there still some wild grass. When it came to finding wild vegetables, Liang Xinhua humbly learned from Fu Chunhua. Fortunately, there were plenty of wild vegetables in the area they went to, and both of them considered it a good harvest. This kind should be eaten fresh. It can also be kept for 2 days, then eaten. You and Captain can't eat too much anyway. Yes, I can use it to make soup or cook it with porridge. Liang Xinhua was very satisfied with today's harvest. She had eaten some of these wild vegetables before. In her previous life, she had to pay a high price to buy them. Liang Xinhua tidied up and selected 4 kinds, each in a small bundle, enough to last about 4 days. Don't move. Lanlan, don't move.
Mom.
Just after packing the wild vegetables, Liang Xinhua heard Dong Dong calling. She turned her head and saw Lanlan standing near a tree, and there was a snake peeking out from the leaves, flicking its tongue and looking around. Lanlan was foolish and didn't realize there was something only about 2 feet above her head. Dong Dong was so frightened that he could only shout, Mom. Fu Chunhua had been happily cleaning today's harvest, but suddenly saw what was happening near Lanlan. She was so scared she went weak in her legs, her face turned pale, and she opened her mouth but couldn't scream. Liang Xinhua was also frightened, but she quickly reacted and responded immediately. During her previous studies at Agricultural University, I saw this kind of thing many times. The experimental field on the mountain there also had this, but girls studying agriculture are not delicate. Liang Xinhua quietly commanded, Dong Dong squat down, because she and Lanlan and Dong Dong were lined up with Dong Dong in the middle. Dong Dong obediently squatted down. As soon as he did, Liang Xinhua threw her sickle like a dart. It didn't hit the snake, but it knocked the snake off course, causing it to fall. At the same time as throwing the sickle, Liang Xinhua quickly rushed over and grabbed Lanlan, the debt collector, who ran back. Fu Chunhua also hurried over and pulled her son back. Then she held both children, who were trembling. Liang Xinhua picked up a stick and slowly approached. To her surprise, the snake was still there unmoving. Maybe it was dazed? Liang Xinhua remembered an older student who said you should catch a snake by its tail. He explained that when killing a snake, aim at the 7 inches, but when catching it, it's best to grab the tail. If you grab near the head, it can bite you, but if you hold the tail, it might coil and choke you. So, she grabbed the snake's tail and started to swing it around quickly like skipping rope. She swung the snake repeatedly, smashing its bones. This way, it couldn't coil or crawl away, and it couldn't bite anyone. Liang Xinyue's heart was pounding so hard it felt like it would leap out of her chest, but her eyes shone with determination. Because this snake was quite big, she thought, even a tiny thing like a mosquito is still meat. This snake wasn't less valuable. It could be nourishing. So she slowly moved closer, looked up at the treetop, and saw no snake this time. Actually, when they arrived, they cleared the ground first. People say you might scare the snake when you shake the grass, and they did just that, checked the grass carefully to make sure there was no snake, so the children could play here without worry. The adults also picked wild vegetables nearby. But they didn't expect that the snake had climbed up into the tree. Liang Xinyue touched the snake's tail with a branch. The snake twitched slightly, frightening her into retreat. But it didn't move again after twitching, so she gently touched its tail again. Still no movement. Liang Xinyue relaxed, thinking maybe the snake was simply dazed by the sickle. Quickly, she caught the tail with her hand and swung it around in big circles. She heard a series of crackling sounds, and she felt like she was swinging a rope, and the snake softened. Finally, she paused, successfully dead. The snake's head was flung back and struck the ground, its face badly deformed and bloody. Even so, Liang Xinyue was afraid it might come back to life, so she grabbed a vine and tied it up. Then she dragged it along as she and Fu Chunhua returned to the military family compound. At the gate, they saw Xiao Wei talking to a soldier guarding the door. When they heard footsteps, they turned to see Liang Xinyue dragging a snake behind her. "Oh my, sis, what did you bring back the snake for?" Xiao Wei was genuinely startled. Liang Xinyue was now perfectly calm. "I almost got bitten by Xiaolanlan. This snake isn't small. If I stew it, it'll make a pot of meat. So I caught it." She caught the snake, but she didn't know how to skin it, so she asked Xiao Wei for help. Xiao Wei agreed and was ready to do it. On the sidewalk opposite the family compound, he found a tree, then hung the snake on one of its branches. He somehow took out a small knife from his pocket and began to skin the snake. He also took out the snake's gallbladder. Unexpectedly, Xiao Wei put it in his mouth and swallowed it right away. "Oh, that thing. Sis, you have to eat it hot. It's very nourishing," Xiao Wei said. Liang Xinyue wasn't upset that he ate it but worried about bacteria from eating the raw snake gall. Xiao Wei finished skinning the snake, which looked very good, probably weighing over 3 jin, about 3.3 pounds. Liang Xinyue commented, "Wow, it's quite big. If we stew it with the chicken, we'd have a dragon and phoenix soup." Xiao Wei thought for a moment and said, "Sis, wait for me. I'll go up the mountain to take a look." Since Zhou Guoliang wasn't here, Xiao Wei's work was quite free. Besides checking in and doing drills, he had plenty of free time. Plus, Zhou Guoliang told him to take better care of Liang Xinyue. Xiao Wei handed the clean snake to Liang Xinyue and turned to go up the mountains behind the family compound. Liang Xinyue hesitated, confused, and asked, "Are there chickens on the mountain?" The guard soldier replied, "Madam, there are wild chickens on the mountain." Liang Xinyue patted her forehead, realizing she had forgotten. Maybe there were wild chickens on the mountain after all. Back home, Liang Xinyue washed the skinned snake and put it in the ice bucket. She also cleaned the wild vegetables she picked today, setting some aside for lunch, while the rest lay around the ice bucket. By noon, she cooked flatbread as Fu Chunhua said and made some wild vegetable soup. Just as it was ready, Xiao Wei returned, having found a wild chicken. He enthusiastically rushed into the kitchen, saying, "Sis, look what I found. I also found something else." Small Wei took out 5 eggs from his pocket. "Wild eggs. These are good. Since you're not feeling well, keep this to eat." Liang Xinyue smiled and accepted them. "Come and eat. I've made some flatbread and wild vegetable soup. Tonight, I'll stew chicken and snake so you can have some then. Eating this will make your body stronger." Soup made from dragon and phoenix ingredients was rare and special. Small Wei quickly agreed. After finishing a quick meal, Small Wei went to the squad to do some exercises. Sister, I'll see if I can come out later. If I do, I'll help you kill a chicken. If I can't, or if you're worried, you can ask those boys at the door to help you. Okay. Go ahead and do your work, Liang Xinyue replied. The chicken was tied up but still alive. Liang Xinyue looked at it and thought she could handle killing a chicken herself. After eating, Liang Xinyue washed her clothes. With nothing else to do, she sat at home knitting a sweater. While knitting, her mind was thinking, I can't just waste my time like this. I need to do something. Liang Xinyue felt that if she didn't do anything, she might end up like Lin Xiaoju next door, always complaining about everything. But what could she do? She couldn't just come here and spend all her time as Zhou Guoyang's wife, could she? Her hands moved quickly, knitting more skillfully over the past few days. But her mind also kept turning. In this era, what could she do? Suddenly, she heard a noise at the door and Small Wei's hurried voice. Sister, sister, the regiment commander and the others are coming back. Liang Xinyue, sitting in the main room knitting, put down her thread. Really? They've reached the county seat? I just contacted the political commissar. They'll be here soon. She thought they must be tired after their mission. She still had some meat frozen as well as the chicken and snake, which would make a good meal. Liang Xinyue immediately said, That's perfect. Tonight we'll have dragon and phoenix soup, and I'll thaw the meat to eat later. Small Wei excitedly replied, Oh, sister, I heard the quartermaster said you can freeze meat without worrying about it spoiling. He wants to see if it's true. Liang Xinyue took him to look. Sure enough, the basin of meat was full of ice, and the meat was frozen solid, so it wouldn't spoil. It turns out that nitrate really can make ice. Sister, give me that basin. I want to show the quartermaster, so he won't say I'm fooling him. Small Wei took the cold basin carefully. Sure, take it. The squad leader will be back tonight, so I will defrost this meat. Should I cook a potato stew tonight on top of that? Also, Comrade Gu and the others have returned, right? And Comrade Su is also here alone, I think. Let's call them to come and eat.
Xiao Wei nodded and said, Okay.
I'll go find the mess sergeant first, and then come help wash the potatoes. Xiao Wei ran like the wind, then ran back just as quickly. Liang Xinyue smiled, put away the yarn, and then started preparing to work on the chicken. These days, Zhou Guoyang hasn't been home. It would be a lie to say she didn't miss him. Now that she heard he was coming back, Liang Xinyue couldn't help but smile. She prepared a basin with some clean water and added a bit of salt, stirring it well. Then she caught the wild chicken with tied-up legs, grabbed its wings, and pulled its head close to her hand. With the other hand, she plucked a few feathers from the chicken's neck, then sliced across with a knife. The blood quickly started to flow out. Liang Xinyue immediately put down the knife, caught the chicken's legs to turn it upside down, and held it firmly by the wings and legs. The chicken struggled, but it was useless. The struggle only made the blood flow faster. Once the blood stopped flowing and the chicken was still, she put it into a wooden bucket nearby. She then poured hot water over it to loosen the feathers. While Liang Xinyue was plucking the chicken, Xiao Wei came in with a middle-aged man. Sister, this is our mess sergeant, Old Lu. He came especially to check out your ice bucket. Old Lu looked honest and simple. He was slightly plump, with a toothy smile. Hello, sister-in-law. I heard Xiao Wei mention your method. We buy a lot of vegetables for the kitchen, but we worry they'll spoil. If we don't buy in bulk, we can't go out shopping every day. So, I came to learn how to do it. Liang Xinyue quickly put down the chicken and washed her hands in the water. Look, I also heard about this from a knowledgeable youth when I was at home. It was my first time trying, but it turned out pretty well. Liang Xinyue took them inside to see the bucket and explained in detail how she made it. After listening, the sergeant sighed. Really, having some education helps. The young people, the educated youth, they understand these things. We don't. We see the saltpeter and don't think much of it. But we didn't know it had these uses. The sergeant learned how to do it and planned to go home and make one himself with an empty stone jar. The troops don't eat meat every day. There are rules about that. The place is far from the county town, making shopping inconvenient. You can buy a lot of potatoes, cabbage, and these to store, but if you buy too much meat and it gets hot outside, it's hard to keep. You have to eat it quickly. Chief Steward has been worried about this for a long time and tried several methods. First, cooking the meat and storing it for a couple of days. Second, salting the meat. Third, putting it into a well. Now there's a new solution, and the chief steward has decided to act on it immediately. Little Wei saw the chief steward about to leave and quickly said, "Wait, old Lu, didn't you say you wanted to learn how to make delicious potatoes?" "Don't say I'm picky, even old Gu mentioned it too." Old Lu turned around and kicked Little Wei. "You can still stand eating? Picky? Try it at home. We don't even have enough to eat, and you're still complaining about the taste?" Although he scolded Little Wei, he still smiled and asked, "Sister-in-law, these young guys all eat like wolves when they're growing up. Now they complain about the taste? How do you cook it?" He patted Little Wei's head while speaking. Little Wei laughed and skipped away. Liang Xinyue also glared at Little Wei. "Her own cooking is definitely different from the big pot meals, right? Old Lu, don't pay attention to his chatter. I cook at home for them, too. I add meat and cook it. Of course it tastes better with oil and meat." After they left, Liang Xinyue quickly cleaned the chicken and then prepared the snake. She put it in a pot to simmer slowly. The chicken broth was already delicious, and with the snake meat added, a wonderful aroma spread out, making it very tempting. Around 5 o'clock, Zhou Guoliang returned. The dusty Captain Zhou, covered in dirt, walking with a crutch, came back limping. Liang Xinyue came out from the kitchen door and saw his dirty face, but her smile brightened. "Xinyue, I'm back." At that moment, Liang Xinyue suddenly realized what kind of task he was on. Her heart skipped a beat, and she hurried forward to support him. "Are you hurt? What happened?" Her voice trembled a little. It's fine, don't worry." "Really, just a scratch on the leg," he replied. Liang Xinyue quickly said, "Sit down quickly, let me see." She helped him sit in the main hall. Just as she was about to roll up his pants, they noticed he was already bandaged. Zhou Guoliang reached out and picked up Liang Xinyue from the ground, holding her in his arms. "Wife, I missed you so much when I was out." Liang Xinyue's face immediately flushed bright red. The gate outside the yard is still open. Hearing sounds from the neighbor, it seems old Xiao is also home. Let go of me. You should wash up first. I'll prepare hot water for you, and check your wound." Liang Xinyue remembered the hot water in the pot and quickly reminded him. "The bathroom for showering is only in the backyard." "No, I won't let go. I want to hold you." Liang Xinyue didn't realize that Zhou Guoliang wasn't just acting cute. This mission he had just gone on was actually very dangerous. He almost didn't make it back. Though he returned this time, who knows about next time? In the past, without a wife, he didn't have that feeling. Back then, he knew he had to go all in, but inside, he kept saying sorry to Xinyue, sorry to Xinyue. He's back now, holding the soft, warm Xinyue. Only then did he truly feel like he's back. It turns out, having a family makes you feel connected like this. Liang Xinyue seemed to sense that his tight hug around her waist was different, something special. She gently raised her hand and stroked Zhou Guoliang's back for the first time in response to his hug. The couple held each other quietly for a while, until Zhou Guoliang spoke first. I will change my clothes and wash up. This outfit is so dirty." Holding his wife, Zhou Guoliang revived happily. Liang Xinyue quickly ran to the kitchen to check the braised meat in the pot. Luckily, it wasn't burnt. She also poured some water into a bucket for him. At the door of the main hall, Zhou Guoliang stretched out his hand. "Let me do it. Help me find some clothes." "Your leg?" Worried about his injury, Liang Xinyue asked. "It's really fine now. Don't worry. Pouring this little water is no problem." Liang Xinyue hurried to help him find a set of clothes to change into. Luckily, since she had nothing to do at home these past few days, she had neatly cleaned and folded all the clothes, categorizing underwear and outerwear properly. A home, finally starting to feel like one. When Zhou Guoliang finished washing and came out, he was that tall, handsome Captain Zhou again. His hair was still a bit wet, and on the table, he saw half a bottle of liquor and some cotton. "Hey, where did this wine come from?" He knew their family didn't have any wine. He was very disciplined and never drank. I caught a snake over here. Xiao Wei found a wild chicken for stew, and I said I could use a bit of wine for flavor. Steward Liu asked Xiao Wei to bring it. This is high-proof liquor, perfect for disinfecting your wound now. Liang Xinhua spoke as she bent down to check how serious the injury was, lifting Zhou Guoliang's pant leg. But she didn't expect that Zhou Guoliang would be surprised after hearing her words. What did you say? You killed a snake? Liang Xinhua smiled and said, I didn't kill it, Xiao Wei did. I only caught a snake. Chun deputy captain's wife, Sister Fu, and her 2 children went to pick wild vegetables. There was a snake in the tree that almost bit Lan, so I caught it. Zhou Guoliang quickly grabbed Liang Xinyue's hand and looked her over inside and out. Aside from calluses from work, there were no new injuries. What's going on? You're so brave? You even dare to catch snakes? Although Xinyue was from the countryside, most women would be scared to see a snake. How big was the snake? Not small, about 3 jin after skinning. I cooked it into soup. Just then, Xiao Wei ran in as well. Big sister, I'll cut potatoes for you. I've already cooked them, Liang Xinhua replied, squatting down again. Zhou Guoliang pulled her up. Let me do it myself. Get up. He pulled over a stool, lifted her injured right leg onto it, and slowly rolled up her pants. Suddenly, Zhou Guoliang looked up and asked, Xinhua, you've cooked soup and made dishes again? Make a bit more rice so Lao Gu, Lao Xiao, and Lao Su can come over and eat, okay? Xiao Wei smiled on the side. Captain, no need to tell you. When I heard you guys would return, I already made plans for Commander Gu and Commissar Su. You don't know, my sister caught a big snake. It's simmering in a pot for soup. Zhou Guoliang chuckled happily. Young wife really understands me. We've been busy on this mission. When we come back, there'll be chicken soup. I want them to envy me. If I hadn't married such a good wife, they wouldn't even have soup to drink. Liang Xinhua didn't look at his proud expression, but her ears turned slightly red. Then she poured some wine into a bowl, dipped cotton into it. I need to put some on your wound. Be careful. It might hurt. Zhou Guoliang nodded and raised his head to bark. Xiao Wei, go call someone. Later, they'll all be at the dining hall. Xiao Wei didn't move and retorted a little proudly. No need to tell me, Captain. My sister already said that after you return, she'll inform everyone separately. But I haven't told Commander Xiao yet. He's right next door, and his family. Liang Xinhua looked up and said, Xiao Wei, take a bowl, serve a bowl of potato and pork stew from the pot for Lin Xiaojun and the 2 kids to eat. It's a bit inconvenient for them to come over, so just call Xiao Lu to eat with us. Xiao Wei was unhappy. She still wants to pick out the meat herself. And give it to her? I'll just call Commander Xiao. Liang Xinhua glared at him and said, Don't look at her. Let's just look at the 2 children, okay? Zhou Guoliang glanced back and forth between the 2 of them. Xiao Wei couldn't help but mention that Lin Xiaoju was picky about what food she took. Zhou Guoliang stayed silent. Liang Xinhua snapped. Hurry up and deliver it. I'll help you cover the captain's wound. Oh, and while you're out, ask if they dare to drink snake soup. If they do, bring another bowl. If not, forget it. Xiao Wei was a little unhappy, but considering Liang Xinyue's words and the children's situation, he thought they were quite pitiful. He went to deliver an extra bowl to their home and called Captain Xiao, who was playing with the children, to come over for dinner. When Lin Xiaoju heard there was snake soup, she immediately refused. Ugh, our country women's so uncultured. They eat anything? She refused, but Xiao Wei was eager to please. He didn't want to listen to her anymore. He poured potatoes into their bowl and took the bowls back. Liang Xinhua washed the soiled cotton swabs dipped in alcohol and disinfected Zhou Guoliang's wound. Seeing the wound for the first time, Liang Xinhua was startled. The entire inside of his right calf, nearly from top to bottom, had a long cut over half a foot. Though there was no bleeding now, the torn flesh looked quite frightening. How did you hurt yourself so badly? Liang Xinhua almost choked up. The pain must have been intense. Hearing this, Zhou Guoliang quickly reassured her. It's fine, it's fine. It doesn't hurt anymore. I applied medicine right away and stopped the bleeding. The wound just hasn't healed yet. I had it wrapped with cloth before. I just took a shower now, so it looks a bit scary. He hurriedly comforted her. But when Liang Xinyue carefully disinfected and applied alcohol to his wound, Zhou Guoliang's leg trembled, and he hissed softly. Seeing Liang Xinyue look up, he hurriedly closed his mouth and forced a smile. It's okay, really. The alcohol stings a bit, but it doesn't usually hurt. Just then, Xiao Wei came in. Zhou Guoliang asked him to bring the medical kit. Xiao Wei, who was carrying a bag, took out a bottle and poured some powder onto the wound. He was quite skilled in the movements. Liang Xinyue also helped, taking a piece of white cloth she had previously cut from a quilt cover and retaping the wound tightly. Xiao Wei, wash your hands. Take 2 bowls and deliver 1 bowl of chicken soup and 1 bowl of potatoes to Deputy Commander Chen's family. Add a few pieces of chicken to the soup. The child probably got frightened today. Xiao Wei went out again to deliver the food and soup. Liang Xinyue also stood up and said, I'll go cook a couple of small dishes. Later, you all can have a nice hot meal. These days, I haven't had a proper meal outside. Liang Xinyue went back into the kitchen to work. Zhou Guoliang's leg felt a bit uncomfortable, but he didn't think it would affect his movement. Just walk a little more carefully. He was about to help in the kitchen when Lao Su and Gu Sanding came in happily and joking. Hearing voices, Lao Xiao also laughed on the wall, then simply climbed over without using the door, leaning on the wall with his hand. Gu Sanding pointed at the wall and said to Commissar Su, Lao Su, I tell you, who designed this wall? It's really pointless. We all live together, but they had to separate us. See, what can this wall do? It only keeps good people out, not troublemakers. Lao Xiao, honest and smiling kindly, said, exactly. But immediately, he felt something was wrong and kicked at Gu Sanding. Who do you think is the troublemaker? Seeing Lao Xiao kick, Gu Sanding quickly pulled out something from his pocket to block the kick. If you break it, there'll be no drinks for anyone. Seeing the bottle, Lao Xiao's leg bent sharply. Then he burst out laughing. You dare take that out in front of the commissar? Commissar Su smiled quietly. You mean, when you're not in front of me, you've taken it before? Of course.
Not.
Lao Zhao's reply was not very convincing. Zhou Guoliang hurriedly called out, come in quickly, everyone. They all entered the house, joking and playing. As Gu Sanding passed the kitchen, he peered inside and asked, Annie, do you need help? No need, no need. Sit first, I'll be ready soon. Liang Xinyue was just about to prepare 2 large bowls of food for them. She knew if these guys really ate openly, their appetite wouldn't be small. Little Wei had just returned and helped carry out the dishes. Wow, this soup smells so delicious, Gu Sanding took a sniff and said. Then he exclaimed, what is this soup? Liang Xinyue, holding an empty bowl and chopsticks, smiled and asked, guess what this soup is? Gu Sanding scooped some with a ladle. Eyes shining long bugs? Zhou Guoliang reached out and swatted his hand. Eat properly. This is good stuff, dragon and phoenix soup. Everyone knew what dragon and phoenix soup was, but nowadays, it was hard to gather all the ingredients. Old Xiao also chuckled and said, just now Wei mentioned snake soup. I thought he was joking. Where could the snake come from? Yes, where could the snake come from? My sister caught it. I went up the mountain to catch the chicken, and coincidentally, they all added up, Wei proudly spoke. Everyone looked at Liang Xinyue in disbelief. Liang Xinyue felt a bit shy under their gaze, but she still confidently explained. That's why I was so panicked at the time, worried that the snake might bite Xiaolan. When I grabbed the snake's tail, I only dared to swing wildly with my eyes shut. I didn't dare look. Wei chimed in. You didn't reach the snake's head. When your sister threw it down, the whole snake's head was smashed. The men looked at Liang Xinyue with admiration. Liang Xinyue served 2 plates of stir-fried wild vegetables and said, please, eat quickly while it's hot. Gu Sanding took the bottle and poured wine into everyone's bowls. Divide evenly, no more, no less. Commissioner Su reached out to stop him. This is your rest after completing a task, so you can have a drink. But I have to be on duty tonight. No drinking. Just a little. Gu Sanding wanted to persuade him. Not a tiny bit. In the end, only Zhou Guoliang, Lao Xiao, and Lao Gu shared the wine. Wei didn't get any. You're just a kid, still growing taller. Why drink wine? That was Lao Gu's original words. The kid could only help serve food. With the soup, braised pork, and fresh vegetables, everyone had a very happy evening. After eating and drinking enough, they left. Wei initially said he would stay and help wash the dishes, but Liang Xingyue also sent him away. The couple tidied everything up, washed up, and then went into their room. As soon as they closed the door to the main room, Zhou Guoliang pressed her against the door. "Xingyue, I miss you so much." He then lowered his head and randomly kissed her face. From her eyes, to her cheeks, to her nose, and to her lips. Finally, he found her softness, melting her in his kisses. After a long while, Liang Xingyue stopped breathing. This guy, the last time he kissed her, he didn't know how to kiss properly, and even hurt her teeth. Now, after just returning from a mission, he had become a flirt. Liang Xingyue didn't have time to ask questions before Zhou Guoliang carried her inside and laid her on the bed, then quickly took off his clothes. He turned off the light, lowered the mosquito net, all in one smooth motion. Liang Xingyue hadn't even figured out how to respond before she was securely held by his arms and legs. "Xingyue, shall we get married?" Liang Xingyue. What's wrong with this guy? He hurriedly kisses, hugs, turns off the lights, and takes off his clothes. In the end, he asks a question. All the passion he stirred up turns to water under her questioning. But she still wants to tease him. "Can I say no?" Zhou Guoliang suddenly collapses on top of Liang Xingyue, a big man weighing over 160 pounds. Liang Xingyue coughs awkwardly. "Why are you doing this?" "Get up." Zhou Guoliang, looking a bit downcast, buries his face in her neck and says, "Let me stay here for a bit. Don't move. I'm worried. I might hurt you. Just let me stay like this for a moment." Liang Xingyue can't quite describe how she feels. They are, after all, a normal married couple. But she feels somewhat unfamiliar, so she refuses to be intimate. Zhou Guoliang has been holding back and being considerate all this time. Today is a reunion after a long time, and he can't help himself. Liang Xingyue knows this moment was bound to come eventually. She reaches out to hold this strong man and gently strokes his back. He's enduring it, despite the cold weather, with sweat on his bare back.
"I'm worried
about your leg injury," she softly says. Zhou Guoliang responds gloomily. "The injury's healed now. Don't worry." Suddenly, he straightens up with an excited look. "Did you agree?" Liang Xingyue hesitates, feeling a bit regretful for agreeing so early.
I
didn't." Before she can finish, Zhou Guoliang covers her mouth. At that moment, he realizes that instead of asking, he should just act. He presses his lips to hers, silencing her. One hand lifts himself up, while the other gently pulls her back. The fabric loosens, revealing bright, fair skin that stands out vividly in the darkness. Their recent time together culminates today in a natural moment of intimacy. No flickering candles or romantic ambience, just Liang Xingyue being stunningly beautiful. Long training has made Zhou Guoliang's physique strong and impressive. "Xingyue, I will love you forever," he says. At that moment, time seems to stand still, leaving only the two of them in the world. This section omits 2,000 words. Once everything settles, Zhou Guoliang holds his wife close, gently touching the wounds on her back. Seeing those scars now feels like they've cut into his own heart. "Xingyue, I'm sorry." Exhausted, Liang Xingyue knows he's thinking of her being hurt by his mother and lazily responds, "Anyway, now that we've left them, it's just us here. As long as you love me more, that's enough." Guoliang Zhou clenched his fist and said, "Well, Crescent, I may not be much, but I swear I will never let you down in this life." After a hearty meal, Zhou Guoliang was full of energy. Late at night, he got up to boil water and helped wash Liang Xingyue, who couldn't move freely. Then, he turned over again and climbed back into bed, holding her tightly as they shared a peaceful sleep. Exhausted, Liang Xingyue fell into a deep sleep, unaware that Zhou Guoliang, still full of energy, woke up on time. Though limping, he still went to the team headquarters to check on the morning drills. At the same time, Gu Sanding and Xiao Shun arrived, and their movements were perfectly synchronized when they saw Zhou Guoliang. First, They greeted him with their usual smiles. Then they both turned their heads and carefully circled around him. Old Xiao, did you notice anything? Of course, I have more experience than you. You're still a rookie. Yeah, even if I am a rookie, I can tell something's different. The two friends teased Zhou Guoyang back and forth. Even with his thick skin, Zhou Guoyang was feeling a bit embarrassed. Get lost, he scolded jokingly. The two quickly moved away, but before going far, they linked arms and stood in front of Zhou Guoyang. Should we remind him? No need. He already told us to go away. But if we don't remind him now, the soldiers might see later and it'll be embarrassing. It's not your face he's embarrassed about. It's rare to see him embarrassed, until Zhou Guoyang couldn't take it anymore and lightly tapped each of them on the back of their heads. Speak your mind. Say what you need to say. Stop whining. Xiao Shun looked back, seeming a little reluctant, and said, Old Zhou, did you forget to look in the mirror this morning? Do you have mosquito bites or did your wife kiss you? Gu Sanding added even more. TSK. Your wife welcomed you so warmly last night. We're lucky to have seen it. But you shouldn't be fighting with her at night. Look at those marks on your side of the face. Did your wife scratch you, Zhou Guoyang? Last night? Did Xinhua scratch himself? There seemed to be marks on his back, but he wasn't paying attention to his face. On his neck? He didn't notice his neck, but his shoulders were definitely bitten twice by that little wild cat, though he thought it was sweet. Could it be that he was so caught up that he didn't notice? Zhou Guoyang's face changed suddenly. He turned around and went back to the office, where a glass cabinet had a mirror. In the morning, he didn't want to disturb Xinhua. He washed his face in the kitchen instead. Watching Zhou Guoyang hurriedly escape to the office, the mischievous duo Gu Sanding and Xiao Shun couldn't help but laugh loudly. How do you know they stayed together last night? Inexperienced Gu Sanding asked. Old Xiao rolled his eyes at him. Didn't you see? When we were having dinner last night, Zhou's eyes were glued to his sister-in-law. Whenever she moved, he looked right at her. It was like a wolf seeing its prey. Gu Sanding chuckled. Wow, it looks like you're also a wolf. However, Xiao Shun suddenly appeared gloomy. Sigh, I'm a wolf that bit the wrong sheep. Kid, when you look for a partner in the future, you need to be more careful. Xiao Shun ignored Gu Sanding and turned to run to his camp to train. He needed to release his energy through training. Gu Sanding fell into silence, realizing he shouldn't have made jokes about Xiao Shun. Everyone in the team knew about their family matters. He then joined his own team for training. Back in the office, Zhou Guoyang looked at himself in the mirror and immediately realized he had been fooled. Where did the mosquito bites come from? And the scratch marks? Damn it. But he just smiled foolishly at himself in the mirror. Shang Chao liked the steamed bread, crescent-shaped, from the cafeteria. She said her own steamed bread wasn't that soft, so when breakfast was served, Xiao Wei asked politely, Captain, shall I bring breakfast for sister? Zhou Guoyang glared at him. Eat your breakfast. You don't get to deliver it. Zhou Guoyang grabbed several buns, didn't eat any himself, and headed home. Shang Chao was still sleeping when he left in the morning, so he didn't wake her and went straight to the team. He locked her up as usual. When Zhou Guoyang returned, he unlocked the door. He saw that Liang Xinhua was still sleeping with her blanket in her arms. Her face was rosy, and it seemed she had gained a little weight since he last saw her. It's not just an illusion, she's grown a bit. Last night, holding her felt soft, but he still wished she was even softer. He tiptoed to leave quietly. Xinhua woke up. Because the curtains weren't open, she thought it was still early. Are you going to training? Zhou Guoyang chuckled. All done with training. I bought some steamed bread for you. Do you want to get up and eat? Shang Chao barely opened her eyes, sleepy, and said, Wait a moment. I'll get up to eat. My waist. My legs hurt. Then she raised her hand and hit Zhou Guoyang. It's your fault. All right, it's my fault. I was too much. While laughing and admitting her mistake, she reached out and gently pressed her hand against his waist and back. You're not very strong. You need to exercise more. Go away. Haha. Liang Xinhua heard Zhou Guoyang's laughter and playfully pinched his waist. You're happy at my expense, yet you still laugh. Zhou Guoyang smiled, but then softly asked, Does it hurt? Should I get the military doctor? Before he finished asking, Liang Xinyue angrily shouted, "No!" She suddenly jumped out of bed and covered Zhou Guoyang's mouth. It's too embarrassing to ask the military doctor about such things. She was just saying that she wasn't physically strong enough, not capable of fighting. Zhou Guoyang looked at Liang Xinyue covering his mouth and darkened his eyes. He reached out to hug her, but Liang Xinyue quickly realized she hadn't dressed and immediately slid back into the blankets. This quick move was a bit awkward, and it seemed to pull something causing a little pain. Yo! Liang Xinyue felt like she could dig a hole to hide. It was really too embarrassing. Hearing her gasp, Zhou Guoyang asked, "What's wrong?" Liang Xinyue burrowed into the blanket, pulling it over her head. "Go away. I want to get dressed." Hearing her voice from inside the blanket, Zhou Guoyang chuckled. Silly girl. She didn't know that Zhou Guoyang's eyes can see in the dark. Though not very clearly, he's seen everything he needed to. After joking around with his wife, Zhou Guoyang cheerfully went to his team. Liang Xinyue, feeling embarrassed and sore, crawled out of the bed, gritting her teeth as she dressed. "This is not normal, just like a wolf," she complained when she saw blue and purple marks on her body. Especially when she stood up and tried to walk, it hurt a bit. It seemed that their night of passion had been too intense, and she was hurt. She clenched her teeth, then went to the kitchen to boil some hot water to wash herself. She originally planned to water the seeds, but she felt some pain walking, so she decided it was better to stay quiet at home and knit a sweater. When Zhou Guoyang came back at noon, Liang Xinyue was heating up leftover rice, vegetable soup, and steamed buns bought in the morning. Zhou Guoyang washed his hands and immediately helped serve the food. He carried the food while walking ahead, and Liang Xinyue followed behind with chopsticks. He walked quickly and then turned back to see Liang Xinyue's walking posture was wrong. "Xinyu," his mind suddenly shifted, and Zhou Guoyang looked worried. "Did I hurt you?" He helped Liang Xinyue sit down. "Yes, I got a little hurt." That place is sore. Mainly it pulled when I walked." Zhou Guoyang's face turned pale. He had hurt Xinyu? He reached out and gently carried Liang Xinyue inside. "Let me see." Liang Xinyue's face instantly turned red. She pushed Zhou Guoyang away with her hand. "It's nothing, just a small injury. I don't need to walk around. Don't look anymore. I'm hungry and want to eat." She was joking during the daytime. She didn't want him to see, as it would be too embarrassing. Zhou Guoyang didn't let go. Instead, he held her tightly and said feelings of guilt. "Sorry, I must have been too reckless. I won't do it next time." Liang Xinyu hit his chest lightly. "Next time? There won't be a next time." Although Zhou Guoyang made a sound, he didn't argue. He just held her close and kissed her forehead. I don't really understand this either. I probably did it wrong. I'll ask about it later." But then Liang Xinyu covered his mouth hurriedly. "Are you silly? Who should I ask about this? Closing the door is not something to let everyone see. It would just embarrass me to death." Zhou Guoyang sat down but still held her in his arms. "So what should we do? I see you're not comfortable walking. Don't bother me. I think I'll be fine after resting for a few days. Besides, I won't go out these days. Just stay at home, okay? A few days of rest. How many exactly?" Zhou Guoyang was worried. Does this mean he suddenly realized that eating meat has consequences? Seeing that Zhou Guoyang was silent, Liang Xinyu thought he was still contemplating asking someone or the military doctor.
She softly said, This
should be normal, right? It's just that you've been too harsh. Once I recover, I won't be so harsh." Liang Xinyu buried her face in Zhou Guoyang's chest, speaking, but her face was really red. Hearing this, Zhou Guoyang's heart moved. Yes, last night, he was too rough. Besides, couples go through things like this, right? Xinyu is a bit slender now, but she should get better eventually. Well, then you need to eat well and recover fully. I'm worried you won't be able to handle it later. Zhou Guoyang chuckled softly. Liang Xinyu punched him lightly and struggled to sit back at the dining table to eat. Zhou Guoyang finally let go of the person and, while eating, not only helped Liang Xinyu set the table but also occasionally looked at her to see if she was uncomfortable. After dinner, he didn't want Liang Xinhua to walk. Instead, he carried her into the inner room. Do you want to sleep a little longer? I'll go wash the dishes. Last night was a bit busy, so it's better for her to rest a bit more. Liang Xinhua quickly pushed Zhou Guoliang away. You go wash the dishes. I'll take my time moving around in the room. I can't just put down the bowl and go to sleep, right? Zhou Guoliang then put Liang Xinhua down and quickly went to wash the dishes. He returned to show concern for Liang Xinhua. Liang Xinhua knew he was worried about her, but sensing he was feeling a bit clingy, she felt a little speechless. Aren't you going to the group today? Yes, I don't have to go. We finished a task and we'll report the situation. Today, we can rest for the day. I was planning to check on the group situation in the morning. Oh, so he really doesn't need to go. Liang Xinhua slowly moved inside the room, then smiled. That's perfect. Since there's no sun today, go water the places where I covered the grass with dry straw. Check if there's still water in the jar. If not, bring some water. Okay. Do you have any other plans? Liang Xinhua laughed. Not for now. You can move around a bit, and then go back to sleep. Zhou Guoliang worked efficiently. He went back and forth twice and filled the water jar in the kitchen again. He also watered the backyard and tidied it up. When he returned to the room, he said with a smile, By the way, the chief steward said the method you taught works very well. How did you know it would hide food so effectively? Liang Xinhua sat by the window knitting a sweater. I didn't understand those things. It was our hometown's educated youth who told me. Some of them sent cured meat home, and after a couple of days, it started to smell. Then one of the educated youth went to the squad leader to ask for some saltpeter, and they did it that way. We all went to see the fun. Unexpectedly, that stuff really turned to ice even in the hot summer. Haha, you don't know. Old Sue was in my office when the chief steward mentioned this, and Old Sue slapped himself twice. Oh, why? Old Sue said, I wasted my reading. I didn't think of this before. I read about it in a school lab long ago, but I never paid attention. Now that you mention it, I understand. Zhou Guoliang pulled over a small stool and sat beside Liang Xinhua, saying, Old Sue is from a big city, and he's an intellectual from the old area. I heard he used to be a teacher too. Zhou Guoliang pulled at Liang Xinhua's finished section of the knitting. Wow, so fast? It looks like you've almost finished the top part of the shirt. Liang Xinhua tidied up and pointed at Zhou Guoliang's body. See, I've only knit to here. You're so tall, and there's still a long way to go. At least 2 more days for just this part of your body. She gestured as she spoke. Zhou Guoliang was very happy. I remember you bought some red yarn. You should knit for yourself first. When the weather gets colder, you might not be able to handle it. Liang Xinhua put down her sweater. By the way, I want to talk to you about something. Zhou Guoliang. Is there a need to discuss? You decide everything at home. Liang Xinhua smiled and said, I'm worried about the cold. I want to build a heated bed in the small room next to the kitchen. Heated bed? Isn't that something only people from the Northeast use? Yes, I just want to try. You can ask your soldiers if any are from the Northeast. If they can help, we'll build one. I really am worried about the cold. It's rare that Zhou Guoliang doesn't have to go to the team. Without Liang Xinhua, Zhou Guoliang had no days off in these 10 years in the army. Now that he has a wife, he wants to rest. He's starting to miss the comfort of home. After hearing Liang Xinhua's idea, he thought it was okay. The room was mostly empty except for some firewood. Oh, and he remembered the need for firewood. It's almost early winter, so they should stock some. Xinhua, I'll go to the team first to ask who can build a heated bed, then I'll gather some firewood to dry. Snow will make fetching wood difficult later. Yes, whether in his past life or his previous place, living in a place without snow in winter, there was no problem fetching firewood. But here, it will be covered with snow in winter. Liang Xinhua nodded and looked at Zhou Guoliang's leg. Your injury isn't fully healed. Zhou Guoliang shrugged nonchalantly. It doesn't hurt at all now. As long as it doesn't get infected, it's fine. I just need the wound to heal. This morning, he had rebandaged it in the army clinic. He rolled up his pants to show Liang Xinhua. I'm just going to gather some firewood, no problem. Liang Xinhua could tell it was wrapped with gauze. There was no blood seeping out. It seemed fine now. Zhou Guoliang stepped out, grabbed an axe and some rope, ready to leave, but Liang Xinhua called him from the window. Wait a moment. Zhou Guoliang turned back. What's wrong? When will Deputy Commander Chen be back? My sister Fu and her 2 children are at home. Do you think you could help with chopping firewood?
You really should check in on them.
Zhou Guoyang nodded and said, Got it.
Don't worry.
Zhou Guoyang didn't put on his military uniform to chop firewood. Instead, he changed into an old shirt he brought from home. Liang Xingyue sat by the window knitting a sweater. Soon after, Zhou Guoyang returned with 4 bundles of firewood, piling them in the yard. After a while, he went out again and brought back some dried branches, all quite large. Xiao Wei just happened to run over, carrying some things. Captain, are you chopping firewood yourself? Zhou Guoyang rolled his eyes at him. If I weren't chopping it myself, would I call you to do it? Xiao Wei chuckled. Exactly, that's why you called me. He quickly greeted Liang Xingyue at the window. Older sister, this is for you. The quartermaster cut some extra chives today. He told me to bring you a bunch. You can stir-fry them. Liang Xinyue's eyes lit up. Chives are good. They grow back quickly after being cut. She beckoned Xiao Wei over and whispered, Where did the quartermaster cut the chives? Xiao Wei casually said, Just behind the cafeteria. There's an empty patch of ground. The quartermaster likes to plant chives, pumpkins, winter melons there. Liang Xinyue's eyes brightened. Great idea. You find the quartermaster and ask him to dig out a few plants for me. Not too many, we can't eat them all quickly, and they grow fast. Xiao Wei grinned. No problem. Jinbao, what are you muttering about? Come here. Zhou Guoyang carried the last piece of dried wood into the yard. He called Xiao Wei over, and together they carried 2 pieces of wood and 2 bundles of firewood to Deputy Commander Chen's yard. Fu Chunhua was inside the yard braiding her daughter's hair. Xiao Wei pushed open the gate and called, Fu's sister-in-law. Fu Chunhua was surprised to see Xiao Wei and Zhou Guoyang bringing in the wood. Zhou Guoyang placed the bundles of firewood in the yard, untying the ropes while saying, Old Chen isn't here. The weather is getting colder every day. We need to prepare firewood. I'm off today, so I'll go chop some. My sister Xingyue says you're out of firewood here, too. Sorry I didn't think of this earlier. You can use these first. Fu Chunhua was moved and said repeatedly, Thank you so much, Captain. Thank you so much. Inside the house, Chen Rudong also came out. Hello, Brother Wei. Hello, Uncle Captain. Good, good. What are you doing? Writing. My dad taught me a few characters, and my mom told me I should write every day. Zhou Guoyang paused for a moment. Yes, this child is almost 7 years old now, and should start school. However, the nearest school is a small village school in Xinshui village outside, but it seems closed due to the overall situation. No, I need to discuss this issue with the political officer. Zhou Guoyang patted Dongdong's head and said, Good boy. Then he said, Sister Fu, this would probably needs a saw to cut it. If not, let Xiao Wei help you. Fu Chunhua quickly replied, I can do it. I can do it. No need to trouble Xiao Wei. I come from the countryside and can do everything. Sorry for bothering the army. Chen Xiangqian always insisted that family members should not trouble the army. Fu Chunhua paid much attention to this. If she had any difficulties, she would hold back and not complain. Now that old Chen isn't home, she can still gather firewood without problem. But she didn't expect Sister Xingyue to ask the squad leader to help her with firewood. She was very thankful. Zhou Guoyang and Xiao Wei came out. Back in their yard, Xiao Wei was asked to find a saw. Small firewood can be dried and stored, but this kind of dead wood needs to be sawed in pieces. Since he was free now, he decided to do it himself. Xiao Wei went to the squad for a saw. Zhou Guoyang took a small stool, placed the wood on it, and stepped on the wood to try sawing it into sections. Xiao Wei, do you know who in our squad can build a brick bed?
Lao Liang.
Xiao Wei knew more school rumors than Zhou Guoyang. Although this unit was newly established, there had been 2 previous squad leaders before Zhou Guoyang, so some old soldiers had stayed from before. Zhou Guoyang had only taken over for a year, so he was still not very familiar with some veterans' backgrounds. Who is Lao Liang? He's the squad leader of the 2nd Battalion, 1st Company. The one with a beard, like Lao Shao. He's from the northeast. He said he built his own brick bed, Go see him after dinner today and ask him to come here. Your sister said she wants to build a brick bed in that woodpile room. It's cold in winter here, and she can't stand it. Xinhua nodded in understanding. All right, I'll go find him now. Xiao Wei ran back to the squad. Zhou Guoyang started sawing wood in the yard. Liang Xinhua was knitting a sweater, occasionally glancing up at Zhou Guoyang working. This man looks very handsome when working. He took off his coat, revealing a worn-out shirt. He rolled up his sleeves and worked with strong, confident movements, his hands and feet full of energy. Zhou Guoyang seemed to notice Liang Xinhua watching him and looked up. Their eyes met, and they exchanged a knowing smile. Seeing the sweat on Zhou Guoyang's face, Liang Xinhua put down her knitting and stood up. Noticing Liang Xinhua moving, Zhou Guoyang thought she might be uncomfortable, so he hurried into the room and asked, "What are you planning to do?" As Liang Xinhua approached the bedroom door, Zhou Guoyang came over. She lifted her hand to wipe the sweat from his face and said, "I saw you're hot, so I wanted to pour you a glass of water." Zhou Guoyang grinned happily, feeling cared for by his wife. He thought, it's good to have a wife who cares. He reached out and hugged Liang Xinhua back to the window. "Just sit there. I'll do it myself. Do you want to rest for a while?" Noticing the smell of sweat on him, Liang Xinhua suddenly understood what some women meant when they said a man's scent could be full of strength. Zhou Guoyang went outside and poured 2 glasses of water. He handed one to Liang Xinhua and drank the other himself. "Just sit and watch. I feel better when I see you working." After drinking the water, Zhou Guoyang went back to chopping wood. He tried to do more around the house so that Xinhua wouldn't have to work as much later. Every time he looked up, he saw Xinhua sitting by the window, sometimes sewing, sometimes looking at him. They exchanged glances and both smiled. Working like this, Zhou Guoyang felt a surge of strength. Each chop of his axe was precise, splitting the wood into evenly sized pieces. Soon, Xiao Wei ran over again. "Leader, I told Lao Liang. He'll come over after he finishes eating and rests," Xiao Wei said. "Okay, you pile up the chopped wood over here near the wall, neatly. After it's dry, we'll bring it into the house." Xiao Wei started helping to pile the firewood. Even Liang Xinhua, watching from a distance, was surprised. The pieces were almost all the same size. If she did it herself, she wouldn't be able to achieve such uniformity. "Xiao Wei, you can stay here for dinner tonight. I'll make chive dumplings." Liang Xinhua was planning to use some oil residue she still had left from cooking pork fat, finely chopped. She could add the wild chicken eggs Xiao Wei brought back and the chives, and the dumplings would taste pretty good. Xiao Wei quickly responded, "Sure, that sounds great." Zhou Guoyang gave him a side glance. "You really know how to go with the flow." Xiao Wei suddenly froze. "My sister is asking me to eat. Why can't I go?" Zhou Guoyang glared at Xiao Wei again. This kid really thinks Lin Xianyu is his sister now. He looked at him with disdain and said, "Then I'll chop firewood. You go mix the dough first." "Okay." Xiao Wei stood up to wash his hands and mix the dough. He asked Lin Xianyu how much flour and water he needed, without bothering her to do it. He kneaded the dough and set it aside. Zhou Guoyang called again. "Go see Sister Fu. See if she needs any help. The kids are still young and Commander Chen isn't home." "Understood. It's just helping to chop firewood, such a simple task." Without hesitation, Xiao Wei ran off again. Lin Xianyu watched him and felt amused. This kid has so much energy. "Oh, Captain Zhou is chopping firewood himself?" Lin Xiaj, holding her son, came over and peered over the wall. She also saw Lin Xianyu sitting inside the window. TSK, Captain Zhou really cares for his wife. Look at you, sweating so much." Xianyu doesn't seem to realize how to care for her husband. Lin Xianyu slightly frowned. "What does that mean? Coming right out to stir up trouble?" Zhou Guoyang didn't want to bother with such sarcastic remarks. Lin Xianyu, however, leaned half out the window and smiled as she replied, "Yes, our Zhou is just too restless. He's worried I might get tired chopping firewood, so he's already done some while he has free time." "Zhou, are you hot?" "No, I'm not," Zhou responded calmly. "Old Zhou, I'm just sitting here watching you chop wood. Do you mind? No, I don't. Zhou felt like someone might be about to make a move, but he played along. Old Zhou, I think you're so good at working. Just watching you makes me happy. KSK, listening to her, Zhou felt really happy inside. He looked up at Lin Xinu with shining eyes. It's such an honorable thing to make my wife happy. Seeing Zhou's response, Lin Xinu got goosebumps herself. Ugh, such cheesy words, all sweet-talking and coquettish. Is this really me?
But
It worked perfectly. Their loving stare made Lin Xiao's face darken. Did I get no reply? Her man knows how to care for his wife. But what about her man? Though Xiao Zhao still needs to handle his responsibilities, Xiao Zhao doesn't even want to give her a glance anymore. Every time he comes back to help with chores and settle the children, he quickly leaves for the group again. If there weren't guards at the station, it would be hard to get inside. She truly wanted to go and curse him sometimes. Old Xiao is now mostly hiding in the group and not coming out. Usually, when he and leader Zhou go on a mission, after returning, they get to rest for a day. Old Gu doesn't rest because his family isn't here. Look at leader Zhou. He ranks higher and he doesn't have as many worries. In the morning, he goes to the group and in the afternoon, he does chores at home. But old Xiao only came back last night, still sleeping with his child. This morning, he filled the water jar and then went to the group and hasn't returned since. He has made his life like this, and comparing him to leader Zhou and his newlywed wife, Lin Xiaoju feels very bitter. She wants to say something harsh, but they're flaunting their love, which makes Lin Xiaoju go back to her house. There, she saw her daughter wet with urine, and she took her anger out on her daughter again. This time, she was too harsh. After scolding her older daughter, she picked up the child and threw her out into the yard. She even took off the child's pants, leaving her completely naked outside. Zhou Guoyang, hearing her scolding again, frowned and straightened up. He saw the child being thrown out of the house. The little girl screamed in fright and rolled on the ground. Zhou Guoyang was startled and shouted loudly, "Stop it!" He then jumped over the fence into their yard. Liang Xinyu saw Zhou Guoyang move, also startled. She dropped her knitting and, despite feeling unwell, ran toward the fence. She saw Zhou Guoyang bend down and pick up the girl, then turn and run outside, with blood on the ground where the girl had been held. Liang Xinyue's eyes widened and she chased after him, but she knew she couldn't catch Zhou Guoyang. He ran straight to the group's health station with the child. Liang Xinyu ran out of her house and saw Zhou Guoyang already outside the family yard. Knowing she couldn't enter the group, she immediately turned to find Xiao Wei. Xiao Wei was helping Fu Chunhua cut wood. Liang Xinyu hurried over in panic. Xiao Wei, go quickly. Check the group. What's wrong, sis? Fu Chunhua looked surprised at Liang Xinyue's panic. With tears and worry, Liang Xinyu said, Hurry. Lin Xiaoju threw the older girl out of the house. There's blood everywhere. Zhou Guoyang took the child to the group's health station.
Go and see.
Liang Xinyu grabbed Fu Chunhua's hand. Blame me, blame me. I shouldn't have said those words. I shouldn't have provoked her. I didn't expect her to take it out on the child. Liang Xinyu squatted down and started crying loudly. She just really disliked Lin Xiaojia, and the way she talked and acted in front of everyone was not something a proper woman would do. Just yesterday, she had been with Zhou Guoyang, which meant she accepted him. They were now truly a married couple. Lin Xiaojia's behavior made Liang Xinyu feel a strange protectiveness over her child, so she intentionally fought back against Lin Xiaojia along with Zhou Guoyang. But she didn't expect her to do this kind of thing. Liang Xinyu was crouched there crying, and Fu Chunhua didn't understand what was wrong with her. Little Lan Lan came over quietly and stood beside her, eyes reddened, wanting to cry, but not knowing why. Fu Chunhua told her son to watch over her younger sister and closed the door of her home. She then took Liang Xinyu back to her side. When passing by the wall, she saw blood on the ground in the yard. Meanwhile, Lin Xiaojia's house door was tightly shut, silent, and it was unclear if they had gone to the clinic for treatment. Liang Xinyu sat down, and Fu Chunhua fetched some water to wash her face. Liang Xinyu calmed down. She had been truly scared just now. She didn't know how the little child was doing now. With a nasal voice she said, "I'm fine now, Sister Fu. You should go back and look after the children." Thinking that Dong Dong and Lon Lon were still young, Fu Chunhua looked at her and saw she had really calmed down. "Don't think too much. That person has beaten children before, more than once. That girl has been taken to the clinic for treatment a few times. She's still alive, really lucky." Liang Xinyu sniffed again, and Fu Chunhua hurriedly comforted her. Okay, it's fine now. Sit down for a bit. We can't go into the group. Xiao Wei will come out and give us news later." Fu Chunhua quickly went home to close her door and prepared to bring the two children to stay with Liang Xinyu. Just after she left, Liang Xinyu heard a loud bang. She got up to see. It was Xiao Shun returning. He kicked in the courtyard door with his foot. Standing momentarily at the bloodstain on the ground, he then walked toward the house's main door, kicked it forcefully, and the door slammed open again. As the door was kicked open, a scream came from inside. It was Lin Xiaojia. Liang Xinyue's eyes widened. Was Lin Xiaojia at home? She hadn't followed them to see the children at the group. Liang Xinyu felt a deep fear, wondering how much she disliked this daughter of hers. Then, they heard a loud commotion, with crashing sounds and Lin Xiaoju shouting and crying, along with their young sons crying. Liang Xinyu first thought that men hitting women was wrong, but this time, the woman really was in the wrong. Liang Xinyu had just stepped into the yard when another person rushed in, Gu Sanding. Gu Sanding was probably here to break up the fight. Liang Xinyu heard Gu Sanding shouting, "Old Xiao, stop. Stop. It's not worth breaking military rules over her." Gu Sanding was holding Xiao Shun around the waist and pulling him outside, while Xiao Shun was pulling Lin Xiaoju's hair. So, they all ended up outside together. Inside, the children's crying could still be heard. Gu Sanding turned around and saw Liang Xinyu. He quickly called out, "Sister-in-law, come help. The kids are crying really badly." Liang Xinyu knew the children were innocent. They were under 2 years old. She hurried over and picked up the crying child from their living room floor. In her rush, she only saw that the house was messy and had an unpleasant smell. She quickly brought the child outside, while the three of them continued to struggle. The noise outside was so loud that the residents in the neighboring house also came out. Liang Xinyu didn't recognize these people, and they didn't recognize her either. She was holding the child and didn't step forward to join the fight, but she saw that Lao Zhao's eyes were all red, showing how angry he was. Liang Xinyu carried the child out of their yard just as Fu Chunhua and her children arrived. Fu Chunhua went forward to help soothe the kids, and Zai Lanlin even gave the child a piece of candy. The child stopped crying once he had something to eat, but Liang Xinyu was careful to watch if he might choke on the candy. Fu Chunhua pushed Dong Dong and Lon Lon into Liang Xinyue's yard and said, "Watch over these 3 children. I'll go try to help calm things down." Fu Chunhua entered Lin Xiaoju's house. Xiao Shun was still pulling Lin Xiaoju's hair and arm. Although Gu Sanding was holding his waist and one arm, Xiao Shun's legs could still move. So, although he staggered a bit with Gu Sanding pulling him, as long as he had some support, his legs would kick toward Lin Xiaoju. Meanwhile, Liang Xinyu, who was holding the child, felt that several times Gu Sanding was standing in a stable stance, making it easier for Xiao Shun to kick out forcefully. But let's pretend it wasn't like that. Fu Chunhua arrived, along with another military wife, who also came to help calm the situation and separated them, finally rescuing Lin Xiaoju from Xiao Shun. Lin Xiaoju was frightened after being hit this time, especially after the last slap, which caused her to fall onto the blood where Daya had fallen. Lin Xiaoju knelt on the ground and burst into tears loudly. Several military wives then stepped forward to comfort her separately. Gu Sanding was still holding Xiao Shun. Xiao Shun clenched his teeth and said, "Lin Xiaoju, if anything happens to my daughter, I will take your life. You just want to go back to the city, I will help you do that. You can go back to your city alone, while I keep my children here." Xiao Shun also wanted to rush forward, but Gu Sanding held him tightly. "Let's go. We need to see Daya. The child is still being treated." Xiao Shun seemed to think of his child and turned to look inside the house. Gu Sanding whispered to him. Sun is at the neighbor's, don't worry. Let's go see Dia first. As Gu Sanding led him away, he said to Chunhua, Fu's sister-in-law, watch her for a while. Then he slightly lifted his chin towards Lin Xiaoju.
Fukuno nodded.
Gu Sanding pulled Xiao Shun away. Liang Xingyue didn't go over, but outside the Xiao family's yard, other relatives were whispering and discussing. Liang Xingyue pretended not to hear. Instead, she took Dong Dong, Lon Lon, and the child she was holding into the house. Not to brag, but Xiao Shun's son looked very well behaved. White and smooth skin, just like Lin Xiaoju said, typical of city people. And he looked quite good too. With Lon Lon and Dong Dong there, he stopped crying. He chewed on candies and watched Lanlin's yarn spinning. Every now and then, a faint smile appeared on his face. Liang Xingyue sighed softly. It was getting late, and the adults felt upset and had no appetite, but the children were hungry. Liang Xingyue remembered the dough prepared by Little Wei. She decided to follow the original plan. She took out 2 eggs and chopped the oil scraps. After preparing everything, she started kneading the dough for dumplings. To watch over the children, Liang Xingyue moved to the main hall to start making dumplings. She checked that Xiao Lauer had finished his candies. Liang Xingyue also breathed a sigh of relief. She didn't want him to choke on a candy and get hurt. Usually, she saw Lin Xiaoju holding the child in her arms without letting go, so she thought he couldn't walk yet. But surprisingly, he was playing with Lon Lon and the others and walking very well. Liang Xingyue finished making the dumplings, and people were still talking in the yard. The woman who was hit, Lin Xiaoju, was still crying loudly. Liang Xingyue was about to cook dumplings when Xiao Wei ran in, looking very serious, which made Liang Xingyue worry something bad had happened. Big sister, the older girl, still hasn't woken up. Her hands, legs, and pelvis are all broken. We might have to send her to the county hospital. But Dr. Liao said she might not handle the rough ride in the car, so we need to stabilize her first. Liang Xinyue's face grew serious. Can that girl be treated well? Medical care in this time isn't very advanced, and here the road to the county is not paved, just muddy dirt roads full of holes. She had only been to town once, and found it very bumpy. If the girl has head or internal injuries, this bumpiness might be too much for her. Liang Xinyue didn't know what to say. Suddenly, she thought of something. Train, Xiao Wei. Like the day we came back from new soldier training, taking the train isn't so bumpy. But taking the train means walking over a 10-mile mountain path first. It seemed Xiao Wei also thought of something. He ran back to the group. Liang Xinyue finished cooking the dumplings and served each child a plate. Dong Dong and Lan Fan didn't need feeding, but the younger one did. Fa Chunhua, after convincing for a while, helped Lin Xiaojin into the house. Lin Xiaojin's walk was crooked because she had been kicked badly in those few hits. The military wives discussed it and took turns watching her for an hour each, waiting for updates from the other side. Since Fa Chunhua had handed the kids over to Liang Xinyue, she stayed on duty for the first hour. The others went back to prepare their own children. As night fell, Xiao Wei returned. Liang Xinyue gave him a plate of dumplings, but he didn't eat it. I need to go with Lao Gu and Captain Xiao to take the girl to the train. Commissar, Su has arranged the car. We'll be there in 2 hours. As he spoke, Liang Xinyue quickly packed the remaining dumplings into a lunchbox. Take it. You and Lao Gu, Lao Xiao can share it. Everyone will need a bit. Xiao Wei hesitated but then accepted it. Sis, we might stay here tonight. Also, Commissar Su will have someone watch the kids. The commander needs to stay at the group. He probably won't come out tonight.
Okay.
I understand. A little while later, Fa Chunhua came over. Liang Xinyue, sitting by the pot of soup, made her a bowl of noodles. She kept refusing, but Liang Xinyue insisted. Just as she was cooking, Commissar Su arrived. Commander Su looked at Liang Xinyue's 3 children and Fu Chunhua. Little Fu, tonight these 2 kids will stay here with Xiaoliang. You need to watch over them next door. Things are urgent. Someone has to keep an eye on them while we wait for news from Xiao Xiao and the others. By the way, I checked with Xiao Huang and the others. They'll stay until 2 a.m. tonight. You can rest now, and after 2, you and Xiao Tian can take over. I've already arranged that. Then he looked at Liang Xinyu and said, Xiao Liang, I might trouble you. The little one will also stay here with you tonight. Liang Xinyu nodded. It's okay. All 3 children can stay here with me. Yes, Lao Zhou is on duty tonight. If anything happens, let the sentries pass the message. Commander Su also has a yard nearby, but his wife hasn't come to live here, so his yard has always been empty. Usually he lives in the military camp. Today only Zhou Guoyang and he are here, so they have to stay on guard. After seeing Commander Su off, Fu Chunhua and Liang Xinyu looked at each other, and both sighed quietly. While Fu Chunhua was eating noodles, Liang Xinyu went to prepare the beds in the room. Fortunately, the day before yesterday, she took a bucket of water and cleaned the bed. Now, just adding a mattress made it ready to stay. Sister Fu, you'll take the 2 kids here first. I'll take the little one and sleep with him, then when you wake up at night, I'll watch all 3. Liang Xinyu didn't look at Lin Xiaojie because she trusted that seeing her would only make Lin Xiaojie more excited. Fu Chunhua didn't refuse either. If she brought the children back to sleep, it would be troublesome if they called for her and she couldn't find them late at night. Anyway, tonight they would just make do. After finishing her noodles, she didn't let Liang Xinyu wash dishes. She washed the bowls herself. Liang Xinyu went to get some hot water for them to wash up. Fu Chunhua also picked up the obedient, dozing little Xiao Xiao and washed his face and feet. She was very skilled at caring for children and even took the children outside to pee. Tonight, I'll sleep with the 3 kids. You can sleep on your side. When I leave, I'll come back, so I don't have to keep holding the little one. Dong Dong and Lon Lon understood well. Fu Chunhua said they would stay here tonight. Though the 2 children were excited, under their mother's gaze, they didn't jump around but quietly washed their faces and feet before going to the bathroom. Even Liang Xinyu looked on and praised the children's good manners. The little boy Xiao Xiao fell asleep, unbothered and completely ignoring anyone. He curled up and slept in his mother Fu Chunhua's arms. While undressing him, Fu Chunhua carefully instructed her child on how to take off his clothes. Her older son helped his sister by pulling down her pant leg. They finished undressing inside, then followed their mother's advice. The older son slept on the inside, with his sister beside him. Fu Chunhua hugged little Xiao Xiao at the other end, but her feet were placed outside the sister, so she wouldn't fall. The children quickly fell asleep, but Fu Chunhua still couldn't sleep. When Liang Xinyu went to lock the back door, Fu Chunhua sighed and said, I hope that child is okay. I always feel like Lin Xiaoju really didn't want that daughter. You didn't come, so you don't know. After several struggles, the child was lucky to survive. But if she had been a little kinder to the kids, that girl might have grown up well. I heard that their family only lacks food for the children. Look at this son. He's chubby because she's been feeding him well. She always says we're from the countryside. But her city folks are even more conservative, so obsessed with boys over girls. Our family, old Chen, loves his daughters very much. Liang Xinyu also couldn't sleep. She felt upset about the situation. Miss Fu, can Major Xiao really get a divorce? Fu Chunhua sighed and replied, military marriages are not so easy to end. I am a few years older than Xiao Qian, and he got promoted in the army. I thought he might leave me. She smiled a little and said, he told me, divorcing is not easy as marrying. Our old Chen is kind-hearted. I plan just to take good care of the children the rest of my life. But Xiao Zhao's wife, Lin Xiaoju, wants a divorce too. She's always causing trouble. One reason is she wants Xiao Xiao to switch careers and move back with her where her family lives. It seems her family is even willing to let Xiao Xiao take a new job, but Xiao Xiao doesn't want to leave. Xiao Xiao has old-fashioned ideas and doesn't want us to depend on women for support. Lin Xiaoju can't stand the tough life here. She grew up in the city, but is caught up with 2 children. Leaving isn't easy, especially since their eldest daughter is sick. So, with these issues, they ended up living like this. Liang Xinyu looked at the obedient little Xiao Xiao sleeping peacefully. She felt sorry for the children. The parents' disagreements hurt them. But no matter what, Lin Xiaoju chose to follow the army. She shouldn't have beaten the children, especially since they are part of her own body. Fu Chunhua also turned to look at Xiao Xiao, who was sleeping, and whispered, Lin Xiaojia is very mean. If she could choose, she probably wouldn't want the child now. I heard that old Zhao's family has no one left, only a brother. They divided the property, and his sister-in-law seems quite difficult to deal with. Old Xiao has been delaying the divorce for these 2 years. Maybe he's just waiting for the kids to grow up a bit. The light in the neighboring house was still on, and occasionally, you could hear Lin Xiaojia crying out loud. But no one asked about the children. Liang Xinyu didn't dare to sleep deeply. She only felt her body was still sore from lying down. Half awake, she heard Fu Chunhua call her. Liang Xinyu quickly got up, putting on her clothes. Fu Chunhua, while dressing, said, "It's already past 1 o'clock. I went over and helped Xiao Air with his diaper. Now he can sleep until morning and shouldn't wet again. I also woke Lon Lon to pee. Dong Dong won't get up at night. Once he's asleep, he sleeps soundly until dawn. Just go over and stay with the children, it's okay. Big Sister Fu, do you want to put on an extra piece of clothing? It's cold at night." She handed Fu Chunhua one of her coats. Fu Chunhua had just come out of bed and was a bit cold, so she put on Liang Xinyue's coat and then went out. Liang Xinyue also followed to close the courtyard gate, then locked the main room door again. The neighbor's door was open, with the light on. After Fu Chunhua left, a woman came out and went home. Liang Xinyue didn't pay attention to them. Instead, she returned to where Fu Chunhua had been sleeping and lay down again, but she still couldn't sleep. In these days, without a phone, she didn't know what would happen with Xiao Wei and the others when they went to the hospital. Half-dazed, she seemed to hear the sound of a military horn. That meant it was time for morning drills. Liang Xinyu simply got up, thought for a moment, and went to the kitchen to cook some porridge. The children would need to eat. Later into the night, Lin Xiaojia also quieted down. When morning came, Fu Chunhua came back and brought Xiao Er's clothes. She quietly said to Liang Xinyu, "Old Xiao is probably very angry. He kicked her so hard that she's covered in bruises. She probably got a good lesson this time. Last night, Commissar Su and Dr. Liao from the health station came to see her. They gave her some medicine, but she didn't eat it at first. Later, they persuaded her to take it. The medicine helps her sleep, so now she's sleeping." Liang Xinyu was silent for a moment. The medicine was probably given because she was in pain from her injuries. Pain relief is good, and it helps her rest so she won't cause trouble. I cooked a lot of porridge. When it's ready, the 3 of you can eat here. Also, bring her a bowl too. Liang Xinyu immediately served a bowl of porridge and asked Fu Chunhua to bring it over. Looking at the rice porridge in her hand, Fu Chunhua felt a bit reluctant to let go. Just as Fu Chunhua took the porridge away, Zhou Guoliang returned, also bringing steamed buns from the cafeteria. Liang Xinyu hurriedly asked, "How is it? Any news about the child?" Zhou Guoliang sighed and said, "He won't die, but he has multiple broken bones. The doctor said even if he's treated, he'll need careful care, or he might never walk again." This time, he was taken to a city hospital. He has 5 broken bones, but his organs and brain are okay. It will be hard to take care of him in the future. He glanced at the neighbor and sighed deeply. "I've faced enemies outside without such fear, but seeing her throw her child like that, it's as if she's throwing away something unwanted." "Xinyu, how could a mother be like that?" Liang Xinyu lowered her head and softly said, "It's my fault. I shouldn't have pressed her so hard." She was angry and took it out on the child. Zhou Guoliang reached out and hugged Liang Xinyu. "Don't blame yourself for everything. It's not your fault. She's just not a good mother. Anyway, I've been worried about you. Does your pain still bother you?" Liang Xinyu shook her head slightly and replied, "I didn't care anymore. Last night, the 3 children slept here with me. Sister Fu watched over them. Dong Dong and Lan Fan stayed here with me. When they started fighting yesterday, Gu Sanding asked me to bring Xiao Zhao's son over.
He's still in bed now."
Zhou Guoliang frowned and patted Liang Xinyu. "This isn't your fault. Don't feel guilty. Probably, Lao Xiao will find a way to handle her. Eat quickly. I have to go back. They might come back this afternoon. You take care of the little one first." With both battalion leaders absent, Zhou Guoliang hurried back to his unit. Liang Xingyue quickly ate a steamed bun and a bowl of porridge while the rest was kept warm in the pot. Then she went to see the three children. Dong Dong was putting on his clothes. Wow, Dong Dong is awake. Can he dress himself? I can. Auntie, I can too. Lan Fan also woke up, quickly slipping out of the blanket. Lan Fan, cover your feet first. I'll bring your clothes so you can put them on before you get out of bed. While she was talking, Xiao Xiao also woke up. Seeing the unfamiliar environment, he stretched his mouth and started to cry. Liang Xingyue helped Lan Fan put on her clothes and quickly comforted her. Oh, little cutie, you're awake too. Come, let me dress you.
Mom.
The little boy wakes up and immediately wants to find his mother. He remembers Liang Xingyue because his mother always holds him while looking at Liang Xingyue. Liang Xingyue gently soothed him. Okay, let's get dressed, and after we eat, we'll go find Mom. Dong Dong is helping Lan Lan put on her shoes. It's not very cold yet, so the children are not dressed warmly. Liang Xingyue called out, Dong Dong and Lan Lan, wait a moment. I'll go get some hot water for you to wash your face before we have some buns.
Huh.
Are there buns to eat, Auntie? Dad left, and we haven't had any buns since then. Lan Lan also went over to comfort Xiao Er. Little brother, don't cry. We should be good kids. Maybe no other children had spoken to him like that before. He looked seriously at Lan Lan. When Liang Xingyue helped him get dressed, he cooperated quietly. After dressing, Liang Xingyue took him to the backyard to urinate. Luckily, he just urinated once, so he wouldn't get wet. She took the three children outside, poured hot water for them to wash their faces and hands. Then she served each a bowl of porridge and a bun. She tore Xiaoji's bun into small pieces, soaked them in the porridge, and fed him spoon by spoon. Lan Lan wanted to eat that way too, so Dong Dong helped tear her bun. Auntie, is this bun bought by your dad? Liang Xingyue found it funny. She thought they were only able to eat because their dad brought food home, so she thought the same about her family. Dong Dong spoke sensibly. Auntie is married to Uncle Zhou. Uncle Zhou bought the buns. After taking care of the three children's meals, Fu Chunhua came back again. This time, she also ate a bowl of porridge and a bun. Liang Xingyue wanted her to eat more, but she refused. It was obvious she wasn't full yet. Hearing Liang Xingyue say they would return in the afternoon and that the children had several broken bones, Fu Chunhua sighed heavily. During the day, two other army wives came to stay with Lin Xiaojun. When she woke up, she didn't ask where her son was at all. Lin Xiaojun woke and cried for a while. Fu Chunhua then went over to tend to her again. At noon, Liang Xingyue cooked another pot of porridge. She wanted them to eat together, but Fu Chunhua refused. Senior sister Fu, I've already made the food. If you say not to eat here, what should I do? Xiao Er is here with me, so I'll leave Dong Dong and Lan Lan here to stay with him. I need a little rest, Liang Xingyue said. Fu Chunhua turned around and left, surprisingly bringing rice from her home. We can eat here, but you need to take the rice. Liang Xingyue refused her rice, but Fu Chunhua insisted on giving it to her. These days, food is everything. Although everyone here can get their meals from the men's supplies, Fu Chunhua has two children. Usually, she still needs to buy some coarse grains and affordable food to eat. After a brief argument, Liang Xingyue agreed to help. She can return the favor in another way. Dong Dong and Lan Fan now really like Liang Xingyue. Xiao Er forgets about his parents when he is playing with his two children. He is still very young. As long as he eats enough and has someone to play with, he doesn't think about anything else. When he mentions his mother, he is often scolded or quickly forgets. At noon, Zhou Guoyang hurried back home, seeing the three children eating. I kept some porridge in the pot for you, and there's a leftover bun from this morning. I'll bring it out. Liang Xingyue quickly turned and went to the kitchen. Zhou Guoyang followed, washed his hands softly, and asked quietly, Are you feeling better now? Liang Xingyue responded softly, The pain isn't as bad now, but I still feel a little uncomfortable. She got busy with her chores and soon forgot about it. Zhou Guoyang sighed and said, Xingyue, the political officer, and I discussed. If Daya is sent back this afternoon, she might have to stay here to take care of you. Do you think that's okay? He glanced over at Xiao Lao's side and continued. The health worker said Lin Xiaoju has some injuries too, caused by Lao Xiao kicking her. She's also emotionally unstable, so we're worried she might hurt the children again. Daya has a few broken bones, so we need to be careful. Liang Xinhua paused for a moment, but didn't say anything. Worried she might refuse, Zhou Guoliang added, We're helping Lao Xiao a bit. I've been his comrade in arms for 10 years, shared life and death with him. Seeing his family like this, I feel really upset. He cares a lot about the kids. Liang Xinhua nodded and said, I don't exactly disagree. I already set up another bed last night. It's just that Daya is injured, and if Xiao'er stays here, I'm worried I might not do well. I've never raised kids before. At most, I've helped wash or carry your brother's children at home. Zhou Guoliang reached out and hugged Liang Xinhua. I'll only take care of Daya. She's a girl, and it's not very convenient to leave her in the army's clinic. If she stays here, the health worker will come every day to check, and Xiao'er can stay with Fu Jia. Maybe the team can give Fu Jia some extra support later. Once this is over, we'll send the kids back. Liang Xinhua nodded in agreement. That's good. Fu Jia won't have to take care of Lin Xiaoju then, and her family can stay with Xiao'er to help. All right, you go ahead and do your work. When you return, you can bring him over. Zhou Guoliang gratefully said, Thank you, Xinhua. The commissar and I have been very worried these past 2 days. Last night, we didn't sleep at all. Old Xiao came back and will be disciplined.